Yeah, that's right. That's what I said. Hi, everybody. I spent a half hour reenact the final. Wow, that's is that a good thing? Are you happy with that, or was it a surprise? Hi, Tart. Hi, Zelda. No, not a good thing. Okay. Hi, Poke Ash. I hope you're doing well, everybody. Saw Heavenly earlier. Hi. Oh gosh, Celador. Hi, Sergio. How are you? Welcome in. Tummy Hort. I'm so sorry. Spelled your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Damn. I biffed it, guys. Fuck. Appreciated the rendering tutorial. Thank you. Hi, Proto. How are you? Welcome in. Meow, 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 meow. It's not a video. I made a graphic just because I wanted to see where the interest was. Because a video was going to take a bit more work. I do have a link to it pinned if you're interested. Welcome in, folks that were in the ads. Thank you so much for the kind words, and welcome, Sergio. Sorry, I fucking biffed it. I misspelled your name on the first try. Welcome from ad jail, and thank you so much. I have the, for those of you that are wondering, I have the tutorial pinned. It is a Blue Sky post as well as a post in Discord. And I planned on making a video of it, but it's very short. So I may compile things like that into a larger video. But welcome in. Hi, dear. Y'all got your water? Hmm? If anyone would like to see the new tutorial, it should be pinned up above. And if you don't have a Blue Sky, it's also in our Discord. But you should be able to view it regardless of having a Blue Sky account or not. Mm-hmm. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, everybody. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. Hi. Let me make sure that our music display. Yeah, hell yeah. Hi there. Welcome in. My goodness gracious. I hope you guys have had a fabulous week so far. It is let's see here. Let's refresh that. There we go. It's Sunday. You know what that means? It's fun day. Oh, you know what? Let me see here. I should put my I should put my little slideshow back on this screen. So I've been doing some work as much as I can getting prepared for the there we go. Getting prepared for upcoming stuff. And one of the things is I updated this little slideshow here that has my logo in the corner. Just did some animation, some really light animation on it. Let's see. Under there we go. That should be good. Oh, it's too far over. And it's also too large. Make that smaller. We don't need that to be so big. There we go. But welcome in, everybody. I hope you're excited for today. I'm excited for today. One of the things that I'm going to be working on is some sketches for a model that I'll be working on for our pal Baljeet, who made a lot of the music, made that intro music that you heard, stuff like that. But I'm just going to be doing some sketches for that for now. Hi Vic, how are you? I don't know why my music thing isn't. Let me refresh this, and maybe that'll help. There we go. There we go, but I hope you guys have had a fabulous week. I'm really excited to draw again. We played Pokemon on Friday night. We actually played a bit longer. Um, my 7TV extension stopped working today. Interesting. I was check if you're using Chrome, check to see if Chrome needs to be updated. One of the things that I had actually was the pronoun plugin. So it is a pronoun extension rather that'll show pronouns next to people's names in chat. But the problem is with that activated, 7TV doesn't work. So if you have some other extensions, try turning some of them off to see if 7TV works again. Hi, Alamin, how are you? Hi, everybody. We got a couple things that I want to work on today. I wanted to do those sketches for Baljeet for a model, and then I wanted to work on some uh animation. I have a new starting screen illustration that I commissioned. Um and I wanted to see if I could do some animation for it. I might not do too much of it. Hi there, Nin. How
Hydrate
are you?
or die straight loser.
Okay, okay, thank you. And aside from that, I wanted to also work on this illustration that I've been sketching. So, I just had to make sure that I had enough of it drawn that Twitch wouldn't bonk. Oh, okay. Hold on, I gotta check. I missed a chat. Taco Bell chicken nuggets. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Huh? The cat just being, huh? Got the tablet I asked you about, and now I gotta learn to draw. Hey, you know what? That's fair. Hi, Zuchi. How are you? Cool. Absolutely. Hey, learning to draw is a really fun endeavor. It just is such a long endeavor. Um, and one of the things with draw. Hi, Lexiel. How are you? Thanks for the flower. Oh, and are you biting me? Oh, I'm getting mixed signals. I'm getting some mixed signals from the combination of these 2 emotes, but thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, learning to draw is tough, um, especially as somebody if you're a little bit older too, it's it's something where you're now old enough to know that it's frustrating. Kids, when you're drawing and it doesn't work. "Hi, be the orca, welcome in." Sorry, my alerts are in a strange place, don't worry about that. Oh my Dom, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Working on model art. Hell yeah, hell yeah. This is gonna be a honk model. It's gonna be in the kind of poignant to some recent topics. It's going to be themed around like the lo-fi Ghibli style, which isn't something I would usually do, but that's what Baljeet asked for. And since Baljeet made a lot of our music, I wanted to make sure that I was giving him something that he would like. So we're gonna be doing some almost like an art study. Um, on some Ghibli stuff, which is kind of fun. And also it's a different angle than Lo-Fi Girl. It's facing forward. So um that's going to be an interesting challenge. But yeah, when you're trying to learn art as an adult, you know and expect yourself to be able to do more. So when you can't do something that you really feel like you can, it's like so frustrating. So just don't give up when even if it's, kind of frustrating. Let me turn this music down a little. And that music is in my ears. Mine's a little 90s anime inspired. Hell yeah. Sorry, I don't know how to what do you can throw balls? What do you explanation point. Oh, Pokemon. Okay, I'm so sorry. Every time people do stuff with the Pokemon stuff, I just I'm like, "Why are you talking about balls?" But it's because you're talking about Pokemon. I was like, "Oh, I'm not hip with it." Starting from 0 as an adult, it's hard not to take to heart when you see a 7-year-old on their iPhone making masterpiece. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. Balls does not exist. That's very funny that that command just didn't show Celador show balls. Fear doesn't you're abusing it. You have 26,000 pretzels gonna go run to the gas station for tea. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Guys, if the redeems look a little scarce, that's because some of them have broken from, I'm assuming, the OBS updates and Bikubot updates and stuff like that. So, um, don't worry too much about those. I am actively working on new ones, so it's gonna be very exciting to have some new redeems. I've been finalizing our new overlay stuff. Hi, Tart. Are you ready? I think I'm ready. Hi, Yeah. My little butterfly. Yeah. 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 We have a lot of projects that we can work on today, so I hope you guys are excited to co-work. Test all my commands. Yeah, there are some stuff that feels like it should work, but I'm going to have to rebuild a bunch of stuff anyway. So it's a little bit early, but it's right on time. So I'm just gonna chip away at rebuilding some of those redeems and things and coming up with some new interesting ones. But for those of you that weren't around last week, we have two new emotes, one of which is a follower emote, so you can use it even if you are just following. And it's these two. All the chats, I must be in all the chats. Excellent, yes. Absolutely. Our pal Lorelai is doing a subathon, which is really fun, so I'll just give Lorelai a shout out because we love Lorelai the Raven. Heck yeah, thank you so much for the flowers. If you happen to be a follower here and you wanna go check out Lorelai, give some flowers to Lorelai, I think she'd really like that. But she's been beating all her sub goals, and that's really, really awesome to see. Hell yeah, Laura's very cool. We have some really cool friends. Um, I've also been recently invited to a Marvel Rivals, tournament, like a mini tournament with a bunch of clown VTubers, which won't be happening for a while, but I think it's very funny that I was invited. I'm basically an honorary clown at this point. So we might have to work on some clown art in the future, to get prepared for that. Maybe a little clown Jeff Foogie. Either way, I think it's gonna be a blast. I hope you guys are ready to do some co-working. Again, there's a pinned comment there for the new tutorial that I made. So if you're interested, it's on how I made some of the buttons that I made on stream last week. The Fruitiger Arrow style shiny Supremo shiny buttons. So yeah, I figured I was gonna start it with like an infographic, and I can show you guys too. Let me get into my drawing screen. Let me open something up first. But yeah, we have a couple things we're gonna work on. I'm gonna do some sketching first for that model for Baljeet, and then we'll get on to some other things. A self-indulgent illustration I've also been working on. The sketch is nearly finished, and we'll probably get into some nice line art. So let me download some stuff real quick. But I hope you guys had a fabulous week. I certainly have. I'm so excited to draw. Drawing truly is like my favorite thing. Okay. Downloaded that PNG. Just downloading a file. There we go. Okay. I had to send a file to myself. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, hello? Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. So let me show you real quick what I'm working on. Oop, not stop selecting all of them. Jesus. Okay. Let's open these two in Photoshop. There we go. All right. Hi, Clover. I'm gonna listen to some of my mall mix. Starting with a song that's been stuck in my head. I've had this one Janet Jackson song stuck in my head. So I'm gonna play it first because I just been wanting to listen to it. Also, so this is an illustration that I did almost 2 years ago now. For Baljeet, this is his initial design. Let me go to my music that I want. Hold on, it's all the way at the bottom. There we go. There we go. This song has been in my head. Oh my gosh, because I saw it on a repo TikTok. Got the brain rot. So this is an illustration that I did of Baljeet. Um, oh, thanks for the uppies. Let's go. Yeah. Da da. Yeah. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. There we go. All right, let me copy this name. My goodness. There we go. I hope you guys are having a good day. Welcome in. Hi, Neo. How are you? I was just talking about the clown collab. I'm so sorry that I didn't choose you as my parent. I'm so sorry. How could you guys expect me to choose? I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. Here we go. I was scared. All right, let's see. There we go. All right, so this art I did nearly 2 years ago. This was the initial design for Beljeet, and I was actually doing a bunch of these busts for like my D&D characters. Hi Puka, how are you? Neo's awesome. We love Neo, we love Puka. All of our clown friends are here today. Beljeet has asked for a honk model that is themed after the lo-fi girl. So that's what we're going to be doing some sketches for today. But let me show you the illustration that I've been working on. And then we also have some animation we might be doing today. Yeah, I freaking love clowns. We freaking love clowns in this house. I. I've had this song in my head for the past 2 days. So please, do you have any games on your phone? Yeah. Yeah, I do have some games on my phone. Let me see here. Hold on, I'm trying to remember where I gotta go. There we go. And I will open up this other area. Hold on. Rename this. Cool. Perfect. So let me show you what I've been working on. For the past 2 days, I've been kind of chipping away at this, and I had to get it to a point where I could actually draw it on Twitch without it getting, well, you know what I mean? I've seen people draw more promiscuous stuff, but so here's now let me show you what I got for let me show you what I have for some coloring for free. Listen, I just wanted to draw up this like backrooms pool thing, but listen, here's my color mock-up that I worked on. This actually probably needs to move over to the side a little. Oops. Uh that's fine. That's fine. So here's my color mock-up um for just the vibe, you know what I mean? So I'm super excited about coloring this. Very cute, silly aside. Thank you. How do you do colors so nice? Keep them simple. That's my biggest recommendation is just keep them simple. Um, Let me get the music down a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, keep them simple. I chose predominantly just these two colors, blue and this vibrant pink, which is a combo that I think works really well. And then I added some accessory colors. So like this purple kind of deepens this pink color, and then this green here lightens up the blue. So I kind of keeping it this is almost a complementary color scheme, which is why it works very well together. A complementary scheme being red violet and blue green. So something like this and this. That's a good complementary scheme. It's better than yours. I don't want to listen to the song, but I do want to listen to some. There we go. There we go. We got some city pop. So yeah, so this color scheme, and then if we just kind of skew it off to the side a little bit, have your blue, have your purple, and then your really really bright pink here, and something like this. So now we're really just working with this very limited palette. Imagine a mall mannequin. It isn't Evie diving, swimming underwater. No, it's not. I am either very heavy or very buoyant. Um. So yeah. So this is what I've been working on for the past 2 days. Yeah. I am like fiberglass and plastic and metal. So aside from that, I've been working on this clean sketch here. Let me get this sketch a little lighter here. So this is what I've been doing. I've been using my iPad, so I've been using Procreate for this. And it's been a good time. I did my eyelashes eyelashes pointy here. Usually I round them off, but I kind of wanted them to be a little bit more pointy in this illustration. It just looked better. Um, but yeah, so this is what I've been doing. This is based off of an outfit that I have designed. This one. So, I have this like butterfly situation happening here. Obviously, I don't have the hat on because it would like cover my entire face. But yeah, so the colors are also based on that outfit. But yeah, so I really just wanted to draw any opportunity to draw the joints and stuff is a fun opportunity. So we'll be working on this a little later, and then we'll also be working on potentially animating an illustration that I got uh commissioned by Prickles Catkiss. So this is the illustration from Prickles. And this is going to be our starting soon screen. And Prickles was so sweet and sent me this as a Photoshop file. Yeah. Fashion doll line when? Maybe someday. I wanted to make a dress up game or a pickaroo. What is the full artist name? Well, let me get a shout out for them. Bam. Please follow Prickles. Prickles is a really cool artist. Uh, they do really cool stuff. So please give Prickles all of your love. Prickles is really cool. So yeah, Catcus, because they're a cat. Prickles Catcus, not cactus. They changed the T and the C to get around so that they're a catkiss. Cat cactus. Prickles 100% color theory. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for lurking. I heard cat piss. No, no. Cat cuss. But I don't blame you for hearing that. So yeah, Prickles drew this awesome art for me. And was so sweet and sent me the Photoshop file with everything separated up. Um, so I'm going to be animating. Hopefully, I can animate in Photoshop to save myself some trouble. But I want these arrows to like move up gradually. I want these arrows to have like a pulsing light. Um, and then I might have like a pulse here or like some glowing pulse here. Um, just kind of like a fun, upbeat looping animation, maybe with like the perfect and the combo appearing every once in a while. And then that'll be a fun starting soon screen. I think that everybody, will get a good bit. Oh my gosh, I'll have a good time looking at it. 169 combo, 69. Yeah, the dance pads I'm hoping will light up. And that'll be relatively straightforward. I'd probably just take white and set it to overlay and then just make a glow like this. Something like this. And then if I turn it off, stuff like that. Same over here. If I give these a little bit of a glow. Why is my smoothing and flow? My gosh. Okay, yeah. Give this a little bit of like a, do this kind of situation. And then they can just turn off like that. Very easy, very, very peasy. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. It has been a while. It's gonna be lit, absolutely. Yeah, so this is gonna be really fun to animate, I'm sure. I'm gonna have to kind of figure out what I wanna do, and I might have to retime it based on what, the music ends up being, for this area. Hi, Prickles. Sorry to bother you. Been loving all I've been seeing? Oh, hell yeah, thank you. This art, I can't claim for my own. This is Prickles art, which is very, very sweet. You can see I made it my profile picture on everything because I was like, "Eh." Found a Furby keychain giveaway post. I sent it. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, I'm very excited. I might be animating this today, but first I got to do some model sketches. Props, yeah, huge props to Prickles. We love Prickles in this house. Probably not gonna bother. I'm not gonna stop bothering them about it. But yeah, this is some art that I made about 2 years ago of our pal Baljeet, and so I'm gonna be doing some sketches for, um, oh boy, some sketches for a model. So I'm gonna keep this up, and I'm gonna have a sketch pad open, and then I'll send that over to him, and then we can work on another illustration. No, you can take the credit. Props for having a super fun design. No, you. I just turn a card over. The you know what I mean? The Uno card. I've been meaning to play like the online Uno with friends to see how mad they get. Uno reverse you too. All right, okay, all right, okay. Just go back and forth. We're turning the same card around in each other's hands. Desperate, crying, sobbing, snot everywhere. Let me get a new. Oh, all right, everybody, put your favorite emotes in the chat. Stretch your bones, stretch your wrist. Heavenly. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Hydrate or die straight,
Yes,
loser.
thank you, thank you.
I thought mannequins were supposed to sit up straight.
I am. I'm sitting up straight. As straight as a gay person can. Thank you for donating your emotes. I love seeing them. Thank you so much. You can see in the bottom right corner, actually, like right around here, I animated some of my little slideshow stuff. So here I made the Capsule Cutie logo look like one of those like Pix GIF things from like the 2000s. I updated our little merch, bit to be a little bit more fun. And then when my logo comes on, I put it in Adobe Illustrator to make it 3D. Actually, let me show you what I did. Adobe Illustrator has 3D functionality now. So what I did was quite painstaking. Look at it. There it is. It's rotating in the bottom there. So I gave it like an inflated 3D effect, and then I meticulously turned it around and exported each 10 degrees. So I ended up having 36 images. So here, if I click on it, you can see that this turns up, and I can now hold on. Can I grab this? There we go. I can turn it in space. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fucking cool, guys? And this is just Adobe Illustrator. So anything that you have that's vector in Illustrator, you can make it to 3D. So yeah, I opened up the 3D panel and I just rotated it by like 10 degrees and then just exported it each 10 degrees, which was a pain in the ass, but it was better than having to like 3D model something. Clip Studio needs to catch up. Clip Studio, well, listen, there's a lot of tools that Clip Studio has that Photoshop could never. Like, I think the perspective tools are way more comprehensive. There's a lot of really awesome reference tools and like, the 3D reference and stuff in Clip Studio. But Adobe Illustrator for like vector stuff, I recommend Illustrator. If you could get one Adobe program despite Adobe being stupid, I recommend Illustrator. It's the only one that I think you should ever care about in terms of Adobe. Perspective tools, I use the heck out of them. Yeah, 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 absolutely. Yes, and thank you again for sending me the Photoshop file for that with everything all separated. That was fucking dope. I need Adobe Sweep to be in Clip Studio for someone who just needs to make a free one. Oh yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of free vector tools as well, but I can't speak on whether they have like 3D function, but this is really handy if you know how to use vector and you just want to do something simple. Like you can see here, like it's not perfect, but it kind of just inflates these open areas and it interprets mathematically each place. So if I show you the wireframe, what these lines are called are paths and the points are called vertices. So what it does is it interprets this open space between the paths and vertices, like these the centers of these shapes, and it'll inflate it higher. It'll like bulk it out um based on how much open space there is. So you can see if I go here and I tilt it upward, this area that is this part of the M is inflated way more because there's a bigger space. If I just had a circle, it'd be like a huge dome. It's not the same, I need to use Adobe InDesign tools for bookmaking. Yeah, InDesign is a garbage program, but if you're making books, in any capacity, it is very useful. Books, pamphlets, journals. Hi, Jeannie, how are you? Let me open up a new image. But yeah, if you have any program for like just art, and you have to use an Adobe program, I recommend Illustrator. Um, it's not as intuitive as just like picking up brushes and drawing, but it's a powerful tool for people that make merchandise and graphics and stuff like that. Um, all my overlays here, like every single piece of my overlay you see was made in Adobe Illustrator, like every single piece of it. What is this canvas? Hello? Let me what the fuck is that? Okay, let me fix this. Hi, Juby, how are you? The bubble keychain on your logo, I could fidget with the bubble letters. That would be awesome. Fidget keychain win. Actually, I did email, I emailed Fourth Wall about getting a quote for our keychains, and it said to email them back, and I did, and I haven't heard anything about it. So, but for those of you that don't know, we've been working towards getting acrylic keychain. And let me show you the design that we ended up going with. So this is the design for our acrylic keychain. It should be 2.5 inches. If they're still offering 2.5 inches, if not, it will be 1.5 inches. Um, but this will be a double-sided printed, acrylic keychain, hopefully. I did reply to them immediately, so if I don't hear anything back from them, um, I will send them another email. How does it work for you? Has it been good? Yeah, I've really enjoyed Fourth Wall. The quality of the shirts and the prints have been very good. A lot of them, and hi C, how are you? A lot of them come from Printful. So basically, to explain Fourth Wall, Fourth Wall is basically a hub through which other providers can provide print on demand work. So, Printful is a really good, or Printful, whatever it is a really good shirt and like provider, print on demand. A lot of people that I know in like the comic and convention industry have used Printful, for their stuff with really good results. And so, Fourth Wall is basically a hub that combines a bunch of different print on demand companies, and their resources into one website, and then also gives you like a shop building feature, so you build out your whole shop and all that stuff, and then gives you Twitch integrated features. So it's not Fourth Wall providing the stuff, it's Fourth Wall providing the infrastructure, if that makes sense. It's really good if you're just starting to sell merch for sure. Printful's also really good for apparel. I used to use them. Yeah, absolutely. If you're just starting out, I recommend using Fourth Wall, especially because when you're live, people can gift your merchandise to the chat. And you can also set in like live alerts. So when somebody purchases something, you'll have an alert pop up. However, you can also sell your own stuff through Fourth Wall. So if you have your own products that you'll be fulfilling yourself, let's say you make stickers by hand, you can also make a listing so everything is on Fourth Wall on your one shop and can be gifted. Been running around trying to find a new shop infrastructure. Yeah, I recommend at least trying it out. But you're gonna get the best quality merchandise by making it yourself. Especially with things like keychains. The keychain acrylic goods are very limited. Um, and it's a little confusing. So I had to send an actual like request, and even then we need to have 50 orders in order for the acrylic keychain to be fulfilled. So I sent my request, they sent me back an invoice, but they only sent me the cost of what the 1.5-inch keychains would be, not like 2.5. And it wasn't really an invoice that was for me specifically because there were like comments from other people on it, which was strange, very strange. So I will I'm gonna see if I can get any more clarification from them, but these are double-sided keychains, and I'm hoping to have them, like, up and ready as soon as possible. Um, yeah, usually default to Vogue Race out of convenience. Yeah, I've heard a lot of really good things about Vogue Race for acrylic stuff, and in the future, when I am better able to, provide, shipping myself, I will just order better quality keychains and make a listing myself. You can print them yourself with a manufacturer's site if you wanna skip Fortwell's messaging problems. Absolutely. Yeah, the issue is, like, being able to ship them. I'm not able to right now, which is unfortunate, but, maybe in the future, I will be able to. But for now, this is the design that we went with. Thank you so much for everybody that voted on the designs, by the way. Let me just double check something. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Are you American? Yes. I am very much. When does the keychain drop? That depends on Fourth Wall. I'm hoping to have it ready um, before our big re-debut at the very beginning of May. Um, I believe around May 5th or so, but I need to double check. But yeah, very beginning of May, we're gonna have a new model, new background, new overlays, new redeems. Realize Cheddar Guy is gonna need a keychain in the future. Absolutely. Yeah, May is very close, but seemingly not close enough. I'm very close to getting certain things done, so that's very exciting. Um, the model's still being worked on. The backgrounds will be sent along sometime this week. We have some new music. Are the keychains gonna be shiny acrylic or clear acrylic? These are going to be clear acrylic from what I can deduce from the listing. The biggest issue with these keychains is that they recommend that you get a sample, which is not a problem. However, the samples for one keychain is $50. So, you know, it's just and it's probably just because the infrastructure they have to the red tape they have to go through to get one sample made and sent to me simply as something that might not even be produced because it has a minimum of 50 orders. I think they're just trying to really make sure that you're serious about it, but that's still 50 fucking dollars. So, yeah, no, that's it's I'm gonna say that the acrylic goods fourth wall, I would probably avoid them if I were you. Um, but I'm gonna just get back with them and see if they are willing slash able to produce our keychain, and if they are, and if I have the solid go ahead, then I will bite the bullet and just get a sample just to make sure. I know, yeah. No, you can order samples of your own stuff way cheaper from other websites. So, um, but I feel like it's because of all the red tape they have to go to for stuff like that. Um, I think they really just wanna weed out it's probably a huge pain in the ass for one keychain to be produced. So, yeah, no, it's definitely not a good price, it's not worth it, but the keychains themselves will not be overpriced. The if it is a 1.5 inch, it'll probably be around, like, 8 to $10, and if it's a 2.5 inch, it'll probably be closer to, like, $12. So, um hopefully that's a much more affordable price point. But yeah, Fourth Wall hasn't gotten back to me about that. So I'll send them another email when it is fine for me to do so. But for now, this is just testing the waters. If you guys are interested in the acrylic keychains and acrylic goods in general, then I will work to get into a position where I can fulfill them myself. But getting stuff packed and shipped on my own isn't something I can do at this very moment. So that's why I'm using Fourth Wall. But for now, that's what we got. Let me move some stuff around. Window, arrange, perfect. All right, so we're gonna be working a little bit on our Pal Baljeet. I'm just gonna get some sketches done. Just notice the logo in the bottom right. How'd you do that? Oh, excellent question. I used my let's see here. I used my logo I commissioned from someone named Detective, which is like detective without the C. So they sent me the logo. I vectorized it. I know that they made it in Illustrator, but they didn't provide the Illustrator file, so I just vectorized it myself. Illustrator has a 3D function, so I used the inflate 3D function. And then I can rotate it because it's, now interpreted as a 3D object. Um, and I basically just turned it in Y space or Z Y yeah, Y space every 10 degrees, exported it as a PNG, and then took all 36 of those PNGs and put them into Photoshop. Thanks, Otaku. I love acrylic chains and charms. I don't know what it is about them. I'm always looking to get more. Well, good. I'm excited to hear that. I hope that in the end these keychains end up happening, um, and that they are good quality. Let me show you as well. Let's see. So here is the file in Photoshop. Let me open up the timeline, and I just spun it around. It's a little slower here on the preview, but I just took all 36 PNGs and put them in a row and then made them on the timeline and it turns around. And then I also exported it at a lower quality so it looked a little crunchy. I love how it was like a little AOL smile puffed up like that, like the smile. Yeah, it does look like those smile fries. And because the forehead has like a bigger space, it's like fat on the forehead. Ooh, what are you putting in your banana bread? Or for a better question, do you put anything in your banana bread? Do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Alright, so we are going to be doing a lo-fi girl Baljeet situation here. Again, this art over here is my art as well. Just I haven't drawn this way in a hot minute. This is how I draw my D&D tokens, actually. Now I want the smiley fries. Where's my pen? There it is. Alright, and let me get an example image of the lo-fi girl so that we and it's in a Ghibli art style, which is kind of poignant for what we're currently, experiencing online, people talking about the, Hayao Miyazaki with the AI, uh, Ghibli art that has been going around. How he basically is like, "That's an affront to, like, humankind," basically, which is slay. Alright, let me keep that in the bottom. What's your favorite color? Is it yellow? Is it cyan? I like yellow and green, actually. Not usually together, um, but I like yellow, comma, and green. But I do also really like orange. You can tell I have a lot of that in my artwork. Alright, let me go to Baljeet, and I know that I have a pinned comment of stuff that he was looking for. Um, he wanted let's see. Um, let me see. In the style of Lo-Fi Girl, he wanted a laptop, a MIDI keyboard, some gaming reading, some other stuff. Let me see. So we'll also plan a couple toggles. There's only 8 toggles, and um I don't think he's gonna want like 2 separate ones. My honk is broken up into the body and the arms. The arms being separately toggleable on their own. It's just easier to manage with just, one file. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna plan on having, expressions tied to certain things, um, but if he ends up wanting separate stuff, like, for example, he could put a laptop in front of him, have the objects in front of him, and then just have the honk model have different expressions so he doesn't have to worry about it being stuck to certain expressions. Like mango colors, very fruity. I do like fruit flavored things. My first time I bought the kind, in a tube. I'm curious to see how it compares to my mom's homemade version. Oh, interesting. A banana bread mix, I see. Okay, so I'm just gonna be doing some sketches. Baljeet also requested that it be facing forward because it's going to be tracked to the mouse. So I'm gonna use I'm just gonna sketch a little bit and see what I come up with. And then I'll send them to Baljeet and we'll move on to some other stuff. Let me know if the music needs to be softer, louder. Okay, and I'm gonna do a little bit more of a simplified style. It should be a little bit closer to Ghibli style. So let me see. Um, Let me look up Princess Mononoke because I think that's got a really good, solid, yeah, with what's his name. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, the eye shape is super important. Let me grab a more neutral expression. There we go. Wonderful. So here's Princess Mononoke for reference. Just kind of put all of our references somewhere around here. I'll probably make a sheet smaller too so I can see more of them. Working on art? Time to boot up the old Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, let's go. I wish you all the luck co-working. We're listening to some city pop, minding our beeswax, doing our thing. There we go. I was gonna use my Furby today, but I didn't feel like it. All right, so simplified jawline, simplified shapes. Simple is the name of the game. Rounded chin. I've never drawn anything in the Ghibli style before, so we're just gonna do our best. Oops. Enters through the floor. Hi, how are you? I'm doing well. also have the character looking down a little bit. So the nose will also be a little bit down. Jumping between 3 different projects, all with very different vibes. I'll take all the luck I can get. Oh, yeah. Working on like, different things all at once is a little bit tedious. Okay. So just a very kind of like a study kinda situation. Because so for those of you that don't know, Baljeet does a lot of, like, study time on his channel, some grading of paperwork, because he is a teacher, and also makes music and plays games. So if you're interested, Baljeet's a really cool person to hang out with. Became a little ground lizard, let's go. Slay. Wondering too if so I probably want the eyes to be a little bit more open than that. Maybe not too different. Two of them are for meme purposes. We love a good meme in this house. So I'm wondering if there's not a lot of it's very subtle, some of the design language. So I'm trying not to overcomplicate it, but I believe Belsheet will mostly be looking down while working, which also fits the lo-fi girl aesthetic. Very simple shapes. And headphones. I'll have to see if Baljeet wants headphones. I can imagine he would. Um, the brows are pretty good. So for like masculine characters, I want to keep the expression soft. It's hard to do that though when a character is looking down. Just the way that the brow has to curve ends up making them look a little less than friendly. But I think we're definitely in a good spot. And again, I've never drawn any Ghibli style stuff, so I'm trying to pay attention to I think one of the things that makes, obviously drawing anime is so difficult because a lot of it's very simplified. And so the more simple something is, the more difficult it is to do, which sounds like that wouldn't be the case. But the mouths are very simple. They just have a little triangle. The noses are also very simple. So I'm just trying to pay attention to the shapes that they use in the jawline. Doesn't have to be perfect, but this was the style that Bajit requested. So, and usually, so in the future, when I take honk um commissions, because I do want to take honk commissions, if somebody does not have art that they are submitting on their own, I will probably have a stipulation that I will be making the art in my own style. Um, like my pal Juby the Slime. Juby's model is in my style. Shiva Senpai also has art in my style. So I will probably make sure that I'm only making models in my art style. And then earrings as well. I don't know if it's just a head floating in the middle of the screen. All right. And I don't know if he wants his own outfit or if he wants the lo-fi girl outfit. That's another thing. Maybe I'll just give him a comfortable looking sweater or like a sweatshirt. That way it's a little bit more casual. Maybe lift the jawline a smidge. This will be mouse tracked as well. So I have to think about how it's going to be built as well. But honestly, I'm not going to do too much thinking about that because I don't even know if this is something, if this is what he's going to want it to look like. Um, so one thing at a time. I wish Blue Sky would let you have notifications on for accounts. I usually do that when I want to commission someone on Twitter so I can jump them when they post. That's also very fair. I do have a VGen, which I will only be using VGen for commissions just because of the safety. It doesn't have anything on it currently. However, if you would like, there are notifications through VGen, and you can wish list items and things as well. So if they go live, it'll let you know that your something off your wish list has opened. So if that's interesting to you, I recommend VGen a lot. Mhm. And a lot of people have been using it recently because of how convenient it is. Okay. So now I'm gonna make another layer. Simple hairstyle here. I don't think it has to be perfect Ghibli style, especially because it's not actually in the same pose as Lo-Fi Girl, but the reference is Lo-Fi Girl. So that's what we're working on. Symmetry off, symmetry back on. And then this hairstyle, let me go here. Let me move this up and move this down. His hair has these very fine braids. So I'm going to make sure that I maintain that. And one of the things, if you're working on textured hairstyles, I recommend. I think a lot of people get scared of textured hairstyles simply because they look really complex, but they're not. And I think people get intimidated by drawing like every single braid, but in reality, one, first off, there's a lot of really awesome artists that have made really awesome brushes that make braids like just in one swoop. So there's not an excuse not to learn. But two, if you focus on the large shapes first, you can break it down, and usually you can find a way to draw that is less tedious. And it can be really fun too to draw textured hairstyles. So I highly recommend. So there, mostly this top portion is separate from a shaved side portion. So I'm going to focus on making that look good first. Think about how far up it is off the head. Just do some simple implication of there being braid there. And then I might do a simple, something a little bit more simple like this. Yeah, I think simple shapes are probably going to be our best bet. So let me go back here and make sure that these braids are a little bit chunkier. Also, take a look at if you really want some fun textured hairstyle reference for like simplified. Take a look at like the Pokemon universe or other like video games, especially with like 3D. See how they are 3D modeling textured hair. The one thing with video games is that they have to be very economical with how they're structuring things. So if you want to find some simplified hairstyles, I recommend looking into that or just other video games in general. But the Pokemon universe has some diversity um, that would be a good reference, I think. I'm liking how this is turning out. I think the ears could be higher. So let me grab that. The one thing that I really like about Clip Studio that Photoshop doesn't have is selecting in symmetry. You have to select things manually, and I hate that. Okay. So now we have, I'm going to do some simple braids here. He's got this like top knot situation here, or more like a short ponytail. So I'm gonna just try to focus on getting a fun silhouette. Um, yeah, I just like that they stick out. Actually, let me move these over to this side. There we go. This music might be a little too sleepy today. It's a little overcast, so I don't really want it to be too sleepy. Let me get something a little bit more. How about my chill pillow? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Chill pill's the perfect medium between um music that's a little too exciting and music that's not exciting enough. What kinds of stuff are you guys working on if you're co-working and lurking? What are you working on? Well, if you're lurking, I don't wanna bother you, but yeah, so I think we've gotten it too a bit too broad with this. Let me use distort. There barely is sparks. Conversational fun. Yeah, a little bit better. Mhm. Thinking headphones are what he wanted, but I'm gonna focus on it without headphones. But yeah, Baljeet just does a lot of really calm activities usually. So having a model like this is probably very suited. Mm-mm-mm. Let me distort. There we go. All the time. Yeah. Let me also rotate a little. This takes a little of that symmetry out of it too, which makes it look nice. One thing I'm working on is my own version of a Dr. Pepper soy jack meme a friend sent me because I love Dr. Pepper so much. Dr. Pepper's good. Times I felt better, lost in this weather. Dr. Pepper is delicious. Okay. Then we have some of these really fun gold beads. There we go. Breaks up the hair. Okay. I like where that's going. Let me go back to symmetry. Ba, 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 ba. One of the things now is to make it look that like he's on a desk. And I don't know if he wants me to incorporate the desk or if there's something in the overlay. I think it'll be better if I don't incorporate the desk. The problem there though is that there's a layering issue. Having the body be behind something but his arms be over it um is a little tricky, especially because he's going to be moving around. Um Also too, um is giving him the ability to look up with his mouse. Shouldn't have too much of a problem. I might have it where when he's talking his eyes are more open. But I'll see what Honk can do. Hi, how are you doing, Zerny? All the time. Let me see. What is Lo-Fi Girl wearing? Just like a sweater and what looks to be a scarf. I want to work on a Clover Calliope version of the Pick It Up line from Puss in Boots' Last Wish, and a little piece showing my Sona holding a big old hammer. I love that. When this emote become a thing, I made it on Tuesday. I just made it. Also the same with the take this emote where he's got a little flower. Okay. Yeah. There he is. He's just a little man. All right. Let me see. So the one thing that we'll have to do, we can probably keep the torso mostly the same. If we have like a hooded area, the hood can be on its own, which I'm going to just treat it like he's wearing a sweatshirt. First off, before I do that, let me focus on the anatomy first. It's so easy to overcomplicate stuff. Let's just focus on the anatomy first before I get too far ahead of myself. Club Penguin dance will forever be the best dance. No, you're right. No, you're right. Okay. Yes. So Ghibli has fairly realistic proportions, so I'm gonna just try to maintain that. I'm thinking it might be better off for me to provide a desktop to him, and he can put items on top of it. That way the model's always in proper perspective. Um, the one thing is that Lo-Fi Girl is resting a head on hand, which would be a little bit more difficult to maintain tracking with, but we might be able to figure that out. Well, we should be able to figure that out. The issue though comes with um, you know, items on the desk, which I think honestly could just be images that he can swap out in his overlay. I think that would be a better use of the toggle so he can just have expression. Excuse me, just have expression toggles instead of having to worry about items and things. That way he can still have his. And the one thing though is if he's gaming, his whole posture is going to have to be slightly different. So I think if he's got the gaming stuff, I'll have to make a default position where the head and features are slightly different. So let me lift lift some of this stuff here. So what I would do here is I would probably just bring this up. I would lower the ears, and then I would take these features and I would lift them. And obviously the eyes would be more open, looking directly at us. In fact, this would probably need to be a little bit more altered here. Let me use my warp. Same with these bits here. So you can really see just how easy it'll be to like feign perspective. Also, the sides of the head don't need to be as wide now. And the brows can be turned up a bit more. Some of the features don't have to be as close together because he's looking more toward us. There we go. Lower that down a little. So here is the looking down, looking up, which would be fairly straightforward to do, especially because the features are so simple. I think the gaming toggle would just have a whole entire different head for after. See that? Actually, in that case, I feel like I should just lower all this a little bit more as well. Yeah, before. The jaw as well needs to be brought into a slightly different position here. Just goes to show that, oops, hello? Just goes to show that it's pretty straightforward to change the perspective on something. Um, but you just have to be able to see it in your head, turn around. Yeah, that's pretty easy. It's amazing how much it looks. And then the final thing too is if I lower the head a little bit and then definitely looks a lot more like the head is turning in space. Really simple stuff, really easy stuff. He's mostly gonna be in this position though. So we are going to focus on that. Let me save. For those of you that are working on stuff, make sure you're saving your work. Spell sheet, model, sketches. All right, save your stuff. Save your stuff. My pal Fable did like a whole. She was drawing on stream for like 4 hours and hadn't saved once. Love sketch phases so much. Hell yeah. Yeah, before, after. So having his head turn in space is probably our best bet so that and also too um here's another example. So now that the head is looking more at us, we don't want him to be leaning so much forward. So we're going to lower this down and we're going to so before, after, and actually, I'm gonna raise that so that's this way. So let me do a quick let me show you really quickly what it would look like in a better way. We'll do the timeline. Let me make a there we go. Here's one frame, here's the other frame. So now I can flip between the two. Before, after, before, after. And we can change a little bit more about his posture. Before, after, before, after. Yeah, we can change more about the posture as well, probably unslope the shoulders, but for now, um, we're just focused on getting the base put together. And I also will need to run this by Baljeet first anyway, so I'm not gonna be, doing too much. But the one thing is I think we'll have to provide him with a tabletop for his overlay, so like a desk. Um, and then we'll just create some props around the desk. Probably just gonna keep it simple, and the model will just include a tabletop, which he can have on or off screen as he pleases. Desk, head, and body. The one thing too is that since this is going to be a model, just thinking about how I'm gonna break it into pieces is going to be a big, um, is going to be big. So, Lo-Fi Girl has one hand up and one hand on the desk. Um, so wondering if we're gonna have I don't want to put the hand near the face at all because that's just gonna make for some awkward construction when the mouse moves around. So what I might try is for just like a posture where the arms are on the desk, like so. So that way, if he's working on papers, like, and I can put like a pen in one hand, and just basically have the laptop hide that. So, um, and just change the arms only when necessary. Um, because this is definitely, we're gonna try to make it simple. Just try to get some of the clothes here. There we go. Make this a little bit less inward. There we go. Bring the shoulders are forward, which makes him look a little bit more relaxed. Whatever we're gonna do with the wrists here. This is a good posture for like typing as well, or like reading. Um, so let's make the desk a little bit more like this. Lower it a little. Nice. See if I can't make the arms a little bit bigger. A tiny stray carrot, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Mm. Go with a really nice sweater kind of vibe. I think a sweater actually would be nicer, but we could do a sweatshirt where there's like a little bit more of a hood. But I like the idea of a sweater. That's just something we can run by him. Oh. Yeah. We'll just treat it like a sweater for now. And that also gives a really pretty knit texture. Oh, I like that idea. Something kind of like that. I like that. I think the default will be like paperwork. Yeah. Let's also do here we have the other head, the other expression. We'll probably straighten his torso up a little bit and extend these upper arms just to make it and then he'll have like a game controller or whatever. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, headphones. I was like, what am I up to? What am I doing? Some really stylish headphones. Let me actually lower the or change the color a little so it's a bit easier to see what I'm doing. Okay. This song is so good. I believe it's in Thai, which is really cool. This band is called Polycat. Mhm. Alright, and we won't focus, we'll have these be Bluetooth headphones, just because it's easier that way. Because it's easier. Wonderful. There we go. And we'll have the hands on their own layer as well. So I'm gonna start, I believe he's right-handed. Let me go back over to the, let's see. Planning with a laptop, music, MIDI keyboard, gaming, reading, laughing, sleepy. Um okay. Yeah, so a laptop, these hands definitely work well with a laptop. Um let's see. Working on music, so having a MIDI keyboard, I might request for him to send an image of his specific MIDI keyboard. Gaming and reading, so this would also work for reading. So, okay. So let's do some just basic hands here. Hello? Sick, so sad, whenever I'm happy, it makes you mad. The base of the hand. Typing on a keyboard situation here. Hands are a little silly looking. Some of these fingers could be a little lower than others. That'll make it look like they're typing. There we go. We're just doing a sketch. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. I could also bring the arms, the forearms a little bit outward here. So they're less like this. Oops. Yeah, a little less in perspective. That'll also make it feel a little nicer, I think. That's one of the things that's tough about doing like forearms in perspective is like knowing when it's like too far in to be natural. Something that I mess up all the time. There we go. And now we can move the hands a little farther from each other and it'll look a little less, oops, a little less awkward. There we go. Okay. My way. The thing that right click, please. Damn. Yeah. Some sort of laptop. I'll also see what kind of laptop he wants, if he has a specific laptop that he's interested in, or if it doesn't quite matter. Oops. There we go. Up my ship. Oops. Low. There we go. And we have the little hinges on the laptop. Lovely. Some sort of symbol. There we go. There we go. Look at that. It's pretty nice. Might be able to lift that laptop up a little bit. Perfect. And you won't be seeing the hands, so if we wanted to include different hands for a different toggle, we totally could. Um, and this would be a simple enough well, here's the thing, because the art is so simple, if I did Oh, hello. Hi. Hello. Huh? Welcome back. I hope you had a good time. My wife is back home, everybody. Say hi, Wooly. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
She's picked up our cat, and now our
She's
cat's
not happy now.
protesting. Uh-uh.
I brought home cans of soda. I don't know if you want any right now.
Oh, thank you. Marspan, what are you yelling about? She's screaming. All right, bye, girl. See you later. Get out of here, you stinkies. Oh, now Marspan's refusing to leave. She's boycotting.
Can I just let her leave her in here?
As soon as you close the door, she will cry. Oh, now the other cats come in.
Okay.
Oh, now all the girls are in here. Oops. Oops. Hold on. My window's lost. There we go. Jeepers. Jeepers. Y'all, she's protesting. She's putting up a fight. My goodness. Putting up a fight. There they go. Also, Uli made it so the door to the office doesn't squeak anymore. Isn't that great? So now whenever she comes in, I can't tell. So that's why she knocked on the door. She's like, I gotta let you know that I'm coming in. Okay, so I think this style's pretty good. There's a lot of possibilities. One of the things that I think could be really cool, the art in this model is going to be very simple. It's going to be cell shaded. So if the one thing is that um Honk only has 8 toggles. So something that we could do is if and I'll have to ask Baljeet, so this isn't really something that we can like answer at this very moment in time. But if Baljeet would want the props to be included with the arms, he wouldn't be able to change his expressions here, but he would be able to move around like, like how I move. Um, he would be able to have some movement with his mouse. One of the things I could do is make additional art that changes per toggle to have like a bit of like a laptop glow. So let me give you the example of what I would have here. Probably something a little bit like this. Obviously the you know, ignore some of this like let me use my soft brush actually here. So we would be able to have more of like a custom lighting situation because, the laptop is on. That's kind of interesting. It would just really be that the all the rigging would remain the same, but the art would change um because it's a toggle. So this would be something very simple to do. It would just be the difference of exporting some of these things again. But if the art's going to be really easy and simple anyway, I don't see why not. But yeah, having a little bit of a glow come from the laptop is very fun. I like that idea. Um, and then have like the face kind of and of course when the laptop is not active, the glow wouldn't be happening. So that's kind of a fun idea. So this is the laptop. And then when he's speaking, I could have it that the torso does, the head and the torso, you know. I think it would be better to keep, cuz he can move his facial features and things here. He'd be able to like turn and look around a little bit in a similar range of motion that I have. Um But I think this would be better for, like, when he's gaming, so he's looking more like he's looking at the screen. However, I could have it that when he's speaking, he sits up, um, which would just be a matter of coordinating those body pieces to have um, mouth sprites essentially. And I know that sounds kind of strange, but the way that Honk works, for any of you that are curious, Honk has a combination of like they have the let me get my brush again. So they have like the eye open to eye blink. So they have, so you can set things to have, open eye or blink function. So obviously the eye pieces would have that, but if you wanted something else to have a different motion on a blink, like somewhat randomized, you could assign it, assign images to it being, when it's blinking, and and it would function, very similar to other PNG programs. But then there's also the mouths, which have a closed and then an open. The thing is that the open has 14 sprite slots. So if I just wanted to have my mouth open and close, I would only provide one sprite. So in theory, what I could do with the torso and the upper arms, and like the head pieces, um, is have them be in have a different PNG for when it's active versus inactive. The issue with that is making sure that the mouth would have to be in the same position in both bodies. So I think in order to keep it simple, I might avoid doing that and just have different toggles have different postures instead of trying to combine them into the one. Um, uh-oh. Twitch, you gonna behave? Twitch. There we go. It's like connecting to chat. And I was like, I should still be connected, you silly Billy. All right, so there's this laptop one, which I think is pretty good. The next one I'm gonna do is gaming. And then go with some expressions. I feel like he'll mostly want to use the expressions while gaming rather than while studying. While gaming and making music. The issue with that then is should I have, maybe this is one toggle and then maybe there's another one that has like, you know, because he could I don't know, this is all hypothetical. I'll have to ask Beljeet more what he wants, but I can combine things, it just in order to, like, keep it kinda limited with how complex it gets, I'll just need to figure that out. But in the meantime, I'll do some other sketches for things. I think if he wants to use the expressions when he's gaming, then he'll have, let's say, because there's 8 toggles, so let's say the laptop has 2 toggles, right? One where he's just working, uh, and then one maybe where he's, like, sleeping. Working, sleeping. So maybe he's, like, dozing off, Maybe if he goes BRB, he has got, like, a sleeping one. And then, maybe the gaming has 2 toggles as well, so gaming has 2 toggles, where he's, like, laughing and then just, like, normal expression. There's various ways, but if we're tying it to what he's using in his hands, he can have any combination of things. So that's something that I'm just gonna focus on doing some sketches of what the style will look like and what his objects will look like, and expressions. And then once I do that, I'll send it to him and ask him how he wants his toggles. But you can see here, let me get rid of this, that we have. Let me copy and paste. Let me do gaming. So yeah, we can do quite a bit with Honk. It's just really about there are endless possibilities. It's more so about like narrowing it down. You know what I mean? So let's replace the head and the body. There we go. These headphones will also need to go up and be slightly less silly proportion. Oops. Also, y'all, I've been seeing Ani play a lot of Minecraft recently. I wanna play Minecraft. Just bring these out a little bit. before, after. Doop, doop. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lift these shoulders a little too. Keep this here. Lift this up like his posture has changed. And do the same thing with the body. Lift the shoulders up. Closing my eyes. Just actually gonna just take this. It's very simple to change posture in art. It doesn't seem like it would be, but it's pretty straightforward. Okay. Also with how far the neck comes up. There we go. I've been playing Cobblemon so much lately, it's honestly rekindled my love for Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft's one of those things. Here before, after. Oops. See, just a subtle change of posture. Um, that just really helps. Let me get rid of the laptop and we'll change a little bit how the arms are positioned. I'm one of those folks that gets kind of caught up in are the okay, this body needs to be changed. Doink doink. Okay. I'm one of those folks that gets caught up in like Minecraft for, maybe like a month or something, and then I walk away from it. And then I come back in like another month or, another couple months and just, you know what I mean? I can't help it. I really enjoy I really enjoy playing Minecraft. I have some mods and stuff on it and some shaders that are fucking crazy looking. The issue is that they're a little chunky on the computer. So, I might have to restrict how many mods I have if I want to play it on stream. All right, so we're going to change the hands to be gaming hands and have the arms be like rotated in a little bit. More relaxed kind of posture. And broaden the shoulders a little. Rotate. Broaden out the shoulders. Have them be less in facing, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I love watching Forge Lab videos when they come out too. Those are fun. Okay, go back to the symmetry tool. And I actually have some my own hands. Let me grab my hands that I use for my. We'll go to art, model storage, Mandi, arms, images. Let me see if I can't find a body. Okay. So the fingers and stuff are all different. Here, let me just turn on my game hands so I can get a better look. Yeah, actually these are a pretty good example. Don't mind that my arms don't match the body. I get all it on my bedroom balls. Okay, so now we have the hand, knuckles facing this direction, thumbs, and fingers. These are curled under, so they're not as important right now. We're just trying to make sure that we're matching the desktop and where the wrists would be. Honestly, for the laptop one, you won't even see it. So these fingers are curled under, and as you can see, I have um, the thumbs in mine tracked to mouth movement stuff, and also the blink, which is pretty silly. So let me then see. And I don't know what kind of controller Belgique would want, but let's distance these hands a little. Not do anything. No, just made them look bad for a second. I'm gonna just go with a good old, like, PlayStation controller or some shit, you know what I mean? Dive as deep as they can. We'll do something like this. Perfect. Buttons. I might widen them a little. There. Pretty simple. Headphones. Let me make this taller as well. There we go. Okay, so this would kind of be the look for the gaming. Here's the laptop, gaming, laptop. Oops. And then let's see if he's working on music. I think we could do the same thing with the laptop. We'd have like the MIDI keyboard, but maybe he has one hand on his mouse and um another one on the MIDI keyboard. Let me look up a good MIDI keyboard. And that's really the only items that he said. So maybe each, since there's three, I guess depending on which one he wants to use more, right? So if he's going to be gaming more, it might be better to give him a couple different expressions for gaming. But if he's going to be working on music or working on his laptop more, it might be better to give him more options with either of those. But having either, like having a laughing for when he's playing video games, having a scared, maybe, maybe the laptop has two, the gaming has like four, and the MIDI has two. We'll see. Okay, it's just a little tiny keyboard. I love. So let me do, I'll call this MIDI. Schmitty Warberman Jensen. Get rid of the laptop. Get rid of the glow. And we'll, actually, I'll just keep one of these hands. I'll use his right hand, assuming that his right hand will be, oh, actually, I'll use his left hand, and then maybe his right hand and right arm are on like a, well, no, actually, we could probably use the same hands and arms, they would just have a different prop. Now that's something. Okay, so let's just kind of make a little MIDI keyboard here. Usually doesn't have too much room on. There we go. There's like some buttons and such. And then this. Lovely. Um, Obviously it won't be symmetrical because piano/keyboards don't fucking work that way. But, and then we'll put some different slots and stuff there. And maybe for this one, his laptop's actually like off to the side. So he still has that prop. That might be interesting. Okay, so let's move this over here. Maybe his laptop is now like more off to the side. And open still. Something like this. That's kind of a fun idea. So he still has the laptop continuity there. A little symmetry off. Something like this. Something a little bit like that. That way makes this a little bit more interesting. Um, Gives it a bit more, because if we have this whole desk to play with, I mean, I might as well use that, you know what I mean? Let me use my notebook again. Might as well take the opportunity if we're going to be playing with the entire space. And then here, I might be able to do some lighting where the laptop light is actually coming from over here instead. Hmm? That's kind of neato. So instead of it coming from in front of him, it's coming from beside him. That's kind of neat. That could be cool. Having integrated lighting with these models, because there is just so little. The style is so simple. And if we have control over all of the assets, I mean, we might as well. One thing that the lo-fi girl does have is a lamp. That's pretty quintessential. So if we had a lamp over here, we could also have a different colored light on this side. Um, and if we're gonna be changing the character anyway to, having these different pieces be changed, I feel like we could do some interesting stuff with lighting. And that's kind of interesting, having lighting drawn into the model. That might be able to give us a little bit of I don't know, a little bit of an interesting edge to this model. So let me draw the lamp real quick. Yeah, hell yeah. Hi there, how are you? So let me draw a lamp of some sort. And then after that, we will send this off to Belgique. Or I'll get it ready to send off and I'll probably let him know. Um, so that, you know, um, I can actually type out a better, you know, explanation of what I'm thinking and what I'm working on. But after that, we're gonna work on I think we're gonna try doing some animation actually, and then I can work on my illustration. Sometimes with animating stuff, I kind of just need to be in a spot where I'm not talking or doing anything. So we're just gonna pretend we have the lamp here. The one thing is I don't want the lamp to distract, so it might not be worth it to have actually her lamp is more downturned like this. Bum, 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 bum. That way it really sells home that this is meant to look like the lo-fi girl. And we'll just kind of have one of these. It's got like springs in it to keep it here. There. Hi there, wizard. How are you? Okay, so now we have this big lamp here. I'm doing well, thank you. Currently working on some sketches for a friend's honk model. Just kind of messing around. So if this is the case, then we might be able to have some soft lighting. I don't know how much again, I don't know how much he wants to have in here. I don't want to overcomplicate the scene, but if we're doing it, might as well. Waiting for my mom to bring me some Costco pizza. Hell yeah. What kind of pizza? Let me see if I can't do some lighting real quick. So maybe we have something like this because it's the lighting is coming from here, just softer. Something like this. Like that. That's fun. Cheese? Hell yeah. Honestly, I could fuck up a pizza. I could fuck up a pizza. Okay. Let me leave that. Here's laptop. Laptop, MIDI, gaming. And then I don't know if you'd want the laptop still there or not. But what I'll do here is I'll make the alternate expressions. Let me blur this out. I'll make the alternate expressions on this one just so it's all right. Lamp and lamp glow. Wonderful. All right. So that's kind of fun. Having some integrated lighting in the model is very interesting. I'm interested in how that might play out. Okay. So, let me do some alternate expressions, get that exported out and show Belgique, and then we'll work on something else. Ugh, my chair's so squeaky, my god. Okay, the gaming one would have some toggles for the fingers as well. Not really toggles, but just the fingers would move. So let me do mentioned laughing and crying slash scared. Um, and then let me double check what he asked for. Thanks for the flower. Sleepy, crying, determined, laughing, reading, gaming. I think reading could also be bumped in with the laptop, so I think we might be able to just get the most out of each one of these. So basically, have 3 prop sets, but have a variety of expressions. So let me copy. Dug it up from the plant displays in the mall. I mean, I found it outside. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice of you. Aw, wow. Actually, here, I'll just make a new head each time. Do default. Let's make a new one. We're gonna make this one uh laugh. Okay. So one of the things that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the whoa, take this. So if we're laughing, the eyes are gonna be a little bit more closed than this. I'm gonna take this and we're gonna move that down here. And same with the eyebrows. Gonna move those up so that there's a little bit more going on. I like to also have the eyebrows when the eye blinks, I like to have the eyebrow go down a little bit just because I think it's fun. I'm so good. Hell yeah. One thing that'll really help when you open the mouth of a character is make sure that you're also opening the jaw. It doesn't need to be a crazy amount, but it it ends up saving you some headache. There we go. Before, after. Ah, yep. Obviously, too, the laugh will probably just be the ah mouth. But giving him a little bit more personality here. Have the eye turn up, maybe. Yeah. There's the laugh. Maybe wider and more open. And then lower that a little. Yeah, that's a sweet looking laugh. And then scared. Is a B1 battle droid good for you starting humanoids? Or just wait, good for just starting humanoids? Well, hi Protogen. Nice of you to ask a question, but also, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I might be humanoid, but damn. I don't know. How are you? People always ask if B1 Battle Droid is good for just starting humanoids, but no one asks how is B1 Battle Droid good for just starting humanoids. All right, the next one was like crying slash scared. So let's do scared, and we'll put some tears in the eyes. We will start with the eyebrows. So that'll be probably the easiest thing. Curve in the, make them look a little bit more worried. Probably better just to draw it, to be honest. All right, and then have the eye be a little bit, have tears, and then a little bit less of a smile and more like a worried, like, yeah. Ghibli got them the big Ghibli tears, so make them a little bit bigger, and maybe have like down the side here. Hi, chat. Hi, Mandy. Hi, chat. Hi there, Minty. How are you? No, I'll just leave them like that. Yeah, scared, laugh, think the laugh eyes could be moved up a little, maybe? Hi, Sundrake. I see that you've redeemed it. Hold on, hold on. Let me make sure I save. And let me make sure that that plays. Bikubot's been very temperamental lately, so let me make sure you're high redeemed. There. Oh, wait, there it goes. Hi, Sundrake. How are you? I'm your little butterfly. Hi. I hope you're doing well. All right, so there's that. So we have those three expressions. Sleepy might be another one. So we'll make the default, just giving some emote options. Sleepy. And that way we can kind of get a better idea. Sleepy, super easy. Just close the eyes. There we go. And then maybe the head's off to the side a little. Put this here. Sleepy. Problem with that is like moving stuff around. If it's off center a little bit, then it's a little bit harder to do that. And then should I give him the nose bubble? Hold on, symmetry off. Nose bubble. I don't know if that might be too much. How are you, Sundrake? We could have some Z's here. That's nice. Oh, look, he's sleeping. Don't bother him. Don't bug him. And then determined was another one that he mentioned. Gaming, reading, laughing, determined, sleepy, crying. Okay, okay, determined. It's kind of like an excited look. So let's grab this default. We'll do excited. I think that's a little bit easier. Laugh. Let me take the jaw from laugh, but we'll have it be a little bit more. There we go. There we go. And we'll make this a bit more excited. Kind of like that little something like that. The eyes will have much wider. Make sure that I'm maintaining the Ghibli look. And then maybe like stars in the eyes. That always tends to be the default like look of determination, I think. Actually, I'll just take the brows here. There we go. Yeah. And then I'll do something like some stars over here that do something. There we go. Nothing like some sparkles. Lovely. Perfect. All right. So I think in terms of what we got here, we have excited, we have the sleepy, which has its own headphones, we've got the scared, we've got the laugh, and we've got the default. So I think we have a pretty good range for Baljeet. So now that I have those done, I'll take care of those after stream to uh to basically see what he wants. I have so much space here. He's just kind of in the middle here. Let me turn everything on and let me make everything bigger. There. There we go. So here's the laptop. Having props integrated into a model is actually pretty fun. Gaming, obviously there's all the expressions there, so ignore that. And then the MIDI, which is very exciting. All right. Now, let me Do we so here's the thing, do y'all wanna see animation first, or do you want illustration first? The illustration, I think we can work on for longer. Um, Let me open that back up. Open recent. There we go. So this is the illustration. I'm actually getting through some of the clean sketch, and I'm wondering if the clean sketch should just stay clean sketch or if I should do some inking on this, like actually just do clean ink, which I feel like I should do some clean inking. It might be really good, might be really cool. Here's the color, by the way, some of the color. So I can either work on this first or I can work on the animation, which I think we might be able to get some of the animation done in a good amount of time. So we'll see. I did one of the things that I don't like is my current music player is, I don't know, it often like doesn't refresh properly when a new song plays. So one of the things I've done in my new um overlays, I've gotten an improved version. So our songs will actually um play through properly. Heck yeah. Taking a look at my blue sky real quick. Wonderful. I think the tutorial actually, hold on, let me check. Let me check something real quick. The tutorial is only 43 likes away from reaching 1,000. It's so far my biggest on Blue Sky, so thank you guys so much. Hi, Turtle, how are you? Nah. Okay, so got him right in the pool. So let me open up the I think we should do some animation first. And if it's not turning out how I want it to, I'll just go into the illustration and I'll animate later. Let's do open art. I needed a dip. I installed light fixture, but it don't work. Oh, doing illustrations, or sorry, installations. Wow. Doing installation is hard, especially with electric stuff. All right, we'll come back to this. Let me put a disclaimer up at the top here. Not my art. Um, Animating this starting soon screen by Cat Prickles. Catcus. Bam. Can't see that shit. Hold on, let me fix. Oops. No, I don't want filters. Property. Do illustrating. How's that? Yeah. There we go. It's receiving power and all that, but I'm just annoyed if the unit itself is broke because mounting that was a pain. No, yeah, it's getting anything onto a wall is fucking frustrating. Absolutely. All right, so the way I'm going to be animating this, it's going to be pretty rudimentary. I'm not using After Effects. I have used After Effects in the past, but I cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered to animate this in After Effects. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of layer cleanup, see if I can't make sure that I get this art. It's already broken up very thoroughly, but I just want to make sure that everything is independent of itself so that I can move things around properly. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using Photoshop to animate this. And then from there, I will be using the video timeline instead. For this, I'm just going to let me group Mandi and then the DDR floor. Group that. DDR4. Wonderful. The logo. I'm going to turn, what's that? Oh, that's my shadow. Okay. We might have to cut up Dancing Mandi if we want her to. Okay, so these are these arrows. Wonderful. Let me group those together. Arrows. Pop. Song map. Okay. That's the bar. What's this? Okay, that's also the bar. And then this is the gauge. Oh, perfect. So I can have the gauge fill up more. That's fun. Bar art, bar gauge. That's pretty cool. And then the moving arrows. Arrows moving. And then this little guy in the corner. Nice. The text also I'll put on top of things. This is perfect and combo. Wonderful. Okay. Make sure that everything is organized where I need it. Background. All right, let me lock the background. So all my layers should be organized. Everything is put together. And yeah, so I'm thinking Dancing Mandy, we might break apart for some extra movement, but I don't know what I want Dancing Mandy to do. I could also puppet warp and just make duplicates of the Mandy and puppet warp into different positions, which could be very, very straightforward. But I know that I want to do some pulsing glow on these arrows up here to match DDR, and then I want these arrows to go up. Hi Teeny, how are you? Thanks for the jump scare, my goodness. There's our timeline. We'll do a video timeline. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Want some more exciting music? There we go. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. This music fits our vibe. Oh! Oh my gosh, Teeny! What? Thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. My goodness. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Who got all the subs? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much for all this. My goodness gracious. God damn. Thank you so much for the gifted subscriptions to the community. Oh my gosh. If anybody got a sub from Teeny, please say thank you. Offer Teeny a flower, everyone. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the biddies. Damn. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I really appreciate the sweet gestures. Thank you. Oh, I love too that I'm getting notifications about how much it is to the next level. That's cool. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, for Hype Train, since you have initiated it, Teeny, uh, do you have a little doodle that you'd like me to make since you initiated this Hype Train? Something silly while we're in the middle of it. Here, let me make another. Let me make a nice background. In fact, I might just draw Teeny. Let me see. Let me see. Let me find an image of you real quick. Would it be rude for me to ask if you can doodle me? Yeah, hell yeah. Here, let me see. I bet I can find something real quick too. Yeah, your blue sky. Let me see. Oh, cute. Yeah, if you have a reference that you'd like to send, you can put a link in the chat to an image if you like, and I'll doodle that. Thank you so much for the hype train, by the way. If anybody else would like to contribute to the hype train, I can also doodle you as well. Too late. Okay, let me go in the Discord. I'm trying to make hype trains a little bit more exciting. Thank you so much. Oh, perfect. What a cute little oops, what a cute little reference. Uh the reference disappeared. There it goes. There it goes. Copy image. What a little sweet little turnaround. All right. We're drawing Teeny real quick. A little doodle because of the wonderful hype train. Thank you so much. And if anybody else would like to contribute, I can also do little doodles for you as well. Look at this little guy. I love the pajama pants. Okay. Make this a little darker. Oh! Teeny, thank you so much for 5 more gift subs. What the heck? Thank you. Oh my gosh. Your generosity is so sudden. Thank you so much. Oh, oh my gosh. So many really cool people got some really cool subs. Let's go. Thank you for the gifted subs. My gosh. My goodness gracious. Gotta make sure that I draw you looking right. Yeah, draw you looking right. Get a little bit more of a I don't want to listen to the song. No. Boing. Yeah, perfect. You want parties to be making? Have some noise. Can I get some hype in the chat for Teeny, please? My goodness, so much is happening all of a sudden. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Alora. How are you? All right. So if anybody is just coming in, we have a hype train. Anyone that contributes, I'll make a little doodle for you. Teeny has just donated 15 subs. Hell yeah. Time today. Na 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 na. Doing good. Got my leftover Dairy Queen root beer. I'm vibing. I'm doing well. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the bits, Teeny. Someone stop this person. Oh my god. My goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Let me mute our ads too. Jeepers creepers. Thank you so much for level 4 being completed. Clover! Oh my gosh, Clover, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. If you'd like to send a link in the chat for a reference for Clover, please do. Women are my favorite guy. This train is schmoving. Yes, thank you so much. Look at them all. Look at them all. Look at them. They're all going over there to give you a hug. Your face needs to be a little bit more squamped, I think. There we go. You're a little bit more round here. How does it mean when the rhythm is bad? There is nothing to be sad. If you need the open mouth for reference, I sent you more. Oh, thank you. Look at all your fucking expressions. Oh, silly. I love the angry clown. Well, the cop one? Let's go. Oh, you got green teeth. Your mouth is all green in there. Perfect. Perfect. You got a green little mouth. Yeah, so Clover, if you have a link to any reference you'd like to send, please do. These are going to be little doodles while the hype train's happening. For anyone that's just joining us, we have a hype train. We are on what level 5? The teeth are teal, yeah. I'm doing this sweet little expression here. Wait, I got jam here. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Teeny! Teeny, what are you doing? Teeny, I'm already drawing you. Take your time, Clover. Teeny, I'm already drawing you. Thank you so much. What the heck? Make sure you're taking care of yourself too. My goodness gracious. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate all these gifted subs. You're going crazy. You're going crazy. Oh my god. Let me see. Kind of do a little bit of like a brow situation here. Yeah. There we go. Having a screen for a face is just so I mean, it's open more. No, please, please. I'm in danger. Thank you. I really appreciate it. My goodness. If you guys end up like we don't get hype trains very often, so if you guys enjoy, um, if you guys enjoy this as a hype train incentive, then I can continue doing this. Again, we don't get hype trains super often, so artificial sweetener. Okay, we have this piece in the front here. But it's not a screen, so to speak, as a visor for the helmet that I'm wearing. Oh, interesting. I like that. So it's just your face showing through the visor. It's just a stylistic interpretation. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Mhm. Hi, Tayo. How are you? Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Hope you're doing well. I'm a Toon Spartan from the Halo universe. You know what? I've never played Halo, but the helmet did make me think of Halo. I think especially this bottom piece here. Hmm. So that just goes to show that your design is very clear. If somebody who didn't know anything about Halo got Halo energy from it. Artificial sweetener. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Clover, you can take your time too with the there we go. So let me make sure that I'm getting some of the angles here right. Yeah. Let me also do a little bit of a stabilization. Based on my Halo cosplay with is my own Spartan from Halo Reach. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. That was a little bit easier. Sorry, I had to refresh due to delay. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I hope you're doing well. We're currently in a hype train, so I am drawing Teeny, who has contributed way too many subs. Thank you again, Teeny and Bits. And then also Clover, who also contributed some subs. And thank you guys again, both of you. So anybody else who contributes to the hype train, I'll be doing some doodles, some little sketchy doodles of you guys. Can't promise they're gonna be amazing. Yeah, thank you guys so much. We're already at level 6, which is crazy. I just wanna do I don't know, I wanted to do something a little nice to celebrate a hype train. My goodness gracious. Okay, so we have, like, a bigger seam here. Yeah, okay. We've got something like this. Yeah. Hi, Malachi. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. You guys are being very kind to me. You guys are being very kind to me, so thank you. I'm just trying to make sure that I get some of these angles approximate. La la. And they have a little bit of an ear piece here. There we go. Round it this way. And before I get too much further, let me adjust some of the proportion. There we go. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the proportion sauce, you know what I mean? Especially with something like this. Would it be okay if I sent two? One for an updated hair and other for an outfit slash character? Of course, of course. Of course. Thank you so much for your kind donations. Sasquatch, thank you so much. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for your subscription and thank you guys so much for the hype train. That's so kind of you. Let's see what we got. Well, we got a little bear. Let's fucking go. Got a little bear. Yippee. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Sasquatch, you got right in at the end of the hype train. If you would like to submit an image, I can doodle you since you contributed to our hype train. Thank you so much. Since you pick up my IRL TNS cosplay and IRL Teeny if you wanted to see. Oh, thank you. Let me see. Oh, hell yeah. Not so teeny. You're the opposite of teeny. But I love it. I love the stylization too of the helmet. It just goes to show that it's good character design. Updated hair. Okay, okay. Oh, cute. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be really cute. Clover, thank you so much. And Sasquatch, if you would like a little doodle like what we're working on here, Feel free to send reference images in the chat. Just let me know that you're sending them. But thank you so much for subscribing. Enjoy the emotes, everybody. And if you received a subscription from Teeny or Clover today, make sure that you say thank you. Give them some flowers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You need to make me feel. Wanted to show my emotion more than that's why my face and the visor are more expressive. Absolutely. Yeah. The character design's very sweet. Um, you definitely broadened it out too to make it much more legible. Okay, I gotta move my arm around here. So we're gonna focus on this shape here. Ah, ah. More tunify, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is too thick on the bottom here. Let me fix that. Oops. There we go. Yeah, simple designs. I was talking about this earlier, but simple art is harder in most respects than complicated art. With complicated art, it really just comes down to time, really. Time and effort. But simple designs are so difficult to nail down in the first place. And then also, um, then just making sure that I don't know, it's because the details offer you cover for, like, things like proportion and stuff like that. So, if your proportion is off, if the shading is off, it ends up making the simpler stuff, look bad because you can't hide behind complexity. But with simple stuff, really just takes some time. Okay. So we have that. Let me do one more skew-a-roni here just to get us a little bit more. There we go. I think I need a little bit more depth back here, which I will do. Get a little bit more depth on this side. Actually, don't want to miss this here. There we go. Music brings me back. Hell yeah. Yeah, it does. That's the aim, that's the goal. Reference for the sheet itself. Thank you. Oh, heck yeah. So that's and then the new hair. Got it. It's cute. It's cute. Thank you so much. Tell me what is wrong, 'cause now it's got to be alone. All right. We'll beef this out here. Nice, nice. All right. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Let's go. Teeny. Did you make these? Did you do the art for your model? It's awesome. All right. Making sure that I don't get too chunky with some of these things. And let me also tweak this out. No, I didn't do the art, but the design is mine. Hell yeah. Yeah, the whole vibe is great. All right, trying to get the same tune energy by moving the facial features around. Close up of the face in case you need it. Thank you. Oh, cute. Yeah. Yeah. Cute. That's gonna be very fun. All right. Let me turn this off. Or rather, let me copy. Uh Doodling type train conductors. Hi there. How are you, raccoon? Let me put this over here. Ow. Ba-da-dow, ba-da-dow. Let me put this here just to keep it off on my other screen. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm doodling our hype train conductors. Thank you again. Dum da dee doo, dum dum dee doo dee dow, dum da dee doo. They're just little doodles, but I'm gonna do some light coloring on them. Some really simple stuff. There we go. Doing great, just finished some homework. Now I can finally chill. Hell yeah. We did some sketches for a honk model for the uh person that has made our some of our stream music. So that was awesome. It's been something that I've been meaning to do for a while, so I'm happy that I finally got to it. And now I am doing some doodles of our hype train conductors before we work on animating a starting soon screen. So it's a very, very work heavy day. Cleaning this up a little bit so it doesn't look so icky. And thanks again for the hype train, y'all. That was so nice. Making sure I don't leave out any of the design here. You, they heard me too. I've been waiting on call from work opportunity, but that hasn't happened. Yeah, oh my gosh. I hate that. That's one of the most frustrating things about getting work or, like, trying to get work is that you're, like, on top of your game and you're at their beck and call, and then they just, like, can't do basic communication, which is very silly. Alright, we got some vents up here. Let's get that cleaned up a little. Trust. Alright. Head's turned back a little bit more. Wonderful. Clean some of that up. Head, done. Body, easy. I'm saving. Let me fix my shit. Not too bad, not too shabby. Let me actually, too, let me see what it looks like if I turn the eyes the other way. Ah. Very silly looking. Very silly. I'll keep them this way. Can't be sad or mad about it because my mom hyped me up. Well, hell yeah, mom. Okay, let me see. What kind of pose do I wanna put you in? And should I have you looking at us? I think so. Yeah. Crucified, crucified, like my savior. Alright. There we go. We'll do a little bit of this. Just thought of an emote that I wanna make for myself, Clover as Pim from Smiling Friends, yelling from sheer joy and excitement, because it's perfect to shout about how much I love things. No, I love that. That's a wonderful idea. I love emotes, Charlie. I love emotes. I wonder what Uli's doing. She might be making pot stickers or something, because I smell something cooking. I love how chunky the bottom of these, pants are. There we go. Trying to get a fun curve to them. Yeah. It's giving, um it's giving early 2000s, computer game character. I love references, Charlie. I love references. Get you a little bit of a pose going on. Get you fucking up that pose. Yeah. Get you fucking up that pose. The double jeu. Aruf and I am at easer. No, no need to cry. Thank you so much for your very kind Hype train. Don't need to keep the edges of the shirt. There we go. I love the big old slippers too. So we'll make sure that we get those looking right. There we go. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And then the sleeves here, just kind of bouncing around. We also have the gauntlets here. Want to make sure that I have enough room for those. The hands are nice and big too, so it's gonna be pretty straightforward to let me alter some of that. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. Nice. All right. We love some goofy movie music. Let's go. Myself emotions. One I know that you'll understand. The world in motion. This needs to be a little bit chunkier, I think. This needs to be moved over. There we go. Get our heel doing what we need to do. Mine were never too far apart. That is the reason why, for the first time ever, we're seeing it eye to eye. Okay, there we go. I like that pose. I like the pose so far. Let's see if we can't do that. Okay. And then the hands. Oh, all right. And then you have a little bit less real estate here. So I'm going to make some big ol' there we go. Luckily, it's just a big old box, so makes it easier to work with here. Just a happy little guy, absolutely. I don't want to compromise some of your details, but I also don't want to go overboard with it. Eye to eye, eye to eye. Make these a little bit thicker here. And I think I'm going to take this, copy paste, and reflect. Make sure we get that cleaned up. Yeah, there we go. For the first time ever, we're seeing it eye to eye. Eye to eye. For the first time. There we go. Okay. There's a little bit of a plate there. There we go. Let me merge that together. Think the head might be a little bit too far back, so let me try to get that adjusted. Might like the head tilted more. Kind of like, I do kind of like the proud look here though. Yeah, I think we can get a little bit more shoulder over here. There we go. Arm ain't looking too good. Hold on, let me fix this. Da-da, ba-da-da-da. Just making sure that things look somewhat balanced. Oops. Whoops. There we go. Jojo. Jojo. There we go. That's better. And then let me do a little bit of quick cleanup. We'll do some quick color, and then we'll move on to Clover. Again, thank you guys so much for the hype train earlier. That was very nice of you. I hope for those of you that received um, subscriptions, I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Nice. That looks like a teeny to me. I don't. I don't. Okay. And I'll take this color slightly lighter. Oops. Keeping it kind of blue monochromatic so the colors aren't exact, but they are meant more for their value rather than their exact color. Interior, whole interior of the mouth is teal turquoise, right? Uh, kind of blue in the back, but the teeth and tongue are this turquoise color. Okay. I'll also make sure that the face has the white. Color. Clip and mask. There. Like I mentioned earlier, everything's going to be kind of blue, more so just different values of blue, just to kind of keep it simple. Actually, might be a little bit closer to this. Oh. Little skulls and things. Just doing little, very simple, very simple. And then I'm gonna use the same teal color here as a fun, actually it's kind of like a mint, so I'll use that here as well. Yeah, this song absolutely slaps. I like it a lot. Okay, and then we need like a mid-tone for this. It's more, yeah. Give my everything. Oh, let's see. Need this color again. And then I need a little bit of this right here. Forgot the fingerless glove bit. Did you feel the same? All right, and then something slightly lighter than this. Might end up looking too blue, but I'm just trying to do like a blue monochromatic situation. Just trying to go for value over like actual color scheme here. There we go. A teeny tiny sketcheroni. A little bit closer to that. Have fun co-working. Thanks for vibing. Also, guys, I don't know why the sound effects aren't working. I probably have to re-plug everything in, which is the story of my life with these. All right, this also has this darker color. Yeah, everything's just blue, making things light blue, kind of keeping it kind of monochromatic. Everything. All right, we have a fun a logo. The urge to make it a Triforce is strong. Blue WD WD, exactly, exactly. It's got like a little bit of a squared shape down there. And then, really quick, I'll do a bit of a highlight, I think. Might make that overlay instead. Yeah. Oops. Bottom part, the gauntlets, the same gray as the helmet. Let's see. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Let me get that. Oops. You're right. Oops. Is this the layer I need? Yes, it is. And then this slightly lighter color for the base here. There were no more lovers left alive. There we go. All right. Lovely. Let me put a little text on it and I will send this to you after stream. Thank you again for the hype train. And thank you so much for sharing your little guy with us. A sweet little guy. I'll put some. This will not be the font I choose. Hold on. That's not it. Let me choose a better font. Yeah. Lovely. Giving me incoming call hologram sort of vibe. Oh, cute. Yeah. There we go. Just a little doodle. Thank you so much for the hype train again. And let me move you off to the side. Of course. And now I'm going to move on to Clover. Let's see. Yeah, I should be good with that. Clover, do you mind, since you have a bit more of a complicated design, do you mind if I do like a shoulders up kind of situation so I can show your hair and face a little bit better? TD about to tell me what my objective is. Absolutely. Absolutely. Teeny's about to say, bitch, you're going in the wrong way. You're going in the wrong direction. Thank you. Okay. So let me get Clover's reference here. Copy image. Pop that in here. I'm just going to take this one here. Oops. Okay. You're just A posing at us. And then this new hair, which I will take a screenshot. The screenshot just says I'm sorry in the bottom. Here. I'm sorry. All right. So we have the new hair and these cute little horns. I like the way the horns are. Me and you. All right, I'm gonna move these over here. A posing rapidly approaching your location as we speak. Please, I have a family. Okay, put you next to Teeny over there. You're probably gonna be predominantly orange, so it's gonna be a really fun. Let's merge these together, lock it. Let me choose a nice dark version of this color, and we'll get into it. Yeah. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. And it's a song from Fortnite. Don't even. Are you fucking kidding me? Nor. My bones, please. I can't, not again. I can't, not again, not like this. Feel the glamour and pain. You little smile. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. I'm a brag now. I hit a flawless on festival. Those certainly are words next to each other, and if I knew what they were, damn, that's awesome. Yeah. Too bad. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but hey, you know what? Congratulations. That's really neato. I have that on this playlist as well. Hello? Not the brush I need. A little bit of cheek over here. A little bit of jaw over here. Trying to make you look particularly bovine. Bovine and fine. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ooh. Ah, 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 yeah. Fantastic. Interesting everywhere. There we go. Come on. The one thing about having people ask, having people's designs, you know, drawn that aren't mine originally, it really challenges me to do, just do different things. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, 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 yeah. Let me move this a little. There we go. Got those little teefies at the bottom. Giving laughing cow. It's giving laughing cow. Honestly, now I'm learning that I just need to draw more cows. Just need to draw more cow characters. Baby Bell? We could do Baby Bell, yeah. Okay, we've got this nice shape happening, and then your eyes are nice and large, and you have a little heart shape. So bum, 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 bum. Make sure that this looks right. Hold on. It's gonna look a little odd at first, but trust the process. Yeah, there's a lot of Lady Gaga on this playlist. I might need to might move this in a little. Uh, oh, 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 oh. I'll open it up to the bottom. Look at the meme you posted. Where in the Discord? I'll take a look at a second. Take a look in just a second. There we go. That shape looks nicer. There we go. Fun fact, something I love about my design is that I have a purple tongue. Why? Because cows have black colored tongues and look more like a purpley kind of color. I love that. I love that. That's so cute. Well, here, I'll make sure that I have the tongue show so I can make it purple. And a single prayer at the bottom. Bottom eyelashes. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. You have 3 cows and a bull? Hell yeah. Aw. There we go. We'll thin this out too, just to give it a little bit more room. Yeah, and then we'll lift this up. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Cute. I like the nose being a little bit stumpier, just a little bit thicker. All right, hold on. Let me look at that meme, that May May. Let me look at that May May. Bow, 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 bow. Lincoln Park at the bar. Lincoln Bark, more like. Lincoln Bark. Let me darken this color. I think we're gonna need a little bit more contrast. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. Little me. There we go. The girl I used to be on my knees. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. Any day. Be that way. Then you have little eyebrows. Me on Sunday. Ba, 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 ba. The breeze. I like your art style a lot too. It's very cute. Let me adjust the proportion a little without any warning. Make this a little larger. Slim down some of this. Do you well. Get the shape here. Yeah. Make sure that some of these details are clearer. It's on for a change. They look so good, but fit so strange. It's all over the place. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's just gotta be. I think you need a little bit more forehead. Take that forehead into a 5 head. Let's go. Bump that bitch out. On Sunday morning, rain since yesterday, without any warning. Okay, just a little bit more room. And I really like the way you drew the horns here. Let me move it down to. Oh, okay. So now new layer. Yeah, with this kind of design, that's why I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do a little bit of a. I'm gonna do a more of like a bust kind of situation. Of the mirror. Thank you. Mhm, mm-mm. We have some waviness here. The horn's fun to draw, hard to place and angle properly. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to pet a cow? Yes. Cows are so cute. I love cows. Cows are so cute. Oh, is that a little petting emote? Oh, yeah. It's so cute with the bug. So cute. Let's see. A little bit over. Yeah, that feels right. Hershin, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Sunday morning. And then I will do what I did over here. Oops. Over here. And I will just go whoop. I don't use it as much as I should. I'm really proud of it. It's very cute. It's super cute. Actually, I'll keep it this direction. Let me make sure that I can stick it so it doesn't create any strange tangents here. Whoops. Judas, Judas. Oopsies, I lost something. There we go. Okay, and then we have this will be up here. That's nice, Celador. That's sweet. Mhm, mhm. Okay, and then we have this a little bit more over than this. Aw. Okay, and then let me see. I want this to be curved the opposite way, I think. I'm just a holy fool, but baby, it's so cruel. Can There we go. Wish I could spend more time around different animals. Hey, you know what? There might be a sanctuary or rescue that you can volunteer at if you have time, but if you don't have time, that's also understandable. Animals are super, super fucking cute. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Just love cows. I don't know. They're just friend shaped. You know what I mean? Trying to let it not intersect too much with that. There we go. And then the horns will be somewhere over here. Down, down. I kid you not. I get a phantom touch whenever someone redeems a head pat back when I consistently streamed, so, it's so weird, but it just makes the redeem more fun. Yeah, I feel like if you're expecting, the feeling of being touched, like, your brain is just like, "Here it is, that's the sensation," you're like, "Damn, yeah, it is." Only animals I interact with on a regular basis are the rabbit that lived outside my house, Canadian geese at my job, and the occasional fox or deer I see, sometimes hawks. Yeah, hawks are dope. Oh, I'm in love. Let's do something like this. How about that? Something like this. Ew. Speaking of ew, I don't think anybody's redeemed their cringe today. What's my cringe? I gotta see what it is. 3%? Fuck. 27. Oh, 74. Jeez Louise. Yeah, you're doing the best out of the both of us. Listen, listen. So for me, in order to get my cringe up, I think I'm gonna have to use my Discord voice more often. "Hey there, kitten. I'm gonna have to talk like this a little bit more." "It's fine, princess." Celador, in order to get more cringe, um, you should go to a breakdance competition for the Olympics. Manage to get all the way into the Olympics, into the breakdancing category, and absolutely eat it. I hope that helps. And Clover, 32%. I think I've been giving so what I've been doing is I've been giving people advice on how to become more cringe. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so it'll play the sound effect, but you'll need to give it has a cooldown, so it won't actually give you another number for a little bit. I think it's like 3 minutes or something. For Clover, in order for you to get more cringe, hmm, get the little mustache tattoo on your index finger and just hold it under your nose. I hope that helps. Honey, honey, boys, boys, be my boys. Gonna ooh speak for 5 minutes. I could do yeah, absolutely. Just ooh speak. Thanks for being a super shopper, Celador, you're huge. Saying that hit me with memories. Yeah. Listen, be my lover boy. I, Celador. Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi, hi. Yeah, yeah. And it's time to stretch. Oh my gosh. All right, everybody, stretch. Oh, make sure you stretch your wrists if you've been drawing. Everybody put your favorite emotes in the chat. Yeah, 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 yeah,
You should
yeah.
hydrate.
I'm gonna hydrate.
You're
Thank
just
you.
begging to lose all your work.
I'm not
Time
begging to
to
lose
save.
any of my work.
Time to stop shrimping.
I promise. Oh, geez, you guys. Time to stop shrimping. You guys are making a lot of demands all of a sudden. You're making a lot of demands all of a sudden. I see, I see. What was I about to do? What was I just about to do? I need to hydrate, but there was something else, wasn't there? No. I've lost it. Whatever it was, it's gone. There we go. Taking a sip of my drink. Thank you so much. Hydrate, save posture, and you guys shitting your pants. Okay. Pretty sure that's it. Be my lover boy. Ready, honey, boys, boys, be my boy. Be my lover boy. All right, merge that together. Cute cow, this is Clover. There we go. And then let's see. Now, Clover, for these yellow pieces, are these little barrettes? What are these? Boys, boys, be my boy. Be my lover boy. Do this. There we go. This actually could be a little bit lower, I think. Little piercings over here. This picture of you with some... Don't worry about those. They were old jewelry sort of accessories like gold rings. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. But the horns are behind the hair. I got you. Oops. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now. Decided not to keep them since I like the painted horn look better. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Papa, paparazzi. And is the number on the tag 113? Mm, paparazzi. Forward. Okay, I see, I see, I see. Four. Let me make sure that I get it on there before I forget. How about that? There we go. The funny Homestuck number. You're not wrong. Is that a birthday? Because that's my birthday. The 413, which is regrettably the Homestuck day. Okay, and then you have a little cowlick, and then the fluffy little ponytail. The star you know that I'll be. Birthday for the main character of the webcomic. Oh, cute. Cute. Okay, so we have this big fluffy ponytail here. It is, it is. Chiz, my birthday. And then I'll do, let me put this on another layer real quick. Paparazzi. All right, so we have the collar. Make a new layer, please. Dang. All right, we're gonna have this bow tie. bow tie here. Just wanna make sure that it's in a good spot where it's not competing with a lot of the other elements of the hair and stuff. Bow, weight of the world on your shoulders. Homestuck is a huge reason that I am the way I am. I used to be a Homestuck fan back in high school time, 'cause that's when it was actively coming out when I was in high school. Oh. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I used to cosplay as well. Middle school, junior high, yeah. I used to cosplay as well, which is a little known Mandy fact. Deep like the ocean is. Night after night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I cosplayed as John and Eridan. That's about it. Well, I had other cosplays, but for Homestuck specifically, it was John and Eridan. I had to work around having glasses. Miss Peyton Terezi? Oh, hell yeah. Night after night. It's been a long time since I've, like, touched anything, Homestuck related. Just, a long time, a forgotten era. I don't like the slurp in this song. That was bad. I didn't like that at all. Actually, I'll have the hair go behind that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Alright, we think I can merge this together. Sunday. Okay. And then I love little bow ties, they're so cute. And then we'll just have the top here. I think I need a new one. Buttons with the lines. We have the lapel here. Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't even think my brain can go back that far. I used to really like making props. I liked making the cosplay more than wearing the cosplay, to be fair. I remember when I first stumbled upon the comic, I saw the kid with buck teeth and glasses and went, "That's me!" Yo, you're that's a mood. The representation we didn't know we needed. So much better together now. I want pizza. Somebody mentioned pizza earlier. Now I want pizza. No, wait, think I need a new one. I need to draw more furry art. That's just what I'm learning from drawing people's furry characters. That's just what I'm learning from drawing people's furry characters. I have a Crocker tier cosplay. Seeing Jane really gave me my "that's me" moment because it's the time I love the neon cyan color. Oh yeah. I mean, that's a good color to like. You can do it so much better. Get together now. Everybody's talking about back when I cosplayed Eridan, I was a child and people treated me like garbage. Not everybody, but there were people like grown ass adults that would like look at me because I was a villain character and would like yell shit at me. And I know that they were like trying to be fun and like in character, but I'm like, damn. At that time I was like 16 or 17. I was like, hey everybody, just a cool reminder that I am a literal child. Would be awesome if you didn't yell in-universe profanities at me. That would be really cool. That would be sick nasty if you would not do that, actually. I feel that too. Yeah. I was like, "Hey there. I'm a baby child. And if you could just keep your like excitement about the fact that I am a character that you just don't like to yourself, that would be awesome." Because at that time, being young, I couldn't like say anything about it. But if I were like if I were myself now and somebody had said something to me while I was in a cosplay, I'd be like, "Hey, I get that you're excited, or maybe you're not. But you hate this character, and that's fine too. But also, the person in this costume is a child. So maybe you should not do that, huh?" Maybe. I love all the characters I could never. Yeah. And the thing is too, like I get being in the moment. Like you're in a new place with a bunch of people. It's like a whole bunch going on. Like it's super exciting. Um but then like seeing a character and you're like being like, "Oh, I got to say something like while they're passing me by, I need to say something." And and then, just yelling something is just the only thing they can do. And I'm like, maybe not. All right, I'm gonna cut it off at this little. What are these called? Little cummerbund situation. I know what I want, and I want it now. I want you, cause I'm Mr. Vain. Just give a OMG character name. It's you, and then be out of my. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. That's the thing. It was like they'd be like, "Oh," like the biggest thing from what I remember was fish dick, which was part of the the vernacular of the universe. And I was like, "That's I get it, but also they're like yelling it at me." And I'm like, maybe don't yell at me, please." Trying not to look. Let me just trying to get this to be a nice clean cut. Had ringleader character design with epaulets and a cummerbund. We fucking love a nice cummerbund. You know what I want, and I want it now. It's like looking into a mirror. Yeah. Okay. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna leave out the hat just because I like the way the hair looks. Okay, we're gonna thicken this up. And then I'm just cutting it off here as if it's like the sleeves here. Hi Penny, how are you? Doo, doo. Boop, boop, boo, doo, doo, doo. Welcome in. We're gonna do some oranges and yellows. Keep it kind of simple. Do, do, don't, don't, don't. Thanks. Thanks for the flower. Yeah. Adding the little hand into it is so silly. The hand is like the same color too. Oh my gosh. I'm okay. Hope you're doing great. Thank you. I'm doing swell. I'm finishing up a second doodle of one of our hype train conductors. We had a hype train, so I'm just doing some doodles of the folks that contributed. So I'm trying some stuff out. I want to make it feel like the hype trains are, you know, and now I might not be able to do that all the time, but I'll do my best to do something. It might be where the doodles are a little bit simpler in the future. We'll see. But for now, I have a little bit of time. I can do it. I want it now. I want you. 'Cause I'm Mr. Vain. Actually, let me use this color. Yeah. I have an art question? Shoot. Sure. I might have an art answer. Keep these. Just gonna keep a lot of these orange colors here. Might look a little monochrome. That's kind of the goal. The little smiley on the thing is so cute. Ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. Alright, wait. The designs evolved. Okay. Hi there, Molly. How are you? The character design has evolved. I'm not sure when the process ends or if it ever does. I guess it just depends on um if that's your question, it just depends on what your use for the character is. Like, I have characters that I've used for Dungeons and Dragons, and then I use them for like different campaigns, and their design evolves, or I don't know, you evolve. So the you know, you get a little bit. It gets a little bit easier for you to like know what kinds of things you like, or maybe their function has changed, and so characters can change design for any number of reason. Um, Molly, how are you? So, yeah, just different interpretations have different little features, things that go away, things that are added. Yeah, I think it just depends. The process doesn't have to end. It's not a bad thing if it continues, but if you have something that you want to use this character for, you're gonna, obviously you're gonna wanna have a design, like, kinda ready for it, but if you're not using this character for something like a show or a project, I mean, it's okay if they have things that are a little bit different. I'm good. I got home today from a friend trip and now I'm co-working. Hell yeah. We are actually working on drawing some of our hype train conductors, which was very kind of them to offer their kind biddies and donated subbies and things. Um and then after that we're going to be working on animating a starting soon screen. Harmony, harmony, oh love. Little head bump or a head sprout, potentially adding ears, more of a differentiation between head and body, as opposed to the bean shape. Mm, yeah, honestly, just keep playing around, keep exploring. And as you get art made of these characters, they're gonna obviously too, your character is gonna change a little bit, but you know, it's not a bad thing that they are changing. Outside, am I here in vain? Hold on. The guy in the background. Oh, silly. Hi, Lady Ace. How are you? Welcome in. The ears are dark on the outside, but light on the inside. Okay. Harmony, harmony. I'm simplifying the colors kind of severely. Sorry about that. Make this a little bit darker. Just drawing? Hell yeah. Well, thanks for drawing with me. We'll work on a gonna be working on another piece as well. After we get that anime if I can get some of that animation started. I might not finish it today, but if we can get some of it started, that would be great. And cuz Sometimes animation I just rather be, like, silent for, if that makes sense. Um, Let me like a green color, so I'm gonna do, like, a yellow at the bottom just as a and then the pupils are white. I'm in heaven, I'm in paradise. This color might need to be a little bit lighter instead. Whoops. Lighten it up. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-ba-da-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-bum-ba-da-bum. With this design, I knew I reached something I love because I just got that feeling deep in my soul. My heart just whispered, "This is it," and I have not changed my Sona design since. Like, it literally clicked, it was awesome. I love that. I love that. Used to have major case of redesign rash. I swear I had an itch to change my look almost every week. Yeah, sometimes you just settle into something that feels right. For Mandy, I mean, after I got the initial design, I really enjoyed it. It fit for what I was going for, and it kind of fit the energy that I liked, and I don't know, it suited the way that I talk and my voice a little bit more than the other designs that I had. Um, and I'm really happy about that. Let me make sure that I have the back of this ponytail too. Oops. I don't wanna lose that. Oops. There, a little bit more of a I have to admit, this is the first cow lady I've seen a realistic bust line that doesn't have its own gravitational pull. I could have gone a bit larger, but this proportion felt a little bit closer to the reference that I had, and I didn't wanna go, like, crazy, pardon the term, but milkers. Sorry about that, sorry about that. I felt bad. Felt bad to say. Felt bad to say, even worse to felt bad, sounded bad. But I do wanna draw more furries, I've realized. Like, this drawing people's characters have made me really, itch to draw more furries. Um, I wanted to animate the character as a PNG tuber, but I have to settle on a design before either put in, the effort, boop, boop, to draw them myself or to get them commissioned. That's also fair. Hi, Captain Fluffs. Uh, I stumbled across your character and I realized it's a PNG tuber. How do you get your mouth animated? Like, well, welcome in. First off, Captain, thank you so much for your kind words. I am a PNG tuber and I'm mouse tracked and audio activated. Honk is the program that I use, and if you're interested on exactly how I did it, oops, JK. Bam, there we go. I made a whole tutorial on it. Yippee! Thank you, Celador. Yeah, I made a whole tutorial all about it. Sorry your hair won't be blue. I'm keeping it kind of like in a monotone situation. Well, there's so little of it that's blue. For Teeny, I kept it monochromatic, but there's so little of your design that's blue here. Alright, hold on. I should just bite the bullet. I think it'll just end up looking better like this. Yeah, I think it's gonna look better for us if I keep the blue. I'm loving the 2010 vibes. Literally makes my brain go, "Burr, thank you." I'm currently drawing, Clover Calliope, who was one of our, very, very kind, train conductors for our hype train. And I had a little I'm just doing some work today, so I had some time and I was like, "You know what? Because people were so kind in uh donating their subscriptions today, I'm doing some little doodles. On the floor, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. But thank you so much. I made all of the assets myself. Um, I have a really good time drawing on stream, which is predominantly what I do. Just dance with the record, babe. Just dance. Meanwhile you're all blue with this little teal accent here. If you'd like, Teeny, I can go back and add yellow into those spots if you'd prefer. I was just running out of different browns to use with this character, and I was it was getting a little bit too brown, I think. Uh, oh. But yeah, I did limit it to just the bust so that I could so that I wasn't spending so much time on this. The name of this club. It's all right. Just dance. Just dance. Just dance. Dance. And then you have like a lighter color in the middle. There we go. Something like that. Mandi art's so fast. I'm trying. I got some other stuff. I'm happy that I got through the one thing that's been taking me a long time to like get to, if that makes sense. It's taken me a while to get onto Baljeet's model. So I wanted to make sure that I got that done. So I didn't you know, so I didn't keep dragging my feet on it, you know? Just dance. Just dance. Very cute nonetheless. I thought she was one of those circus guys. What do you call them? The grandmaster, the headmaster, or no, the ringmaster. God. Maybe I'll get it eventually. Okay, and you said the tongue was kind of purpley, kind of like a this color. Oh, yeah, similar to the horns actually. Let me grab the horn color. I'll keep that that way actually. I'll keep the horn color like this, and then I'll go back and add yellow onto Teeny. Oh. Yeah. Like my fellow cows, like my clowns in all kinds of shapes and colors. How literally just existing works for me. You kidding me? Give me the moo-moos and honks. Yes. Yes. Just dance, the record, babe. Just dance. This definitely makes me think of like what some of my most fond memories of being on the internet. Obviously, I'm on the internet now, hanging out with all you guys. So, and our 2-year anniversary is coming up. That's when we're going to be doing a big switch up of a lot of our assets. I'm gonna have a new model and all that stuff. Um, New model, new overlays that are finished, and I'm very proud of. And I think are just going to be an elevated version of the overlays I have now. So there's a lot to look forward to. Um, I mean, I'm excited, and I'm now knowing that some of my stuff's broken. I'm excited to fix it, but also improve on it. So, all right, we're gonna do a little bit of this. I knew that you were my lollipop. Never get enough. I'm a bovine-fied circus cow. Scuffed ringleader of my own show. Absolutely. Hell yeah. I love cows. I cannot wait. I love cows and I love clowns. I cannot wait to get an updated version of my clown outfit too. Oh my love, you know you are my candy man, and oh my love, your word is my command. All right, we'll put a little bit back here. The bounty land. A clow. Yes, a clow. Mhm. Let me get this color and make it a little bit more accurate to what you've got here. Oops. Baby, more clowns the better. You know, we all fit into one clown car spot. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Economic on the space. Okay. Oops. And then I'm going to do what I did. I'm going to do an overlay. A little bit of shine on some stuff. Little bit of shine. Oh my love, I know you are my candy man, and oh my love, let us fly bounty land. Actually, hold on. Yeah. All right. Let's group these together. Teeny, I'm gonna go back and add yellow onto yours. Okay. Wha All right. Try to keep them about the same height. Well, obviously, there's just a lot more detail on one than the other, so I was trying to keep it kind of minimal. Let me make sure that I got your name here. There we go. And then we'll work on getting some stuff animated, which will help. That'll give my wrist a little bit of a rest too. Uh, Let me get the text here. Doink. And then let me change the font to be something kind of circusy, little bit of circus. I think it is what it is here. Make this a yellow color, maybe. There we go. You want Comic Sans? I got you. I got you. I got you. What you are, baby? There we go. It'd be really funny if Circus came on. Cuz Britney Spears does have a song called Circus. All right, let me go back to Teeny and add the yellow. You are a womanizer, womanizer, womanizer. Ooh, got the front, just know what you are. Let me make sure that I've got the right brush here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Unironically, want to bring back Comic Sans. Thinks it deserves more love. I use Comic Sans on a bunch of stuff. All right. Thank you guys so much again for the hype train. You guys are so sweet. I'll send these to you after the stream. But I hope you guys enjoyed them. You can use them for whatever you like. Uh, but yeah, I love doing little doodles like this, and I really appreciate y'all. Thank you again so much. What's the name of the font for yours? Let's see. This one is Yagiza. I like using this one a lot. Let me undo. And let me put that in the chat for you. Yeah, I gotcha. There we go. That's the name. There we go. Looks wonderful. Thank you. I'm gonna stare at it and smile and giggle and kick my hooves. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Well, thank you guys again. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate y'all. Womanizer. Oh, you. All right. So I got my layers organized. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna try to do. It's been a minute since I've worked with the timeline, video timeline. I've just been doing frame animation. So let me do a video timeline. And so the thing that'll happen here is that you like turn things on and off. So let's see. So it works like a very this might be something that I just deal with after because this might be a little overwhelming for my brain. I might want to just kind of chill out for a second. But let me take a look. Let me just make a new file called Hype Train. What's this for? This is going to be my starting soon screen. I'm gonna make it 1500 by 1500. Oops. Yes. And I'm going to grab you two. My hot night and day. Wonderful. I'm gonna save this file as whip, and I'm gonna call this hype train. Perfect. Now I have a whole file just with my little hype train friends. Hello? Pho Photoshop? Oh, I see. I'm like, put a pop-up on my anyway, so here's who we had from our hype train conductors. Thank you guys so much. Choo choo. So yeah, so my goal here is to have the arrows ascend and to have these arrows pulse. I'll also probably have this meter just going like woo woo woo. So this might be something that I do later, but it's nice to like plan out the movement. I can probably puppet warp this Mandy over here. Let me just open up the video timeline. Doing animation like this is kind of scuffed looking. So essentially, I might just have to move this over to the side as well. Can I? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Let me try up here then. Oh, I can make the timeline separate. Can I put it anywhere else? Oops. Having it, you know what? Okay. Because it doesn't look like I'm doing anything if I don't have it docked somewhere. Okay. So let me keep this up here. So you'll see that I'm kind of working down here. Um, one of the things, let me turn off the text. These arrows, I kind of want to have the whole group move together, but you can really only control the opacity of the group. Um, so basically, if you've ever used a timeline to animate with like After Effects, um, you can set keyframes along this line. And here's the time, how many seconds it is. So if I wanted to do like, I'll take the arrows and I will move them here. Like I'll move them down and I will set a position keyframe and then I'll move this here and I will take my arrows and now I will move them up and that will make a, that'll make a, you know, it'll make the move. So now if I go here and make this a little bit more visible for you, looks like a mess here. But if I move this, if I scrub back, there they go. Oh, did that only work for hold on. It looks like it only worked for I might have to okay, hold on. Let me undo. Let me undo. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm going to make these into smart objects so they are one layer, but I can still edit them if I need to. Because that's gonna make it a lot easier. Convert to smart object. If you're ever curious, um if you're using Photoshop, you can make things into something called a smart object. Smart objects basically just make your layer into its own miniature Photoshop file that's linked to the main file. And when you double click it, it will open up into that file. Oh!
You got
Hi
mail.
there, Spats. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everyone. Hold on. This isn't my art. Let me open my art. Welcome, Raiders. Hi there. Hi, Spats. I hope you're doing well. Frozen Fangs, thank you so much for the follow. Hi, everybody. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. La la. Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome, everybody. I was actually going to get working on this after doing some animation, but welcome in, everybody. If you don't already know me, if you don't already know me, I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober. I hope you had a wonderful time. You were working on some of your outfits, right, Spats? I was looking very respectfully. I was looking very respectfully at your art because I love it. I just want to eat it. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. If you guys don't know what kind of art I make art like this because I'm freaking crazy. kind of a, unhinged, right? Just kidding. I'm fine. I think I'm okay, unless anybody has anything else to say, but don't listen to them. They're lying to you. But anyway, I draw stuff like this. I do art content and art education content too. I designed my chat's mascot. They're the Gotchis. Oh my gosh. Well, if you have anything you'd like to share, if you have any links or any art that you'd like to share, or if you just want to share your socials, feel free to drop a link in the chat at any time. And I really appreciate the raid. If you also need a raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. Hi, Sonic. How are you? Welcome, everybody. And if you guys want to catch up with what I'm doing, you can follow me on Blue Sky. Doing a lot of stuff over there. I actually have a tutorial link that's pinned up top for some fun, silly art tutorial stuff. Hell yeah! I'm so happy to hear it and welcome in everybody. This is actually an illustration that I'm working on. I'm having a really good time with it. I've been trying to push myself to do different poses and things. Here's a better look at the pose. But yeah, the color's gonna go crazy. Gnarly Quin, welcome in. Also, I love that emote. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely going crazy with it. Welcome in. If anybody needs to go take care of themselves, please do. Little Clover, welcome in. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. Wait. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the. Oh, oh, golden, please. Oh my god, guys. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my god, it's in my eyes. It is called the fattest wedding. Yeah, it is wet. I'm so sorry about that. Ooh. The smell goes away, I promise. Hi, Fangs. The moment I get in, suddenly I'm greeted with a wicked fart. No, you guys, I'm so sorry. Golden, please. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Spade, Alice, Strikers, thank you guys. Hi, Steelswork. Yes, and Spats, if you have any links you'd like to send, please send them. Oh my god. Oh man, you're in X Games mode. Jesus Christ. So yeah, this is my sketch. I'm super excited to I'm super excited to color it. Oh, it's up a bit? Hold on, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Hmm. There it is. I see it. I had to scroll. There we go. It's one hell of a fart, not gonna lie. Very impressive. You know what? I'm gonna go, Lady Ace Nor! Oh my god. Look at them. Oh my god. Can I show this on my screen? You know what? I'm gonna go bye bye. Oh, sorry. Guys, your nasty crusty pants scared them off. Look at them. They're so cute. Oh my god. Is this the hat of you as a baby? Is this the little hat as you pictures of you as a baby? I love the eye shape here too. This little almost like a heart shape here. Oh, and the multiple arms? I'm going kind of nutty. It's the Slayer hat. Oh, I see, I see. I see, I see. I see. Damn. I thought you were gonna pick the picture of me as a baby. Here. I'll show you guys a picture of me as a baby, to make up for it. I'll show you guys a picture of me as a baby. Here's me as a baby, guys. I love them so much. Oh my gosh. Come in plastic balls? I fucking love that idea. So cute. Also, sorry, they're like right next to my foot. Let me move that away. I love the little dumpy too. These are so sweet. I remember that's me as a baby. That's right. That is you as a baby. Thank you so much for the rate. Please take care of yourself. I love also the little butterfly wings, little fairy wings. I've been seeing you work on those, and I like that shape language is like mimicked here in the eyes. I love it. So cute. The wings are so little. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I thank you, hee hee. Of course. Anything for you, Beyonce? Anything for you, Beyonce? So I'm gonna be working on this. I actually was just about to do some test animation for this starting soon screen that was drawn by Prickles Catkiss. Super fucking awesome art that I love and I put everywhere. I was like, I'm gonna make this my personality. I'm just now converting these things into smart objects so that I can edit them easier in animation. Yeah, no, Prickles said, "Hold my beer," and I said, "Okay, what do you mean?" And they're like, "Here," and I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Yeah, here, let me turn this off. I made this into my profile picture on everything because why wouldn't I? Prickles really popped the fuck off. So thank you, huge thank you to Prickles. Um, it's so fucking good. Let me show you guys the reference that I gave them because I made a I've been working on a new design. I was actually working on some live 2D art because I'm going to be learning live 2D someday. But in the meantime, um sorry, I'm just looking for my freaking file. Hello? Let me see. There we go. Updates. Reference. There we go. All right, let me find. Here's this. Boink. So this is actually my live 2D art that I was working on here. It's crazy. Live 2D, my beloved, but also my mortal enemy. Yeah, Live 2D says, "Why don't you chew on a bag of farts?" And I said, "That's not very nice, Live 2D. That's not very nice. What the heck? What the fwink? Rasterize my layer, God damn it. There we go. So here is the art that I sent along. I'm being real, I want a honk VTuber, but my brain no work. Now listen, I might be able to find somewhere to make that happen. Wink. I may or may not be able to find somewhere to somehow to make that happen. Wink. I don't have a winking toggle, but here, I do have this. Is that better? I can do that. Brain doesn't have to work, only soul. Exactly. You know where soul is stored? In the heart. In the right in the heart. Smile. I'm smiling back. I think I'm smiling. Wink. Hold on. Wink. Wink. I've got your mom on the phone. Just sorry, guys. Is that your mom? That is your mom. That's your mom. Absolutely. Yeah. Why do I have your mom's number? That's between me and your mom and the other person. Just sorry. Just kidding. Anyway, so this is the live 2D art. Back to what I was up to. This is my live 2D art that I've been working on. Um, and it's all separated and pieced out like crazy because I wanted to choose violence. I put glitter in the eyeshadow because I wanted to choose violence. Love your style. I smile at it. Thank you so much. I went kind of crazy. I went kind of nutty. So I'm excited to eventually make this happen. But for now, Pat, I leave you here. I leave you here, and I have commissioned a beautiful model from Trex, aka a real pup, which I'm super excited about. I've just been really, really fortunate to get some really cool art from some really cool people. Um, let me show you guys a little sneaky peeky of what I'm working with that. I will send a little sneaky peeky, and if I can find it, there we go. Doink. Here's my little sneaky peeky. Look at that. Wowee, wow, wow, wowie zowie. So when we have our re-debut, I'm gonna be rocking this number. Yippee. Sorry, thrashing my arm around. Very cute, very slay. Sorry, everything is so much right now. Everything is so much right now. Boink. There we go. A little less being much. Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm gonna have two different hairstyles, some different toggles, and I'm also gonna have an alternate outfit that you guys are gonna have to see later. That you guys are gonna have to look at later. But this is what I have now. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah. I got my little bam. What are those? Anyway, so I'm very, very fortunate to oh, my dome. I'm very excited to have some really cool art from some really cool people. Slay. Um, yeah, absolutely. Here, also, let me like your little babies. Maybe like your little babies. Yeah. Oh my gosh. When I go on Blue Sky, it's like a war zone. My god. Got so many notifications. Oh. What is the post is up to 980. Oh my god. Holy shit. But yeah, I am looking into opening up commissions for honk models in the somewhat future. So you know where to find me. Um and also I am also looking to open up some commissions of doot 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 doot. Hold on. I'm looking for it. Oh, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. Open some commissions like this. I call dibs. You got it. No, you got it. Random yet relevant question. Got any tips for line art? I suck at it. Oh, I love line art. I love line art so much. Well, first off, this is actually a really good piece to talk about line art. But yeah, I'd be opening up commissions for stuff like this as well, like a bust that's like colored. So as you can see here, I highly recommend tapering off your line art and having some variations in thickness. It's a huge, huge, I don't know, improvement to making art stand out, having variety. Thanks, Molly. So, having this very subtle taper here, really adds a lot of personality. Yeah, the nails. I love the little beans too. I was looking very respectfully at the reference art for this. I know that this isn't how commissions work, but I commissioned Spats for some beautiful art, and then while Spats was working on it, I was like, I just want to draw Spats, and so I just drew Spats. My wife was like, you've already paid them, right? And I was like, no, I know, no, I know, I just no, I just wanted to, and they're like, "Yeah, no, you already paid the money for the thing to happen." I was like, "Yes, I know, but, like, also what I just would draw I just would draw spats." How do you know when it's appropriate to do the thicker lines versus thinner? That's a really good question. I Let me see if I can't find another piece that is a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah, I love Spats design. Okay, let me see if I can't find a good reference. Oh, I think this might be a good reference here. Bonk. Okay, so this piece has some very thick line art. One of my biggest recommendations for something like this would be to keep the thick line art on the outside and the thinner lines for the inside. Uh, I like to call it a hierarchy of like a visual hierarchy. So let me, whoopsies. Thank you. Here, let me make this a little lighter and I'll show you what I mean. So the lines out on the outside here are defining the silhouette of our shape against all the other shapes behind it. In this piece, and I'll probably go back and do this because I want to make this into a model too. But I would also color line art as well. Cherry, welcome in. So you can see here that we have these nice thick lines that are defining the boundary of where our shapes are starting and ending to keep them separate from one another. And then on the inside, I'll use a different color. We have these thinner, I'll use a better different color. We have these thinner lines here that are meant to add our detail. And then that's also where I would color lines to even further like set it apart. Um, so yeah, establishing a level of importance. Hello. Yeah, so and also to use it, you don't have to use super thick line art. One of the issues with line art um can be that it gets very busy. So that's where like I mentioned, that's where I end up coloring line art. But just remember thicker on the outside, thinner on the inside is a really good general rule of thumb. But it's not the only rule. You can definitely do other things and break that rule. Here you can see here that a lot of my detail is very, I have a lot of thinner. But what I like to do here is I like to add punchy dark recesses in my shadows. So I just make a bunch of, very comic book style. And thus the very, very darkest areas get these like deep shadows. Here where, this might have been a conflict with a bunch of detail, I end up just coloring it in. Same thing here with like this armpit area, giving it a little bit more contrast against everything else. And I think I have another example that might be better with colored line art of actually one of my most recent pieces, this one. So here you can see that there's a lot going on in this, and so it's more pertinent than ever to give a hierarchy to our line art because we just have so much happening. So one of the things that you can see here is this is a more recent piece, whereas the Garfield was an earlier piece. You can see here that I've colored these thinner lines to be like a pink versus our dark blue, which is our main highlight or our main line art color. So I have made these less important than the border of these shapes because they have less contrast. They're going to take a little bit less weight when we're viewing this piece. So things like these little details in the hair, they're still there, like we can still see them, but they've been pushed back in importance and we're really just seeing the where the hair is falling versus, all the bits in between. Can the same be applied when creating a 2D model? Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, let me see. Let me go back to the model that I was working on. So here you can see that I've done some of the same in terms of coloring lines. So here on the barrettes, I have colored these interior lines while leaving the exterior dark and thicker to help this bunch of detail look less overwhelming. The crease of the eyelid here is also a color. The top of the band-aid, and I left this darker to imply that there was lighting. It might not work for your style, but it might not be appropriate for every place and every item, but it can be pretty useful. Things like the seam on my neck as well kept that, a color rather than having it be our line art color. I love your art so freaking much. Hello, thank you so much. Hi, Moontakor, how are you? Got a bunch of baddies in the chat today. Yeah, so I hope that's helpful. It's different for everybody in every style, but I definitely recommend if your line art starts to feel overwhelming, size, so how thick something is, and then what color it is can also help push and pull it in and out of space. You know what I mean? And I just call it visual hierarchy. Vibing while prepping everything for my month away from home. That's right. I saw in your Discord that you were asking if you could do some self-indulgent art. Which yes. Self-indulge the fuck out of your art. Let's go. Yeah, we love line weight. Line weight have lineless style. Yeah, that is absolutely a hack. Have a lineless style if you but for line art, I love line art so much. I love line art so much. I mean, this is chock a block full of it. So, but I also like color. So I can't wait to actually color this. I think it's gonna be so atmospheric. I'm going for like backrooms pool. That's the vibe. That's what I'm going for. Real. I need some to decompress. Been so stressed for so long and overworking. Want to treat myself. Absolutely. And I hope your trip is like peaceful as fuck. I hope I hope your trip is as less stressful experience as possible, least stressful, just because traveling and stuff is fucking buck nutty. How do I go about doing line art with a shaky hand? That's also a really good question. Um, I know that Procreate can be an excellent tool for people that have a shaky hand. Procreate has various amounts of line correction, but also, and that's an iPad program, it's an Apple program only, but they are working on a desktop version. But let's say I drew this line using Procreate. You can hold down and it'll smooth those lines for you. But if you don't have access to Procreate, both Clip Studio and Photoshop have something called smoothing. And when you have a brush activated, it is a marker at the top. It just says smoothing, and you can change the percentage. So here is, for example, um, let me make my line thicker. This is 0% smoothing, and then I'll go to 100%, and you can see that it's dragging further. It basically just imagine that you're pulling a string. Here's me varying my weight a little bit, my pressure. So if you tend to have a shakier hand, something like smoothing could be very helpful. Also, making faster strokes can also help. When you slow down, it gives you more opportunity to have a bit of shakiness. Um, so if you have faster strokes, which take a little bit more, a little bit more confidence in what you're working on, but those faster strokes tend to have less probability of of them being shakier. Hi, Osmo. Clip Studio also has a stabilizer that you can change per pen. Yeah, absolutely. It's called slightly different things depending on the program, but stabilizers slash smoothing are super, super, super handy. I use them a lot in my art. I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of the week of at a LARP for the first time. Oh my gosh, that sounds like so much fun. What the heck? Manifesting safe and stress-free travels. Yes. Oh my gosh, a LARP sounds like it's gonna be a blast. So that's what smoothing's for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I have been doing these lines in Procreate, just because there's a lot more. I really enjoy inking in Procreate, and this is actually just my sketch. But I like to do a clean sketch when so that I have a little bit less interpretation to do when I'm actually lining the piece. So I'm actually pretty close to being. I don't think I'm going to animate this piece today. But I have prepped it for animation. This is gonna be my starting soon screen. So I'm gonna animate this a little later. Let me save. And if we're talking about line art, I'll start working on this actually. Let's see. So there's my hair. There's there. Okay. I use Clip Studio and will learn new ways to use it. Absolutely. I use Photoshop like a scrub, like a scrubbing. But I am an illustrator by day, and a bat by night or whatever. And I use Illustrator and Photoshop for my professional work. I work in games, so I'm doing a lot of like concept and UI stuff. But yeah, man, I made the switch to Clip Studio down with Photoshop. You're so strong. You're so strong, Molly. I tried and I was so frustrated. Batman's that you? Yeah. I was so frustrated with it, but also my pen type's gonna be a little bit different just because I don't have the same pen. Let me see if this fine charcoal. Nah, it's probably as close as I'm gonna get it. Let me put this up here as well. Let me fix my shit, y'all. Eh, there we go. Doesn't look like anything up there. Looks so much better with the color on, but I gotta kind of do what I gotta do. It really is better. Yeah, Clip Studio. Oh, 100% Clip Studio is a better program, especially because Photoshop was never made for drawing. Like it's not a drawing program. However, it has a lot of assets to it. If you're gonna have an Adobe program, I recommend the only program you have that's Adobe is Illustrator. Unless you have a special requirement like using InDesign for like publications and stuff, but I mean, it is what it is. Probably use Photoshop for finishing touches on models. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, no. There is no argument that Clip Studio is just a better program. There's a lot it's made for artists to draw. Like the perspective tools alone are just so much stronger. Whoops. Wrong layer. You know what? I already finished most of this, so let me get this kind of put together. Let me get these looking right. There we go. This needs to be bumped up. There we go. Do you work on hands-on crafts? It's been a while, but I used to really, really love sculpture, and I'm actually probably gonna try to do some sculpture on stream sometime. I especially loved printmaking. I used to have a minor in printmaking, believe it or not. I have a bachelor's of fine art, rocking with that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'd love to do some printmaking on stream, just making some little linoleum cut stamps and things. I love doing tactile stuff. Just get rid of this. Oops. Do I have my slideshow? Yeah, I do have my slideshow. Let's go. Recently upgraded my Clip Studio for the comic feature and animating. Money well spent. Yeah. I if you're looking for drawing programs like drawing art program, I recommend Clip Studio. Even though I don't use it, I know that it's just better. The last time I used it um in a was in college when it was actually called Manga Studio. So, you know, got my weird hand over here in the corner. I wanna see a figurine of your model, like, it's just so perfect. Thank you. I would like to learn some 3D modeling. I've 3D modeled before, and I would like to You guys are being really nice to me today. Makes me suspicious. Makes me suspicious. You guys are being so nice to me. Makes me think something's about to happen. Makes me think that some shit's about to go down. Golden waited for the raid before he just absolutely unloaded the fattest sweaty on all y'all. Sorry about that, Raiders. If you're still here after getting absolutely blasted, then more power to you. I swear I didn't poop in the mall fountain. You better not. She's onto us. Scatter. Nar. Nar. Make this little dainty hand here. I'm gonna be holding a duck. A rubber duck. Look at this hand. I'm so proud of this hand. Look at this one. This one's over here. We're gonna do our best. But yeah, when it comes to like line art and stuff, I just love the way that Procreate feels. I mean, it's so hard to to change, like, it's such a tactile thing, like, holding my iPad and doing stuff with that, like, it really is just my preferred way to draw, but I cannot use Procreate with my current setup. That's a nice hand, thank you. If you see glittery rainbow poop, that wasn't me. Okay, it's probably somebody else. Y'all need to stop eating so much ice cream. That's what happens to you. I did that in college. I have BFA in 3D modeling and animation, but I never got the chance to continue it after graduating. Programs I liked best were expensive in Blender, and I just don't mix. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. ZBrush is crazy. It's definitely the industry standard for like modeling figures and things and really complex sculpts, but it has a user interface that's kind of nutty. Hand feels like it might be a smidge too large. Feeling like it was a smidge too large. It probably is still a little smidge too large, but we'll fix that in a second. Does it look like someone who could plan something evil and nefarious? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you can plan anything evil and nefarious. Might even just need to make my forearm a little bit larger too, or a little bit longer. No, that's it. That's the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you guys have been having a fabulous Sunday. Welcome in. Hope you guys have been vibing, feel the rain on your skin. We're gonna just kind of. I went a little too nutty on this. I think that's better. There we go. Sometimes just confuses the shit out of you when you look at stuff. There we go. I'm just trying to keep this simple because there's going to be a duck in this hand. Um, yeah. What about now? Oh, vicious. I feel evil intent. That emote's resonating evil intent. The pain of my bam bam bam. Look at a rubber duck. A reference of a little duck. Okay, they're just sort of whatever. They're just sort of fat little dudes. I don't think I need a reference actually. I think my sketch is pretty good. Be together. Oh, whoa. I made the feet and ankles intentionally thicker, which is something that I really enjoy. Hi there.
Is that a shrimp or is it
Love
Mandi?
the art style. Thank you. Welcome in. Do you prefer trap? What do you have a name that you prefer? Welcome in. And I'm with you. Like no others do. All right, let's do this little round head. Will? Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry, that was sorry. Taste Ed now. Who is that? I love the absolutely cut up. Oh, I can see the toolbar in the bottom. It's a recording of you flipping it in an art program. That's so silly. I don't really mind welcome in, yeah. Currently doing a little rubber ducky here. Doesn't look like I'm doing anything, but it's this little circle will eventually be a little duck. The biggest eyeballs you ever saw. You're like a moon. And then a little, yeah, that's a little ducky. Good old goober eyeballs on the small duck, yeah. Little goober eyes on this little goober guy. You know what I mean? Our love is true. Bam, bam, bam. I can hear heartbeat. Bam, bam, bam. Nice. Look at that. How else will the duck perceive? Exactly. Does he know he exists? Well, now that's a question. I don't think so. I don't think he really knows anything because there's not a thought between those eyes. There's nothing there. Bam, bam, bam. Listen to the beat of my bam, bam. You say, Mandy, wow, what interesting perspective you have. What interesting perspective in your environment you have. And to that I say, I'm just winging it. I am winging it. We're winging it. We are not pretending to know. Did I have to manually map out perspective and draw environments in school? Yeah, I did. Am I doing that now? No. Are you kidding me? Do I look what do I look like to you? An architect? No, fuck that. No brain cells in that little round noggin. Absolutely. No. The brain cells didn't have a chance to form. This little guy was just too little, too small. Smaller body, bigger head. There we go. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Little wing. Yes. Yes. Now that's a duck. Oh, perfect. It covers up the entire hand. Let's go. Oops. Just cover up the whole hand. Why draw a hand when you can not draw a hand? Asking for a friend. Let me show a little bit of the perfect. Look at that. No need for hand when you have duck instead. Hmm? Hand overlay so nice. Thank you. I use a program called VHand. Bam. It has this is the customizable art, so it just happened to have a sleeve that looked very correct for the outfit that I'm in. But you can customize it, which I would like to make custom art for it. Hand looks a little off, so I'm gonna try to get it looking better. I think it's just because the duck's perspective looks a little strange too. Might look into that. I'm a PNG tuber myself, and I make PNG tubers look like VTuber models instead. Yeah, I'm also a PNG tuber. If it wasn't immediately obvious. How's this for a deal? No hand, and in return, duck. No, you're so right. Yes, Salador. Well, you in the front. Yeah, I feel like this hand just doesn't look right. So we're gonna make a new one. Yeah, this is V hand. Spud is also another one that people use. Let me see if I can't put the duck here, and let's do a sketch of the hand underneath. Who would win in a fight, rubber duck or chatter guy? I feel like a chatter guy would win. Let me see here. We're going to. I feel like, because I don't want the hand to be too large, make this a little smaller or a little lighter here. Trying to get the base of the hand here. I think I wasn't showing enough of the hand in general. So if you're not showing enough of it, it just doesn't look right. Yeah. But yeah, of course, feel free to ask questions at any time. I will always do my best to answer them to the best of my ability, of course. Yeah, that's better. Thumb back here. That's a better hand. Now that's a better hand. That looks much better. Much better. When you stream art streams, how do you know which music to play without Twitch smiting you down? I feel like I get smite every time I stream music I like. So I use a technique that many people use to sort of get around it. It's not a guaranteed solution, so take it with a grain of salt. Thanks for being cringe. Absolutely. If you want to get more cringe, I recommend that you go to the Home Depot and sit on every display toilet and say, "I'm just testing it out," and then leave without making a purchase. Hope that is helpful in raising your cringe. So I use a technique where you utilize OBS splitting the audio channels. 14% clover. Oh my gosh. All right, so in addition to getting your tattoo, your the mustache tattoo on your finger, you now also have to get the fake thick rim glasses that don't actually have lenses in them and tell people that you're just quirky like that. It's because I didn't do the mustache. Walk in. Hi there, Axel. How are you? 13%. Our cringe numbers are so low today, gamers. What the fuck? Alright, so I'm higher than that, come on now. Well, if you wanna there we go, Alora, that's what I'm talking about. If you wanna be more cringe, Will, then you're just gonna have to there we go! Alright, Axel, save some for the rest of us. Save some for the rest of us. If you'd like to be more cringe, then I recommend that you call your local pizza place, and tell them ask them if their refrigerator is running, and then when they say, no, I don't know," then you say, "Well, I hope it is," and then hang up. Was being a Five Nights at Freddy's fan not enough for the bot? Just kidding. Hey, you know what? I like Five Nights at Freddy's. Depends on what kind of fan you are. Damn, 98%. That's almost legendary status. Celador, oh my gosh. Oh, for the music. Oh my god. I was gonna answer your question about music, but I can't get past the smell. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Jesus. Are you good? Oh man, did you have Brussels sprout? Oh my god. Jeez Louise. Anyway, in order to answer your question, Clover, you can separate audio tracks in OBS. So, whatever source you have, if you go into the audio properties, you right click on the source, go to audio properties, um, you will be able to choose which track it plays to. So there's like 1 through 6, for example. So if you put your music, like your Spotify, on track 2 or something like that, then you can go to the settings for track 2 and make it so that they don't play in the VOD. So if you watch my VODs back, I don't have any music playing in them, which can be a little bit awkward. Um, but uh but the music is not showing up in the VOD. However, this does not stop any live takedowns of copywritten music, which it's very uncommon for a live takedown to happen, but it's not impossible, meaning that while you're live, a copyright holder can do a strike. Um, but I don't really hear of that happening very often, but it doesn't mean that it cannot. So the splitting audio track thing is what I know to be a solution, but that really is just kinda it, unfortunately. So, like, the VOD track and the actual stream track are completely separate, yes. So in my stream, you can hear it, but on the VOD, there's no music. There are things that come through the audio, so things like my sound alerts that I've chosen to maintain, um, you know, for the VODs, but the Spotify source does not show up in my VOD. And there are YouTube videos on how to do this, um, that can give you a better, clearer, um, tutorial on it. Okay, let me try to fix this. Okay, yeah, I have this. Boned Artist, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Looks better. And Will, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Everybody, make sure during the ads you get something good to eat, get something good to drink, okay? Make sure you're stretching your wrists, okay? I'll know that you're not. I'll know that you're not. I can sense it. Okay, and I might wiggle this around. You gave the worst. No stretching. Please take care of your wrists, y'all. Too busy. Too busy to stretch? This finger does not look good. So first knuckle, second knuckle, third knuckle. Yeah, that's kind of. Try not to get too crazy with the seams and the fingers. Too busy. It's okay, I got a Coca-Cola and Pringles. Oh, hell yeah. I want pizza. I want pizza. I might ask my wife if we can get pizza. Might ask my wife if we can get some pizza, please. I think that's fine. That's fine. Gaming? Yeah, you're right. Hi, Doc of Pepper. How are you? Are you happy now? You happy now? Are you happy? Okay. This is just a clean sketch, so I don't have to go too crazy on it, but and it is very similar to line art, don't get me wrong, like, I can see that, but I like to make sure that I don't have any questions when I'm doing, like, clean lines. Actually, I think on this slideshow I have a soft edge, mask on it. Let me see. Do I have the slideshow? Yeah, I do. Filters. Hmm. Let me do hold on. Option, art. Hold on. Da 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 ba ba da ba 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 ba. This one. Yeah. It's a little thinner over there though. Hmm. Let me see. Make it a little bit less dense over there. There we go. Leave that over there. Mind its business. Perfect. All right. A little less craziness over there. Yeah, I feel like the hand it might be that the wrist needs or the forearm needs to be longer. Hand seems a bit large. A bit large to moi. So let's make this just a smidge smaller. Yeah, that feels better. Before, after. That feels better. All right, we have the ponytail and then the shoes. And then I might get to some inking. We're about 4 hours in, so make sure you guys are stretching. Make sure you guys are getting up. All by yourself. No one else. By yourself. All right, and then I want to take the same this stuff. Thank you, Celador. Make sure you guys are stretching. Put your favorite emotes in the chat. Oh, all right. We're stretching. We're stretching. Welcome back to the ads. We're stretching. We're stretching. Thank you.
You should hydrate.
Yes, I should. Thank you.
Sit
Thank
up
you.
straight, please.
Yeah, I'll sit up straight. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I have my other arms, please? Welcome back from the ads, y'all.
You're just begging to lose all your work. Time to save.
I will save. Thank you. So I'm gonna do some of these ruffles that are down here. Oops. Nada. These same ruffles will appear on um the scrunchie. There we go. I just like that detail down there. So let me do a little bit softer here. And I'll do some scrunchy. Nope. There we go. I like the idea of it. Well, it could be less than it's not so much a scrunchie as it is like a little layered hairband. There we go. And then we have a little bit more of this. I have my stream elements bots tell me to snack or save my work because I'm forgetful. Yeah, no, I also have the stream elements bot be like, hey, you guys hydrating or what? What are you doing? And you're like, I'm doing my best is what I'm doing. Ba, 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 ba. I feel like I need some more ruffles up in the front here. Yeah. A little bit more of that here just to kind of make it feel like it's got layers of ruffle. This one here is a little too out there. There we go. Oh my goodness, your lines are so clean. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We actually had a whole conversation about line art. Thank you. These are actually, these are my clean sketches so that I can do some really thick inking. Um, Not super thick, but, not enough ruffles. Add them everywhere. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yes, of course. So I'm gonna do some back here. Just kind of fill it out a little bit more. I am using Photoshop like a peasant, a dirty peasant that doesn't use Clip Studio. I think Clip Studio is a better program for 100%, but I'm currently using Photoshop. There we go. I like that ruffle. Maybe this here. There we go. Maybe I can bend some of these around each other, make it look a little bit more intertwined. Krita is, I've heard, a good alternative. Yeah. Adobe is just so expensive. But I've heard some pretty good stuff about Krita. There we go. There we go. Now we got a nice fluffy looking scrunchy thing. A fluffy scrunchy thing. Lovely. Oh, it's so poofy. Oh my gosh, it looks like one of them party decorations you put on tables. Looks like one of them party decorations you put on tables. Shit. All right, I'm gonna move to my city pop playlist. Yeah, because we're working on something kind of chill. We're chilling. We're vibing. I think this arm could also stand to be a little thicker right here. There we go. It's a small detail, but yeah, the reason that I do these sketches so thorough is that I just want to make sure that when I'm inking, I don't know. One of the things that sketches, like loose sketches do is they allow your mind to interpret what's happening. So when you line it, when you ink it, and you're like, this doesn't look like what I wanted it to look. This isn't what I wanted. It's because you're now forcing, there's less wiggle room for interpretation. So things often look better as a sketch because your brain can do a bit more of the work and it just is nicer. But when you're inking, there's less places to hide. So even though it's like I'm inking this twice, it really does let me investigate what kinds of things that I want to do. It lets me iron out the anatomy. I can kind of put in where I want my lines to be thicker. And then when I'm doing the final inking, I definitely just have a lot less to worry about. Um, and so it's super helpful. Though I understand this process isn't the only process. It's not necessarily the best process. Um, but it's my process. I got a tough question. What was your favorite thing from the Y2K era? Fucking not having to pay taxes and bills. Immediate answer. Being able to be a literal child is my favorite thing about the Y2K. But aside from that, is that I was spoiled in that I had places that I could go and things I could do that were like things that only kids could do. Like I got to, I got to go to birthday parties at Build-A-Bear Workshop. That shit was awesome. Um I and going to the movies with your friends. I really enjoyed um finding online games that I liked and then begging my mom to take me to a Best Buy or someplace where I could get a fucking gift card to get membership points in that in that respective online place. And I liked when the internet was just a place that you went to and it wasn't a hold on, this music's so loud. Sorry about that. There we go. Bam. I like when the internet was a place that you went to and left rather than it just being like everywhere all the time and being such a huge part of everyone's life. I have so many friends, like, obviously, I'm an internet person, you know what I mean? Like, I am a little guy on the internet right now, and that's how I've gotten to meet so many awesome people, so don't get me wrong. But in the end, the internet's, like, suffocating at sometimes, some points. Like, there's no way for you to get away from things, but when I was little,
Sip sip.
I didn't have to be in it all the time. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I didn't wanna get so heavy, but yeah, that's one of my favorite things was just purely being able to be a kid and enjoy it. My sketches are weird. I draw circles and sticks and then do details on top of it. Oh, you know, you're so right. My first sketch is that. So here's that first sketch. You can see here. This is what I started with. And it's a cobbled together, like I had my reference images, like I was just yeah. Anyone remember Fashion Bug? Yes, yes, I do. Saturday morning cartoons, Bratz, Barbie dolls, classic cartoons, paradise. Yeah. Also, you know, just I don't know, finding joy in little things. I do that all the time now. Like I'm a very giggly person. Um, I'm very fortunate to be a giggly person. um, but yeah, just being able to like go outside. I had Webkins. Webkins were dope. Um, I loved being able to go like out on my scooter, go to a friend's house at the end of the neighborhood and like just like go play with like dirt and rocks and shit. You know, I had a friend that lived by some cranberry bogs and they were like out in the out in the middle of nowhere almost. And we would go like fishing and we would make like we would play pretend that we were like in a lost civilization and we'd just be outside from like I don't know, from like noon to 8 p.m. Like just outside. I found my yellow tiger micro pet the other day. Aw, hell yeah. What the heck? What the heck? But yeah, not to get heavy on your very sweet and innocent question. But yeah, just the getting to be a kid was what I miss the most. I think a lot of people are nostalgic too because they, you know, it's the lack of responsibility, you know, where like just getting out of bed and going back to bed were your biggest struggles, you know? Um, and I just, you know, I just like to, you know, I don't know, the feeling of being outside all day is something that I kinda cherish. You take it for granted when you're a little dude, you know? First grade crush? I did not have one, and I found out many years later that I'm asexual, so it kind of explains a couple things. Kind of explains a couple things, actually. Explains maybe a couple, maybe 1 or 2 things about me not having crushes on anything in particular, yeah. Feeling that you had to get a boyfriend out of obligation, also then to later learn that I was gay. You know, just a little bit of I don't know. It's so yeah, you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is, right? And even with me being an awkward little creature, I got me a cool wife, you know what I mean? Me being an awkward little critter, and I got myself a cool wife. I love my wife. Shout out wife. Love that lady. Points, that's my wife. Me when only crushes are fictional? Yeah, no, fictional characters, let's go. Let's fucking go. Danny Phantom, love that guy. Love Danny. I've drawn Danny Phantom. If anybody have any Danny Phantom lovers, I drew that little bitch. Here he is. Bam. Y'all like Danny? Me? Yeah. That's right, tired rat man. You get it. Look at him. I drew this little asshole. And then also, look at this. Watch this. He's doing the Sonic pose. He's doing the Sonic pose. My favorite toy, I really liked Betty Spaghetti. Betty Spaghetti was my thing. I had Bratz doll. My trans icon. We love trans Danny Phantom. We love Danny being trans. I love that idea. I've seen that theory online. I fucking dig it. Imagining Danny Phantom doing the snap cute Sonic scenes. Absolutely. We love Danny Phantom at this hours. Absolutely. I have an odd problem where I would get crushes, but like on my own terms, not for fictional crushes though, like a bajillion of those. Yeah, I think one of the things that like I can only speak for myself, but like the reason that fictional characters end up being more appealing than real people is because um you can completely control their actions toward you. You know what I mean? Like you can see the media that they're from. You can interpret the medium. A lot of people will create characters that have the ideals that they want, but like Danny Phantom, for example, is a character which has a lot of relatable traits because he was written to appeal to kids going through those things. So as a kid seeing him, you're like, I relate to him. And he can't hurt me. He can't come out and say shit about me. He can't directly target me and make me feel lesser than. And so now I can see myself better in this person's company because I can control, like, how we have a dialogue with each other, and it's just us making sure that we feel safe. And safety is one of the most appealing things about somebody. Hashtag deep. Sorry about that, y'all. Hi, I saw your art on Spat's stream. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, hell yeah. We love Spats, and Spats sent her lovely community over here. And for the raiders that are still sticking around, thank you guys so much. What? That's so nice of you. What the heck? Call out post Danny Phantom. He called me a slur. No, oh my god. Slash J. Yeah, yeah, joking, joking. Fictional characters are more nice appearance wise, I feel. When I see a person in real life, I'm like, that's also fair. It's because we're making the most idealized version of something, you know, whether it's an idea, a concept, or an actual person. Like you're just showing it in a way that's meant to be visually appealing. So yeah, I allowed myself one crush a year, and that's what I've come to notice. I find it interesting how I was just able to snip feelings in the bud when I knew it wouldn't go anywhere. That's also very fair. Fun fact, Danny Phantom was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. Hi, Doran. No, you're right. If we want another, um so keep in mind, right? Okay, me, Mandy Quinn, mom, mannequin, ace, lesbian, married to a woman. Okay, remember those facts. And now look at how absolutely thirsty I drew this man. He's not as thirsty as he could have been. Not as thirsty as he could have been, but still thirsty. Spike from Ape Escape. I thought you were going to say Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I was like, yes, yes. Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Let's fucking gar. Listen, you drew him like a butch, so that makes sense. How's that thirsty? Well, he's eating all these bugs and he doesn't have anything to drink. So that's the it's mostly the arms. Here, let me isolate. Let me computer enhance. Computer enhance. It's right here. If you guys zero in on the right here, this is about where I put all my energy. Every lesbian needs her emotional support. Fictional man. This is Lios. Heavily salted, absolutely. I used to work on an animated television show, and almost all of the work I did was on arms and hands, so that was annoying. The Horfang, you're right, you're right. Here it is, right there. You're so correct. Sorry about that. I used to prefer fictional people. Now I've just come to appreciate the rough edges and quirks of real people, much like how people come to love strange smelling cheeses. I love that analogy. Poor guy needs a bra? No, I think he's fine. No, I think it's fine how he is. Free the nipples. No, I think he's fine. So yeah, if we just take this, I mean, this is the female gaze, I think. I've just also the way I really like the way I drew his wrist. I don't know. The wrist I think is my favorite part. This one arm right here. If we had nothing but this one bit, I think that'd probably be the let me just this right here. Now that's what I call a beautiful image. Can't develop a crush on a fictional person. That's fair as well. That's totally valid. Different people different people need different things. You know what I mean? Not like they're actually going to have something from this character, but um some people see a character that they identify with, that they have things in common with or things that they would like to have, and that's appealing. So it's not necessarily and this is just a generalization as well. Like some people really do have like an actual attraction, but I think most of the attraction part of it, not like physical attraction, but like the mental attraction comes from people seeing something that they want or identifying different things that they need um and latching on to the idea of having those. Can you draw me hotter? 'Cause damn. I did see Jen's channel point redeem of that beautiful Lios. Very silly. I love that idea. Oh my gosh, guys, calm yourselves. Calm down. Exactly what calm redeem should be now. If and I haven't started working on yours yet, see. So if you have another character you'd like, let me know. Um, we tootin'? Unfortunately so. I've had physical attraction to fictional characters, but I couldn't develop an emotional bond. That's also very fair. Oh, dang. You guys whipping it out. Letting them rip. Yeah, absolutely valid. Everybody and like I said, everybody has different stuff that they need, different stuff that they want. Excuse you. Oh, here comes the shittening. No, not the shittening. Oh my god. I'm saving for the 75K redeem, but I'm only gonna send it when you're not super busy. I appreciate that. Eventually, I'll do those full illustration redeems again. But the community is now larger, and also I've been working on a bunch of stuff. No, tired rat man, no. No, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Oh god. I can't believe you've done this. Jesus. Oh my gosh. How much is the fattest wedding? We might need to make the fattest wedding. It's 2,000 channel points. You guys could have used that on other things. God damn. Y'all could have used this on other things. You could have done anything with this. You call me Crow? Hell yeah. Oh, that's right, Crow. I didn't even recognize your name. Is so different. Hi, Crow. And now I see your emote. It makes so much sense. Find it funny how my elderly neighbor different we're going in a different direction said something about me getting a boyfriend when talking to my mom, and my gut instinct response was to very quietly go, but I don't want a boyfriend. No, you're so right. That's me for real. I am a single creature. I see a fart, I giggle. No, you're right. You're so right, Crow. That's your call. Thanks for lurking. That ass is taking some serious shit. You guys need to fucking y'all need to calm down. We all doing over there? What are y'all up to? My mating call. Have a good nap. Oh my goodness. Y'all, take care of yourselves. Gut health is important. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so now we have these little shoes, my little flippy floppies, which I put there because I needed more sparkly text here. Visual interests. How'd you do that hair? Very slowly, very carefully. Where my IBS girlies at? Everybody raise your Tums containers and rattle them around. Got your lactate pill container, rattle that bitch around. Shake a shake everybody, shake a shake right here. My face when fattest when he's redeemed. I think we're about to experience somebody fucking crashing out live on stream. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this hair, I actually used some hair that I'd already drawn as reference. IBS and lactose intolerance are different things, but I wanted to include the lactose intolerant baddies because, you know, obviously, yeah, we're irritable for different versions, different reasons. IBS says, "You've eaten food again? Hmm, I don't like that." Whereas lactose intolerance is, "You've eaten dairy? I don't like that." Oh my god. Ugh. I just laugh and turn the stream down until it's done. Oh god. Irritable because my bowels hate me. Oh my god. Irritable but sassy. Alright, looks like we have the necklace here and then the shoes. So let me do the necklace because the necklace would be easier. Way easier. Doo doo doo. I had to get enough of this sketch done that I would feel confident that Twitch wouldn't absolutely bonk my stream. That's one of the scariest things about being an artist is like it feels like you can't draw like a base for anything on your stream without it. I don't know. I haven't had a problem with it. I haven't actually known somebody get banned, but the fear is very real. The fear is strong with this one. Irony in being a cow and lactose intolerant is not lost on me. I can draw hands, can't draw shoes. No, you're so right for that. You're so valid for that. Used to hate drawing shoes, but something about drawing chunky fat boots I love. No, you're right. Yeah, Twitch is sensitive and that's okay. We get it, but also, damn girl, let the artists draw. Jesus. Let the artists do their thing. Yo. Sonic the Hedgehog made drawing shoes fun. No, you're right. Draw booba and whatever nonsense we wish to splatter on our screens. Yeah, I have drawn booba without consequence, and I think it's because it wasn't human booba. It was of an alien variety. It was of an alien variety. Let me see. No nip. Yeah, there was no nip. Mostly teeth. Um, mostly teeth, actually. This is, she's technically got a cover. She's technically covered up. Listen, I wanted to draw a xenomorph, but I knew that this biomechanical stuff is super hard on my brain, and I had to give myself incentive. So I drew giant massive smile. Giant massive smile. Yep. And if you're interested, I have stickers and prints of this art and other art. So if you want to take a look at that. I remember the great artist guidelines and how quickly they revoked that shit. Yeah, no, of course they did. Because what ended up happening is people started absolutely like distributing and drawing like pornographic material like on Twitch. They're like, hey, oh, they gave us more lenient rules for this stuff. Let's just actually put porn on the platform. And it's like, oh no, that's not what this is. So because those people took advantage of it and saw the opportunity to push it as far as they could, artists got fucked over again, which is a shame. The Seabird Lovely, thank you so much. Yeah. It's the few fucked it up for the many. That's how I felt when I drew Springtrap the first time, having to draw his organs and endoskeleton. Actually intimidating, now I draw him from memory, it's no issue. Yeah, no. You can always I mean, people that dedicate themselves to drawing, like, Transformers are so cracked. There's always some asshole to take fun away from everyone. Yeah, and I understand too, like, their concerns with, like, minors being in these spaces, "Spooky Pippo, welcome in!" And people have to say, minors don't interact, like, this is an 18 plus stream and which is, but Twitch being unable to enforce stronger policies, I mean, like, kids are so tech savvy, they're gonna get around anything, it doesn't fucking matter. Um, so at the end of the day, Aether, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, kids are fucking crafty. They're gonna do what they want. They are going to do what they want. They're gonna make things happen. They can find your address and your social security number if they really wanted to. So obviously Twitch is not going to be able to like enforce like all of these all the rules and things and to keep minors safe. But then at what point is it the responsibility of the parent to keep their kid out of these spaces? Obviously, there are different platforms um, for more risque endeavors, which perfectly fine. There's no issue with people making that content and distributing that content to adults, to and for adults by adults. That is them's the rules. So there's absolutely no judgment to people that work in sex work or that distribute like not safe for work materials. Like that's not a fault by any means. But if Twitch has a stance, they need to pick a lane and then enforce it. And to have rules that are clarified for like art specifically. Um, so, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you want to give, a little bit more freedom, like she's in a bathing suit, I feel like anybody with eyeballs and even an algorithm would be able to tell that she's wearing some sort of clothing. I'm also very clearly not a person, but I am person shaped, so that's also, that's also, what it is, you know what I mean? But yeah, so at the end of the day, it is we just have to work around it, and I think we can also then just, it's just though like for a lot of people streaming, like for example, I work in games, and so I spend all day every day like drawing, and then when I come home, my biggest motivation for creating art is coming to stream it. So if I happened to draw not safe for work art, streaming is a huge motivator for me to do that outside of like day-to-day work. So for me, it might not be Twitch might not be the platform that I take it to, though there's clearly a market for it. But there are other streaming sites that have, less strict guidelines on that, but I feel like Twitch should have like completely separate areas. And if they want to enforce it, have them take photo ID. Um, I know Google has a photo ID interpretation system. There are certain other platforms that require photo ID submission for you to be allowed access to certain things. So, if that's something that people are interested in, Twitch could totally have a whole area. But I don't know enough about the infrastructure on the back end to make any actual, um, suggestion with any real understanding of the system, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not working in back-end engineering, like, I don't servers are a thing, like, it's difficult for them to it takes up physical space as well, like, it's easy for us to forget that servers are a physical thing, but we're just using it digitally, you know what I mean? Feel like the internet shouldn't be a babysitter. It makes me wish parents weren't as uncaring about their kids. That's then it's a different thing for every parent, and I'm not a parent, so I can't speak on that. But there is a dependence on technology. There is a dependence on the internet to supplement like doing other things, but also the internet is no longer a place for kids. I mentioned this earlier about like the early 2000s, but like the internet used to be a place that you went to. Like you were like, "Hey, I'm logging on," and you would like let everybody know that you've logged on. Like you feel like you're in a different space when you're there, and then you left and you're like, "Hey everybody, I'm getting offline. Like I'm leaving and I'll be back tomorrow." It's not like that anymore. Like it's in the palm of your hand. Like everything you ever wanted is right there and you're just always connected to it. It's kind of crazy. Retired sex worker here. We have other sites for that. Twitch ain't the place. Exactly, exactly. It drums up attention. It is it is not a negative that people do it. It's a negative that it's been taken to this place where it's clearly not like for, but in that instance where the rules were being made more lenient, people were like, "Oh, sick. Now I can just straight up put like cock and balls on the screen." And you're like, maybe not. Hi, Madam Berry. Thanks for lurking." You're like, "Yeah, maybe we don't put absolute P and V on the screen. Maybe we just." I think that was delayed refresh. Oh, sorry about that. Exactly, parents should be responsible. I don't think Twitch should allow adult content, but at the same time, they did the worst approach to the not safe for W stuff, because people are extreme insanity. Absolutely. And I'm just reading your message late. That's just me being slow. It's just me being slow. Just making my way slowly through it. Kids do weird shit on Twitch. I have experience with kids being weird in my chat, very uncomfortable. Absolutely. No. And I think too, you can kind of get we're in a time and place where neurodivergency is as understood as it has ever been. And so a lot of times when I have somebody enter my chat and they might say something that feels a little bit less mature or a little out of place, my first instinct is not that they are a child, but that they might have like different social differences, I'll say, or different neurodivergencies. And it's not a negative thing. It's just I try to extend understanding if I can. But sometimes you can just a mile away, you can tell somebody's a kid. Like, you just tell they're a child, and you're like, "Oh, you're a child. Hi, Prez, how are you? Hi, 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 I'm a little butterfly. Hi there. Yeah, hell yeah. Welcome in." I remember the one VTuber that was cycling pornographic fan art they'd received. I was like, "Oh, brother." Yeah, it's definitely and also too, like, for me personally, this is about as much of Mandy as you're gonna see. Unless I commission you. If I'm commissioning you for art, I actually do have the base of my model like the birthday suit of my model to show as a reference because I've got weird joints. I think in normal circumstances it might not be necessary, but since my joints are very specific, I like to give that as an option so that they can see. But in terms of me creating art of Mandy that's not a model and others creating art, this is about as much as I would care to see. Um that's my own preference, but I really like NSFW art. I don't usually make it, and I do not wanna see it of my own character, but I love NSFW art, like, it's beautiful. Hi there, Tenny, how are you? We're talking about the Twitch guidelines I got scared from. I'm gonna work alongside you, finally check out the honk tutorial. Oh, thank you so much! That's so sweet. Here, if you need a link if anybody needs a link to my tutorial. Boop. And also in the pinned chat, there is another tutorial that I put out on Blue Sky. It is just an image tutorial of how I did some overlay stuff. But yeah, I personally I love because honestly, people are so cracked at drawing. Um, People have such a handle on anatomy and interactions between multiple characters, and making it look soft and tender is a true skill. And I think people are very quick to discount NSFW art because it's like not safe for work. But in reality, there's a lot of skill there. Um, it is a huge skill. That takes a lot of time and a lot of practice and a lot of reference. A lot of reference. Wanna be in the mood to draw an SFW again because I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I really enjoy seeing it because also people's style really comes through when they don't have to draw clothes. Weird time for me to come back from lurk mode, but I love drawing NSFW art. It's definitely something I miss doing. Yeah, I encourage people to draw and express themselves. Like, I definitely it's not a negative. In fact, like, I encourage it. Um it just sucks that the guidelines for just drawing, like, the base of a body in a non-sexual way has is so regulated on Twitch that I'm kinda scared to draw, like, the base of a model without clearly having clothes on it, which is why I did so much of this sketch without, um without showing it on screen. Like, I did most of this work, like, on my own. Nothing will prove your anatomy quite like drawing pawn, yeah. Not gonna lie, Final Fantasy 14 art I've commissioned is 50/50. No, you're slay. You're slay for that. Speaking of tutorial, I peeped your honk tutorial today, made my first model there. It was mega useful. Oh, hell yeah, that's so awesome. Thank you. If you have any progress you'd like to share, I would love to see. But also, there's no pressure. You don't have to. Yes, anatomy is super important. Um, don't ever feel comfortable drawing NSFW for the public. It just makes me feel weird. It's personal preference. Absolutely. Yeah. I would never want to see Mandy, the character that I've made to embody myself, in a not safe for work interpretation. I just don't want that. But there are a lot of creators that cherish and love that art of themselves, of their character, and hell yeah, there's nothing negative about that. For me though, I would rather not. So this is about as risque as you're gonna get. And that's just because I had this idea of the pool and I really wanted to do it. Um I'm quite nervous to draw anything, even remotely NSFW on Twitch because the one time I drew something where I had to draw defined butt cheeks through pants, I had people like, "Ass." Yeah, no, that's also fair. Understandable. I never wish people to make NSFW content of my characters unless I permit them. Yeah, it's a different preference for everybody. Taking life drawing class really stopped me from being embarrassed. Yes, taking life drawing courses, um I had to take quite a few life drawing courses in college, so I highly recommend it. Working off of models, whether they're clothed or not, is also a big boost. If you were to see the NSFW art that I've done or had done of my character, always down to share. Really proud of the one I drew. Hell yeah. I don't currently have a an NSFW section um of my art share just because but whenever in the future. I'm probably not even I'm not gonna ask for it, not gonna lie, but I'm always happy to see and share. Ba, 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 ba. It's so dark outside now. Alright, so I just have these little shoes left to do. Mhm. Is the perspective perfect on this? No. No, it's not. Does it have to be? No. Okay, I'm gonna try to get a little bit better shoe shape here. These are like sandals, so they can be a little bit less perfect. Yeah. Shoes are also very hard to draw, and I think it's just because they're very structural, and having structure adds complication. There are some people that are absolutely wizards at drawing shoes, and my only question is how. Yes, you can decorate your stream avatar. There's a whole panel. You can have they're called dongles, the little the little hats and things. Uno mama day. I can only draw heels. I love drawing heels. Oops. I love drawing heels. They're very fun to draw. Ba-da-da-bum-bum. I used to call USB sticks dongles. Hey, you know what? They kind of are. They're dongles are just little information distributors. One of my art teachers told me in college, remember all the grandmaster paintings and sculptures that we considered peak skill were considered by their creator practice. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's fine. Emo. Yeah, it's a constant battle to improve. one of the reasons, like, if I showed you some art that I had done even, like, a year ago, I have actively been trying to do, like, things like this, where I have a more complex pose, a little bit more perspective, and also a background. That's when I've been streaming, I've just been actively trying to improve myself. When I'm on my own, I don't always, like, put so much energy into things if I'm just doing, like, a quick D&D character sketch, you know what I mean? Um, but but yeah, I've just actively been putting in the practice, and it makes a difference. Like, I can show you an example of a Furby that I drew somewhat recently versus a Furby that I drew a while ago. The streams made my night, by the way. I've been feeling terrible. I've had a lot of physical pain, but this has brightened my night. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. Not happy to hear that you've had physical pain, but happy to hear that you're feeling a little better from the stream. That's very sweet of you to say. Yeah, no, not about your physical pain. Sorry about that. No, that's that fucking sucks. Not about that, but poking my fingers together. Sorry about that. So for example, the first time I drew a Furby, let me see. So this is the first time I drew a Furby. Speaking of like, saucy art, this also too about a year plus ago, I was going for a very simple style on stream, and I have since stopped doing only my simple style. I have a couple different styles, but this one is just mostly simplified. It's very, very thick line art. Not a lot of interior detail. Um, but you could see that I was kind of doing colored line art here, but not very much of it. I just did a little bit. But like I think the face could have benefited from having some colored lines. Love the rainbow sherbet vibes? Hell yeah, she's serving slay. She's also asking you about your car's extended warranty. So, for example, this was a more simple piece done actually almost 2 years ago. And then now I'm gonna show you the one that I did, a couple months ago. This is Hi, Jumbo. So, this is what I did a couple months ago. Clearly very different. Um And so you can see here that, I put a little bit more effort in the surroundings, a little bit more effort in her interacting with things. The lighting is a bit more intense. I've always really liked lighting. Might be my favorite piece you've done. Thank you so much. What the heck? She call me anytime. She can't do it. Also had a really crappy start to the day. The cozy vibes are appreciated. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm a really giggly person, and so, it really makes me feel very good when people, appreciate that and have been getting something from my streams. I adore streaming, I really enjoy, um, being around with all you guys. You guys make my day every time. It's fine if you're giggly, if anything, it makes it more positive. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, streaming is a I really enjoy. If I could stream to make a living, I would, but unfortunately, I got bills to pay, you know what I mean? Who up pondering the orb? Yeah, here's this little guy, also really subtle, but the pearls on this string of pearls are slightly different colors to make it feel like it's a candy bracelet. But yeah, who's up late pondering the orb? Honestly, having an emoji that's the crystal ball emoji, but it's just this crystal ball, it'd be a little bit too much effort to do, but I think it'd be funny. Also, the devil card right here. Yeah, I definitely so actually fun fact for those of you that are newer here, this piece I did maybe 30 hours in it. 35 hours or so. And then my computer crashed because of a power issue that I've since resolved. And I lost all of the line art. Like every bit of the line art was lost in the crash, but other things were maintained, like all the coloring was maintained. I was like, damn. So it took me one, I got my computer fixed, but two, it took me a little bit of time to come to terms emotionally because I did almost cry. But after like a month or two, I came back to the piece. I fully re-inked the entire thing. And I colored it in a brand new color scheme. And I love the way it turned out. It's so much better than it would have been if I had continued the way that it was. So sometimes bad shit happens for a good reason, and I guess that's what the reason was. I've been trying to motivate myself to stream again, but I'm just working on my overlays to look nice and such. Finished my PNG tuber model yesterday. Oh hell yeah, congratulations. Oh my guy. Yeah, one step at a time. It took me 6 months to get all my stuff together. when I had a full-time job, and I've been working on new overlays for about 2 or 3 months. And let me open Illustrator. I'll show you a little bit of what I have. I'm not saying that I wanna buy the print of this, but I'll heavily imply that I wanna buy the print of this. Just kidding. I have prints and 2 different types of stickers and t-shirts. So let me show you actually, here, let me show you I'll show you my overlay art, but um, through the tutorial that I made. So if you saw that blue sky link in the pinned comment, this is what the link is for. Shameless self-promotion. Listen, I'm not making crazy bank off my merch, but I do know that people were interested in, like, prints and things, so sometimes I like to remind, like, "There it is, it's right there." I can attest the tie-dye Mandi shirt is so fucking comfortable, I wear it as a muumuu, hell yeah. No, the tie-dye shirt's really thick. I ordered one as a sample, it's a really thick shirt. Um, I was not expecting it. The itch to make a new model is hitting me real hard lately. It's not even been a year since I debuted my last one. I have a couple different outfits of this honk model, and I'm only now just actually commissioning somebody to make a live 2D model, while also working on my own live 2D model, so that's a whole other thing. Um, and brand new overlays. So you can see here, this is what my overlays look like. If I get rid of the oops, if I get rid of the stuff here. This is Adobe Illustrator, by the way. So obviously, in the bottom, it's not doesn't quite, it's not the same. Is your model's hair inspired by Nyan Cat by any chance? It looks so adorable. Actually, Evil Little Lad's the one that designed this outfit. Very Grr Hot Topic inspired. I'm sure Nyan Cat was in there. Trust me, Mandi. I've peeped the merch store all right. Oh, thank you. Change my bottle every 4 weeks. It's okay. Sometimes you just have to have a little bit of variety. Variety is the spice of life. So yeah, so I have this very, like, fruitier arrow, it's very similar to what I have currently, but a little bit more polished. Oops. And to get this, I have probably spent, oh man, like, at least 2 months going back and forth on there, and this isn't, obviously you know, this isn't what my overlay will look like. Obviously, there's a tutorial in the middle of it, but, um, here, let me give you a sneaky peeky. Oh, perfect, my honk model's in here. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Hi, Minty. Whoa. Oh my goodness, look at all those little guys down there. What is that? Oh my goodness. Zoop. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Trying to discover what character design suited me better. I designed one I liked recently. I'm happy now. I love to hear that. As another world. Yeah, you were. And I turned it away. I turned it off. So as you can see, it's quite different. Um, but it's very similar at the same time. So it's taken me months to kind of get to that place. But once I got it planned out how I wanted it to look, then making it didn't take that long. There's so many little babies at the bottom. You guys are crazy. So many little guys at the bottom. I'm dreading working on overlays. And maybe in the future I can do commissions of overlays, but also I like your lineless style so much. I don't think my goober shit would be up to par, but overlays are so tough. The model art that you've been doing is so cute. Bum, bum. Literally gonna say wink wink. If you like these Adobe Illustrator style windows and stuff, I actually have all of these windows built in Illustrator, and as a connoisseur of the Windows or the Illustrator madness, the March Madness, if you will, means it'd be
Here's
very
your mall fact,
ooh.
ever fluctuating.
Mhm.
In 2001, the local pretzel stand,
Mhm.
Twisters, made a neon pink pretzel to celebrate Mandy's 5-year store anniversary.
Mhm.
The event was quickly concluded when the pink dye was found to cause incredibly violent farts, especially from young children.
Yeah, so that's why you guys are sneaky because we did that mall promotion. Shouldn't me, yeah. But yeah, all these windows are completely like editable and changeable, and so as somebody who knows what Illustrator's all about, they are hyper editable. Oh God, kind of did this to myself, huh? Jeepers. Oh, Laura. love the peeping. Oh my gosh. You guys are going nutty with power. My nose feels molested. I almost read that as mistletoe, and I was about to say, like, what about this is giving mistletoe, but I see, I see. Sorry, it was the meatloaf. Did somebody say meatloaf? If you know, you know. Okay, I think I should have a little bit of a heel here. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-bow. My ears want that time back. 15 seconds. It's a 15-second tootie. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I would do anything for love. Yeah, but I won't do that. And he didn't. Can you believe it? I like the heel, but let me see what it looks like without this little line here. Bow, bow, bow. We kiss under the mistletoe, farting mistletoe for sharpness? Minty, no, please. Oh, my Shayla. Dear God. What do my little shoes look like? Okay. Dear God. Jesus. What has this world come to? You guys are absolutely full of it today. Minty, are you home from work yet, you goober? Good evening, shoppers. What's the sale today? What's the word? What's the haps? Hi, Abdul. It's the haps and the word is people shitting their pants. The sale is probably them buying new pants because the old ones are absolutely ruined. Absolutely destroyed those pants. You probably have to burn them, to be honest. What's your major? More like what's your damage, my guide? My goodness. Clearly laxatives have been in high discount. Yeah. Somebody had a box of chocolate that they didn't realize that somebody had tainted. I think they need to be buried. Rest in pieces, trousers. Rest in pieces, my fellow trousers. Pow, pow, pow. You guys are trouser browsers because you're always looking for new pants. I'm so afraid to use the scaling tool. That's also very fair. It does kind of mess up some stuff. But in Photoshop, they recently added a tool called Sharpen Edges, which has been very handy for when sketches get a little fuzzy after you mess with them a little bit. So, you know, I like using that. There we go. The song goes way too hard. Okay, so that looks like a nice little shoe. But honestly, now that I'm in the sketch phase, I've been using the warp and um the distort tool a lot just because I'm sketching so my inking won't be affected. Liquefy my beloved, let's go. Okay, so now we have the butterflies on the shoes. Next to this nice hand that I drew. Yippee! Um, did someone say liquefy? Oh god. Okay. God damn it! No, not again! I can't! Not again! Jeepers! Oh, jeepers! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness gracious! Wow. Are you guys good? Did you all survive? Oh man! Oh no! You're gone! Oops! Oh jeez! Oh my gosh! Revolution! God damn! The only revolution that I'm seeing is the revolution in technology to make pants that can withstand. It's like a disease. It's spreading, please. Yeah, you guys are disgusting. 22%. You're cringe. You didn't get the tattoo and you didn't get the thick rim glasses. Here. 84%. That's right, Abdul. There you go. Here, let me see. Have I gotten any more? I had 3% when we started. 16. Save some cringe for me. Save some for me. I don't get any. Oh, now you guys are rubbing it in. I see how it is. I see how it is. Fucking rubbing it in. Rubbing it in. Listen, guys. I don't know what a girl what's a mannequin gotta do to be cringe up in this place? 23? Alright, okay. You might have to work on it. One day I'll be cringy. I've seen under 50 for the past 2 streams. I don't know what's wrong with this place. You guys are clearly cringe. If you guys wanna get more cringe, then you guys have to plan a mass flash dance in the middle of the mall. You'll get plenty of cringe. God gives his toughest trials to his cringiest soldiers. No, that's me, though. Gotta hit the dab. Dude, gotta get a bad tattoo. Get a tattoo of, I don't know, like a really ugly Pikachu. Lovely galaxies, welcome in. The ugliest Pikachu you can find, I think. And tattoo it on yourself. Then you'll get cringe. Oh, excuse you. Do an apology video whilst not apologizing. Gotta max out the cringe. No, you're right. I mean, I should start talking about Homestuck. We were talking about Homestuck earlier. Minty. Uh-oh. Hi, lovely galaxies. Thanks so much for the follow. We're talking about being cringe and being free. As one should. I hope you're feeling cringe on this fine evening. Minty, you know how you gotta get more cringe? You have to return to the movie theater, um, and just ask for a soda cup that's empty and then fill it with the butter dispenser butter. And I think you'll get enough cringe for all of us. We're cringe and we're free. Why do I have the highest cringe? Listen, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so sorry. Seems like I came at the right time. How I love Homestuck. Ew! The sound effect timing is very funny. Homestuck was once had a sweet place in my heart. Now I'm scared. 34%. Jeez. Bring your dog out of the apology vid. Rub your eyes multiple times. Talk about how you're not usually that type of guy. Drink the popcorn butter with your movie. Die instantly. You need a straw. I love the fact that I know the ew sound effect is Chloe from Bratz. Yes, we love Chloe. She's an icon. For those of you that are newer here, we have the cringe sound redeem that also gives you a percentage of cringe. It's completely randomized. And the one thing that I've recently adopted is telling you how to get more cringe, which clearly people have really enjoyed. But also, I will say with a nice asterisk on the end, is that these are not things that are meant to shame you or make you feel bad. It is all in good fun because a lot of times some of these things are things that I would have once done. I'm mostly thinking of like 2010s things that we look back on and we're like, ew, oh boy. Gotta get more cringe. You have to be my friend. I'm losing cringe by the minute. Take care of yourselves, please. Also, if it doesn't give you another number, it has a cooldown. It ain't broken. It just ain't ready to give you enough cringe yet. Hi, Aria. Hi, 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 I'm a little butterfly. Hi, 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 I'm a little butterfly. Hi there. Welcome in. Also, if you're popping by, oh,
May like
man.
it here, XD.
Aw, XD, thank you so much for the resubscription. Thanks so much for 4 months. Oh my gosh. I'm amazed at how everything's so cute. Thank you so much. It's so nice of you to say. Wait, let me here, let me show you what I'm working on. So this is what I'm currently working on. I've been working on this flip-flop for a hot second. Um, Here's the color sketch I have for it. So the coloring is gonna go crazy. In fact, the coloring is gonna be probably the biggest thing about this piece. It's amazing what you can do. Will I become the cringiest of cringe? Most likely, thank God. Cringe lords, rise! My cringy soldiers. The color goes hard, thank you. Those bisexual flag colors. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba. I'm really excited to do the lighting for this piece. I think it's gonna be stellar. Oh, I have a little, cover my chair has, like, fake leather on it, and, it's, like, flaking off, and I have these little covers, these little fabric covers that go over, and one of them's been coming off. I think the elastic in it broke or something, or it's just not good, but so now there's, like, flakes of my chair. Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I the cringiest of them all? Can't predict now. Wow. Oh my goodness, see?
No way it's been 8 already.
Oh my gosh, congratulations on 8 months. Thank you so much for subscribing again. You're so kind. Like the sun. Thank you so much. Ow. My foot. Ah, my foot. Ow, my toesies. Also, guys, we're 2 away from 2,100. Oh, we're also close to a hype train. My goodness. We already had a hype train today. Gonna make sure that this is. I want to order pizza. I really want pizza. Gonna make this a little gem. So I'm just gonna do that. Yeah. There we go. A little butterfly on this shoe. This actually looks like the more of the left shoe. So I'm gonna copy and paste. Are those the high little butterflies? Yes, they are. Yeah, this is actually the top of the bathing suit's also a butterfly. So I think it's super cute and super silly. For those of you that weren't around for our hype for our hype train earlier, sorry. Um, I was doing little doodles of hype train conductors. So let me open up who we had before. We had TNS Teeny and Clover Calliope. These were our 2 sketches that we did of our hype train conductors. So, um, for anybody that gets a hype train actually started and then contributes during the hype train, I'm gonna try to do these little doodles. I'm gonna try to keep them within a half hour. But yeah, this I'm gonna start trying to do this. Oh, Jesus! Oh my god! Tang!
Well, well, well.
Well, well, well. Thanks so much, Tang. Welcome in. Holy shit! All right, I see. Thank you so much for contributing some biddies. Thank you so much. Big lesbian inbound. Wait a minute. I remember a video I watched a decade ago on YouTube of some guy in Japanese school uniform and a horse mask, and he was dancing to Butterfly by Smile. No, you're right. That's some AOL shenanigans. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for initiating the hype train. Thank you, C, for your resubscription. Tang, thank you so much for your resubscription. Looks like we're gonna have to break this open. So for those of you that are newer in here, I'm starting this trend now, where anyone that contributes subs to a hype train will get a little drawing here. So we have Tang on the docket. Thank you guys so much for the. Oh, okay, so we've got level 2. I see. There we go. It gaslit me. Oh yeah, okay, so it looks like C is a conductor. Hell yeah. And Tang is a conductor. There we go. I got another question. Apologize if I have a lot of questions. I'm curious. Of course, of course. A hype train without me? Hi, Madman. Uh-oh. Everybody brace yourselves. Hi, Madman. So scared.
Do we have any updates on the little keychain bot or not yet greater than
Oh,
3C?
uh,
Mal
oh,
D
oh
U 1
my
Yuppie.
god. Jesus. Madman. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for 10 subs. This is the second hype train we've had today. I don't know what to do with myself here. Let me save this. Let me make sure that I've got this saved. Thank you so much. All right, all right. I have a problem. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Welcome in. If you guys have received a sub, please be sure to thank the kind gifter for your sub. Make sure to give them flowers, give them your love. We did have an update on the keychain. I got a request. I sent in a request for fourth wall, and they got back to me. Oh, Aria, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy shit. All right, hold on. Let me write down everybody that we've got. Oh, I need a better. I need a better. There we go. See anime. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. All right, Madman, Heavenly. Thank you so much, guys. My bank hates me for sure. Take care of your wallet and your bank account. My God. Hold on, I'm missing stuff. Thank you so, so much for the gifted subs, you guys. And we're already at a level 5. Jesus. Thank you guys so much. Jeepers creepers. What are you guys doing with them peepers? So to answer your question, Minty, um, yes, we have progress. I did send I sent a request in. Tang, I hope you're doing well, by the way. I sent a request in. Um, Actually, let me double check who the conductors. Okay, so it's showing the conductors. So far, the conductors are Captain Eyesore, aka Madman, and C. So let me see. But I want to make sure that I don't miss anybody either. Hold on. I'm also trying to make sure that I'm not absolutely just drawing a whole bunch of shit that I might not be. Hold on. Resubscriptions, those are resubscriptions, these are gifted. Just hanging out, doing great. I'm so happy to hear that. I was lurking in your mini stream the other day. Okay, we have Aria. Hold on, I'm trying to this is a new thing that I'm doing, so I'm trying to make sure that I'm keeping it narrowed down. But these I will keep in their own document. I'll send to people after the stream. But I'll keep these in their own document so that we can have a record of people that have made our hype trains possible. Um, so far these are the folks that have been gifting. So I think I'll limit it to gifting just because I want to draw everybody. I just cannot. So if you end up gifting during a hype train, uh, then I could doodle, I could draw. Hold on, let me double check. There we go. Thank you guys so much, by the way. I really appreciate all of it. I want to draw everybody so bad. I just don't have the. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. Oh my goodness. All right, so we have these three. Damn, you guys have been very kind. Very slay. Actually, let me see something real quick. I did initiate. Oh, Madman. Thank you so much for 5 additional gifted subs. What's happening? What is going on today? Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are also working on the plus the part not the partner plus, but the affiliate plus. So we will have any subs will go towards that number, which is really exciting. So thank you guys for all of your help. I really appreciate it. Did it for the new badge. Oh my gosh, told you months ago you're gonna be famous. No, that's not true. I'm gonna do a fart celebration. Oh gosh. Thank you so much. All right, we've got a level 6 hype train. We've got these 3 folks here, the 2 that kicked it off and then additional for gifting. Um is there is there anyone else that ends up wanting a doodle? Um I'm going to prioritize getting these ones done too. Let me start working. Anyway, my bank hates me. I think I spent my tax returns on sub gifting. Just take care of yourself financially. My goodness. My goodness. All right, the 3 of you, do you have any preference of what's drawn? If you have a character that you wanna see drawn, let me know, and I can get started on drawing them. It's gonna be like a small kind of sketch like this, nothing fancy. Um, got expendable cash money. Define expendable. Fucking take care of yourself. You're so proud of the little gift box you have next to you. I have an old avatar, but it's not very interesting. That's okay. I'm happy to draw anything. I'm happy to draw any of your characters. Or if there's a character that you'd like to see, I'll send you my ref sheet. Go crazy. Oh, thank you. You can also send the links in the chat as well if you have them handy. Can it be a hybrid of 2 drawings? I mean, I did that with Clover. Clover had a new hairstyle and another outfit that I mended together. So if it's something like that, then yes. An undisclosed amount of savings and investments. You're fucking crazy. You're crazy wilding with it. As long as you guys are okay financially, I don't want anyone to ever compromise themselves for little old me. Little old me. Wanted to ask, I draw a lot of horror themed Five Nights at Freddy's art only to be constricted myself to just that. Should I branch out and start drawing OCs and stuff and be more free? It's a personal preference. I know a lot of people will make art based on the attention that it'll receive um from from an audience of some sort, which is totally valid. Um, if Five Nights at Freddy's and horror art is something that you find passion in, and that's something that makes you happy, I recommend just draw what makes you happy because, um, because people that also feel that way towards that art will find you. Remember, it's us when you make it to the big leagues. Y'all, you guys are hyping me up way too much. Don't my head will get too fat, my neck will break. Do I send it on Discord? You can send it on Discord or you can send a link in the chat if you feel comfortable sharing it. Draw your own mascot OC and see what happens. They can be your mascot. Yeah, well, do you want is that for me to draw or you're just talking to them? But anyway, I recommend just drawing what makes you happy regardless of how others will receive it. Um, and just, just feel joy in what you're working on. And if it changes, if you wanna try new things, feel free. There's only positivity that can come from trying new things, but feeling like you have to is when it gets a little dicey. My neck fat carrying this brain. No, you're right. No, you're right. Fly away because 'cause it'd be full of hot air gassing me up. It depends on if you feel like sticking to your comfort stuff, is hampering your growth. Yeah, absolutely. Might be worth going out of your comfort zone, if you feel like that's the case. Absolutely. It's up to your own personal preference. I do have my own mascot. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm bad at talking to people in chat because I don't ever call people by their Oh, I got you, I got you, I got you. Hell yeah. Oh! Thank you, Celador. Thank you so much for the bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. 24 gift subs, guys. Thank you so much for the hype train. What did we get? What do we get? Remind me later. Hold on. What do we get? Oh, we got this little guy.
Captainosaur Local Madman
Oh,
gifted a
Madman.
tier 1 sub to SRKO Trap.
Thank you so much,
They have
everybody.
given 64 gift subs
Hell
in the
yeah.
channel.
JL JL Phillips Creations, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I had to read. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. The madman he returns, yes. Alright, so for you 3, feel free to send something in my DMs if you would like, if you have something you'd like. Madman, if you would like a drawing, let me know. Thank you guys so much for the second hype train of the day. I don't know what to do. So I guess this is something that people enjoy. I wanna make sure that people feel like hype trains they're actually getting something from their generosity. Like, it's truly you guys are being very generous. So thank you very much for your kindness and for being so sweet to me. Aria, would you prefer the humanoid or the fox version of your model? Even know that was a thing. It's something I started today. It's something I started today. And people have been really enjoying it. Look at how big your art is. Such good quality. I like this colored pencil situation that's happening. It's got a very textural pencil kind of vibe to it. Dealer's choice? Yeah, I've been telling that I wanna draw more fox stuff, so or more furry art, so I think I'm gonna go for this badass design in the middle. Alright. Oops. Let me just grab this instead. Paste it. There we go. Alright. There we go. There's some good designs. Yeah, they're really cool. So for C and for Madman, if you have anything, just send me a Discord message, and I'll get working on that. Um to me. All right. Turn the background to be less wild on my eyeballs. And let me change the description of what I'm doing. Drawing. Damn. Teka teka teka. I might join the Discord, even though I don't talk much because I get nervous. But I wouldn't mind posting my future art there. Absolutely, we have a whole forum that's just for art. Yeah, it is Turtle. People are very generous. Yeah, no pressure to interact or to do anything you're not comfortable with. There is a whole a gallery space for sharing art. It's a little strange, but it is basically a forum. So when you make a post, it's like creating a little forum inside where you can put your art in and people can talk about your art. And also there are tags so people can search up different types of art. Um, and it just makes it really fun to be able to browse. So it looks a little confusing, but if you ever have any questions, you can ask mods or me and we can answer it for you. Stop being nervous. I'll be the extrovert, actual introvert, to adopt the introvert to play gamer games with. Yeah, if you guys ever want to use any of the VCs, please do. Um, they are for you, and I would love it if you guys enjoyed the space as much as I do. Also, I've been working on getting back into a place where I can do the game nights and movie nights once or twice a month. So if you're interested in those, I am happy to I'm going to try to keep getting those back going. We usually play Jackbox games, which are really fun because a lot of people can play it and it's free. I'm not going crazy, right? There's a hand on the second emote. Which one? Hold on, hold on. I'll do take this. Oh yeah. Oh yes, yes. Celador, you can edit an emote. You can edit emotes in Twitch. Okay, let me choose something a little bit more red. The lore is that I'm a kitsune yokai shapeshifter, and those two in my ref sheet being my actual forms. I'm trying to get 2 to 6 more versions that are also common forms. The giant buff scary hunched over like a beast from Beauty and the Beast werewolf form. That's cool. That's fucking cool. That's actually really cool. All right. Heavenly. It just conveniently covers up my gun with a finger gun. Thank you, C. Happen to me. Alternative games to play as long as we play through Parsec. I've got several games I could play old school couch coop games. Honestly, couch co-op. Yeah, honestly, one of these days I would like to play like Mario Kart or something. It's a little bit like you can have 8 people at one time. Um, but you know, it's a Molly. They're fucking smushed. Oh my gosh. Somebody stepped on him. Why'd you guys step on him? Yeah, I would Mario Kart 8 allows 12 people, then let's go. Yeah, I would love to be able to play with, with people. Though the problem is that that requires that you have a Switch and it also requires that you have the game. So, if we like more of those specialty games though, then I will definitely make it advertised that we're doing like a specific, Mario Kart night. What about Mario Kart 8 2? The upcoming Mario Kart 8 3 for Switch 2. What about Mario Kart 87? What about that? I'm gonna give you a little teeth.
Drink water or else.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you little tooths. Give you little teethies. Love Kingo Hamada. He's been in my brain lately. We got a little smile already. We got a little smile going. Also, y'all, we're one follow away from 2100. Holy shit. Did the Switch 2 already release? No, it didn't. Oh god. Mario Kart insert equation here. Theory of relativity Mario Kart. 8 rows of canines. Well, pardon me if I only draw the one. Pardon me if I'm only able to draw one. Switch 2 Direct will be on April 2nd. Let's go. And you have a little bit of the little bit of this Mario Kart 20. I love the idea of Mario Kart, and then it's just one of those like huge equation calculators. One of those chunky calculators that they always told you that you would need, and then you just never use them. I'm excited for Switch 2 as well. I don't know if I'll have one anytime soon, but I'm excited for it. Pre-orders are expected to start 1 hour after the end of the direct. That's kinda crazy. That's kinda nutty. My $500 Tamagotchi life machine. No, you're right. No, you're right, and you should say it. I do wanna play that new Tamagotchi game, though. The new Tamagotchi game looks like it's gonna be really fun, though it's giving Hello Kitty Island Adventure, but Hello Kitty Island Adventure looked fun too, so fifth dimensional Mario Kart, where you race against yourself, making different racing choices. I don't like the new Switch controllers. I'm gonna see someone snap the connection on day one. Oh, yeah, no, they feel like something might be a problem. What is a Tomodachi? There was a DS game, um, where you made like your Miis lived in like an apartment building and interacted with each other for better and for worse. I hope the new Tomodachi Life has the customization that Miitopia did. I would imagine that it's gonna have the same like advanced customization that the Switch Miis have, which is kind of nutty. There's some crazy people can do crazy shit with the Miis now. The way I screamed at the new Rhythm Heaven, yeah. I would love to play um I would love to play oh gosh, Muse Dash on stream, but all of the good songs are like copywritten, so I can just fuck myself, I guess. Had to look up match to double check that. Absolutely. No, you're doing great. What is Miitopia? Miitopia was also a DS situation where you made like Miis that would like go through like a little adventure and they could like interact with each other. Hoping they do add same-sex marriage. It seems like they might with the way that there was like a same-sex couple in the trailer that people were going nutty for. Trying to get some fun animal art. You know what I mean? It was a 3DS game that was ported to the Switch, I think, of D&D, but with Mii's. Yeah. I didn't know it was ported to the Switch. I didn't know that. Trying to get a sly, mischievous look. I had the entire Five Nights at Freddy's cast as my team. It was funny as hell. I'm sure it made for an interesting combination of events. Okay, so you have like more of these like I'm gonna try to get this kind of rounded off. The teeth are a little bit round. You're gonna be a little bit softer. And then I'm gonna give you these big old oh, I drew it on the same layer. No! There. There we go. Dr. Pepper meme thing, let's go. Once we can go. Alright. I'm gonna do some big old tall ears. Looks a little less like a fox. It looks more like a bobcat. So let me bring that down. I think the perspective that I chose. Let me see if I can't change the angle. I think also too the color is going to be a big change between this cat and a well, actually, they're closer to dogs. They are canine. Hmm. Now I'm second guessing. I think it's the inability of the snoot to be long gives it less fox. Hold on. There we go. Now you just look tired. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Yeah. 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 We're working on it. We're working on it. I'm a shapeshifter. That's also true. Let's get this out of the way. Thinking. Oh boy. These are also like on the fly, so it's good practice. Let me see if I can't get a little bit more of the length here. Yeah, that's definitely going to help us. Getting the length and the position a little bit different here will be oops, no, be very helpful. There we go. It's getting closer. The perspective was a fun thing to try, but it didn't work out, and that's okay. Ah, I have to wait for a whole nother year for Tomodachi Life 2. I swear, if GTA 6 doesn't come out before, I'll lose it. Oh, I baked it away for artists to have creative liberties. That's nice. That's a nice consideration. Also, too, we're getting to the point in time where I'm getting a little tired too, but I want to make sure that I get these done because I want to show my appreciation. I also want them to be good though. I want them to be good. I want them to look nice. Oops. Fuck. Let me make sure that this is kind of in the right spot here. There we go. Imagine talking to someone and their art style just changes as their expression does. I have a couple different art styles depending on like what I'm trying to draw. So I have like a simpler art style for things that are a little bit simpler that I don't want to spend a whole ton of time on. And I have an art style that's a little bit more detailed. And then I have something that's a little bit in between. It just depends on the function. Okay. I think I'll also go with something like an open mouth. Yeah. I like the bottom teeth. There we go. Their poker face just turns them into a JoJo Araki. Yeah, absolutely. Get nervous, turn them into Boki. Boki the Rock, let's go. I know it's bad form to discuss other streamers, but I was raided into a 24/7 shrimp aquarium stream overnight. Listen, no. And you could always share 24/7 shrimp aquarium. In fact, do you have their channel? Do you happen to have that channel handy? Because no, listen, I kind of want that. I feel like I should raid into them. I feel like I should raid into the 24-hour shrimp aquarium. It's kind of like how pirate software has the little ferret cam where it's just ferrets all night, like 24/7 it's just ferrets. Shrimps 24/7. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, they're little blue ones. Oh, they're I'm following them. What the fuck? Dude, the little shrimpins, they're just oh, look at that really tiny one. Okay, 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 hold on. I'm gonna put that in another tab. Holy shit. Everybody go follow Shrimp 24/7. Guys, I love them. Oh, I gotta fix my chair. I love them, Your Honor. Yeah, look at them. The little teensy one, the little tiny baby one. Also, peep that. I think that's an apple snail on the left. Has a pink shell. Pretty. Guys, I love Shrimp 24/7. Make a browser source and put it on stream? It is against Twitch TOS to share other streams on your stream. Unfortunately, but I would love that. If I could, I would love. It's a ram's horn snail, let's go. Always wanted shrimp rip my fish tanks. Can a mod please shout out Shrimp 24/7? I got you. No, we can shout out Shrimp 24/7. I hope that us and the other 370 people enjoy, the shrimp as much as I have. I honestly, Molly, though, like, shrimp are probably one of the easiest things to take care of. I've never gotten to have one, but I love them. I see so many people do that, though. Good to know. Yeah, yeah, showing other streams on your stream is, not allowed. It's kinda different if they're watching a video, so if you're watching, like, a YouTube video of a stream happening, um, so a lot of people will watch, like, the gamer awards and stuff, or they'll see, like, but it is I definitely recommend taking a good look at the rules before you put any, like, live streamed thing. Obviously, too, Nintendo Direct is a little bit different, but, like, if it's another streamer and you're distributing their stream content on your stream, that's when it gets a little hairy. That's when it gets a little hairy, so just be careful. I don't know the rules as well as others do, so I always recommend looking for yourself. You know what I mean? Okay. I like this a lot better. Still looks like a cat, but I think we'll fix that. We can make it better. I've had sea monkeys, let's fucking go. I always wanted one, but I always kept fish that would eat them. But we love little shrimps. I love shrimp so much. I had some tetras for a while, some fish, and I had some snails. I think in video content, it's easy to clip and turn things into fair use, but yeah, as a stream reaction, it'd be harder to justify stream on stream. Absolutely. Yeah. I know people have like videos in the corner, and if you have that VOD published onto YouTube, YouTube might be able to sense it with their algorithm or their or whatever, their AI, whatever, might be able to sense that you have another video in your video. So also be careful if you're uploading it as a VOD. But again, I would just double, triple check some of those rules. Familiarize yourself with some of the. No, hold on. Gonna try to go for. I think the bottom is jutting out too far. This is good practice for me to draw furry characters. Yeah, the top needed to be over a little bit more. Just trying to make it little less of a like a cat and more of a fox, but I think it's gonna be tough to make it look like how I want it. I'm doing my best, but also I need practice. Just goes to show I need practice. Someone on YouTube who specializes in small creatures like shrimp and triopes. I like Serpa design actually, for his fish tank videos. His muzzle's a pain. Yeah, yeah. It's honestly, I mean, it just goes to show that no matter how much experience you have, there's always room for improvement. Um, yeah, always room for improvement, always room to get better, always room to practice. And I don't have a lot of experience drawing uh animals too much. Can I? Sure. Have I? Not much. So, it is good practice. It is valuable practice. Not me, I'm perfect? No, you're right. Yeah, so obviously this doesn't look as Vulpine as it could. Cora Connect, thank you so much for the follow. Connect, thank you so much for the follow. My super compliment, you could just do me. Here, hold on, hold on. No, you're good. Let me look at what she sent. Let's see. A cyber themed would love Catalyst so much. The other girl above would be neat to have a mask of my OC sidekick bites. Um Yeah, I could totally do that, like a mask covering the face. I could do that. Are you perfect in cringe, though? Animals or furry? Both. Good morning. How are you doing today? Hi. Oh, welcome from Australia. Hello. I'm doing swell. How about yourself? 40% cringe. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. It's almost 9 p.m. my time. But good morning. Are you having breakfast? Getting ready for your day? Oh, Madman. Thank
Captainosaur
you.
Local Madman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Cora Connect.
Thank you so
They
much
have
for
given
gifting Cora a
65 gift
sub.
subs in the channel.
All right, chat. Be on your best behavior. But welcome in. I hope you're having a fabulous day. Yeah, Cora, Madman has this nervous tick where every once in a while, if new people come into chat, they receive a sub. Tell that to the others that I did this to. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, it's getting there. It's getting better. It's getting there. Yeah, my bagate. Stop it. Oh my goodness. It's fine. Got the infinite money cheat. Yeah, duplicate money cheat. You invested in bells on Sunday. You got those radishes for the stocks, so you're gonna be able to sell them for crazy bells later. The 1% money hacks, yeah. Trying to get this nice angled look for the incredibly frugal, don't spend that too much money. Oh my god, the end of the month. I need to save money to pay rent. Pay your rent. Y'all, always be able to pay your rent. Make sure that you can pay your rent. Don't ever compromise your livelihood for a goober like me. POV, I randomly got a feeling of, wow, everything's gonna be a-okay, and now I feel giddy and at peace. I love that. Here, shout out to feeling giddy peace. I'm so happy that you have a euphoria, literal euphoria spotted in the wild. That's crazy. I feel like it's reading too much like cat, though. Oh, it looks too much like a cat. My Shayla. Looks too much like a cat. It's not long enough. Oh boy, guys, I'm really going through it. It's because I tried to do something a little bit different, and here I am suffering for it. Hold on. Oh boy. I did this to myself. I wanted to, but then that doesn't look right either. I wanted to draw the animal version of Arya, and here I am struggling, struggling city. Oh boy. Oh my Shayla. Oh my Shayla. No. Oh. Because I think it's a really cool design, but I'm really having a hard time. I think also too, I've been streaming for 6 hours, but I want to do this. Oh, that's better. I think too, the curve here might be the problem. Yeah, that is also one of the problems. Okay. All right, we're getting.
Time to take a sip.
Thank you. Time to take a sip. You're so nice. Thank you. All right. So that definitely helped it look way less like a fox or a cat. Oh boy. Yo, oh boy. Streamed a drawing for 13 hours. My brain was just gloop. Of course it was. So we get pretzels. This place is amazing. Absolutely. You're in a mall currently. So you get the little mall pretzels. Gamers, I think I wrote a song. You, what kind of song did you write? Okay. Also, I think I need to shift this bottom area too. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely better. We're definitely getting somewhere. That's better. It's also too high. Hold on. Nose is also way too high, I think. Or maybe it just reads like it's too high. Okay, it's definitely giving more fox than it was before. You know what? I just ate a fortune cookie. Maybe that's why I feel so giddy. Let's go. I own a Happy Feet plushie. Let's fucking go. Yeah, the muzzles are very pointed and very long. Right is a strong word, got a good set of chords and some lyrics. I sing it over and over. Hell yeah. Animal ears look so much better than mine. Do you normally draw animals like No, I've been struggling actually to draw this. We believe in you. We understand the muzzle struggle. Yes, honestly, this is really good experience drawing furry characters. Um, we drew Clover earlier, and I had a bit of an easier time. But I think this is definitely the best that we've gotten so far. I'm gonna do one last thing to hopefully taper that out a little bit more. Taper it just a smidge because I want to be able to do all of these tonight. And I think, yeah. And now we can rotate this a little. Whoa. There we go. I think we're in a better place. It is looking better at least. Yeah, Clover's very cute. Clover's got a very cute design. There we go. Yeah, I actually I've been wanting to get to learn more about drawing furry characters. Let me do sharpen edges real quick. There we go. And then let me try doing a little distorteroni here. There we go. But yeah, it's I'm getting a lot of experience through drawing other people's characters. And when I eventually open up commissions, I'll just get even more experience drawing because of being exposed to art that I'm not usually doing. So this is actually a huge, a huge tool in the arsenal to learn and to improve. And since I started streaming just almost 2 years ago now, I've learned a lot. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, my VGen is very naked right now, but I will be working on it. So I appreciate your interest. It's very nice of you. And if you'd like to see a little bit of what I do, aside from this, we were working on this just beforehand. Because we got a hype train, and so I'm trying to initiate doing this drawing little doodles of people that conduct the hype trains. I just, I wanted to actually thank people properly for the generosity they're sharing with me. It's very nice. Mine's a little goober yellow cat lady at the moment. Made it look like a tutorial character from the 90s art educational game. I love that. I love that so much. Sent you a VGen follow. I commission artists semi-regularly. Thank you so much, Cora. That's so sweet of you. Gonna be watching the VGen page like a hawk. Thank you. I've known for a while that people are very interested, and that's very, very kind. Like, it's very touching to know that people want my art. Um, I'm just a little guy, and I wish I had more time. That's the one thing I want is more time. Um, and I've said this before, but if I could stream for a living, I would. But alas, okay, this is much better of a silhouette. Wonderful. I'm gonna see if I can get pizza. Get some pizza after this. Pizza is a little treat. Pizza is a little treat for pizza. My dream style is PS1 vibes, weird core, subtle horror, saturated colors. I hope to achieve a mix of all of my own style. Yeah, I love that. I love PS1 style stuff too. Insert shut up and take my money meme here. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay, I think we're finally at a place where this looks like something. Wow. There we go. Okay. I think too, I might be able to get a little bit even a little bit more here. Yeah. A little bit more ill intent. Okay. Also, too, kitsune have a little bit more of an exaggerated vibe anyway. Okay. Thankfully, too, everything else will be much faster to do. I'm actually going to try to do a little bit more of a stylized thing here because we're going to cut the torso a little bit. Um, we have this really stellar kimono style situation here. So I want to kind of capture that. And then we have ooh, there we go. Kind of giving Samurai Jack vibe all of a sudden just because of the abbreviated style. There we go. Maybe do this instead. There we go. Nice. There we go. Just a little bit. There we go. Anybody have any favorite pizza types? I always ask this whenever I think about pizza. As long as it's not pineapple on pizza, you're fine. Also, Cora, this might this might be just too specific, but I saw a TikTok today about an American living in Australia. I'm American. So this TikTok of this person, this American woman living in Australia, and she's like, I'm so scared of like mispronouncing someone's name because they because they'll say the name in an American accent or in an Australian accent to her. It's an accent but then she feels bad if she says the name back in an Australian accent because she doesn't know if the name is actually spelled slash pronounced that way or if it's just the accent. So for example, she mentioned the name Taylor, which Taylor could be a name for sure, but also Taylor could be Taylor. And so she's like, um I don't know which name. So that she's like, but then I just default to saying Taylor, and they're like, why are you an American saying it in an accent? So she's just like, I thought it was so silly. I thought it was very funny. I have some Australian coworkers too, and my hands get sweaty. Just like, mate or old mate Taylor is just a normal name. Yeah. Red Sheet has him in his OG form from Edo, Japan, his birthplace. The clothes have changed quite a lot from person to person. Oh hell yeah. Like that spice? Oh, peppy jalapeno. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Chi? You like chi pizza? Margarita and supreme. I love margarita. Margarita's delicious. Okay, I'm gonna try to put a little bit of point on this shoulder. All right, it took us a while, gamers, but we got there. We got there. We got there. And I like where we ended up. It just took me longer to get there than I would have liked. There we go. Today's been awesome. I agree. I've been having a really good time. I love streaming. I know a lot of you guys already know that, but I really enjoy streaming. It's a it's one of my favorite things. And also too, I've had the privilege of meeting a lot of people that I that inspired me to join the space. I do mainly stream art, yeah. I've been playing through Pokemon Sword, which I've played before, um, but I just got my Switch back and we got to a point where we could play it, so we played that on Friday, but I do, like, 2 art streams, a week, and if I don't play a game, then 3 art streams. Glad I found your stream and you seem really chill and epic sauce, felt very welcome. I'm so happy to hear that. I don't ever want anybody to feel unwelcome. Sometimes too, we get on more serious topics, which I know can make people uncomfortable, which is okay, but we don't tend to dwell on serious topics, but I like to be able to express an opinion. That's the thing. I feel a lot of people can sometimes get very nervous discussing the fact that they have opinions or preferences on something, which is very fair, very valid, because there's a fine line. You can't please everyone, but the fact that, as long as you're receptive to hear somebody and they are receptive to hear you, that's, that's all you can really ask. It's meant to be a conversation, you know what I mean? But that's not very often. Most of the time, we're just giggling and talking about random crap. We're giggling, talking about random shit. I like having civil topics. It feels nice to see other POVs and opposite opinions. Absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. And one of the things too is that when I'm on stream with my friends, sometimes we'll get onto topics like, just about things that are happening in the world, but like I'm here just as much as everyone else is to like escape from garbage. You know what I mean? Last thing I want to do is gonna get into a big long like rant about whatever, you know? I'm just trying to have a good time, you know what I mean? I'm just having a good time, chilling with people, vibing, you know what I mean? But sometimes it's good to have those conversations. I think too, like, you know, obviously too though, we're also scared for a very good reason because people will go on stream and say the craziest shit and like show their whole entire ass. Um, Never ever would I want to be hateful or spread hateful, messaging and I don't know. That's the thing. It's so easy to say some stupid shit, but also if you just I don't know, if you have an ounce of empathy, then most of the time you don't say stupid shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes it is that easy, but most of the time I like to express my opinion on stuff like AI, because that directly impacts me and I have at least a monochrome of understanding about it. Like I'm not the most educated person, but and then also too, I like to follow it up with, hey, educate yourselves on this stuff because I am not. You know what I mean? As long as you can form your own opinions and stuff like that too. That's very important. Form your own opinions, learn. You know what I mean? I'm not a homophobe, but the most homophobic shit you ever seen. Yeah, absolutely. No, 100%. Gamers, I think I have recording anxiety. Oh no! You're still working on your song. Let me use a softer brush. Let me use this brush. I don't know why people are be hateful or like hate watch. It seems counterproductive, just a waste of their own time. Why watch something you hate? I think, and this is my own personal opinion, because thankfully I've never met anyone like this, but sometimes people, the only thing that they can feel is some sort of negativity. Like anger is a reactionary emotion, and sometimes people are so desperate to like be on the side of something or like be involved in something that they will completely forego any sense of empathy or well well-being to just be awful. Also too, people do shit out of being scared of it. Like there's nothing to be afraid of in the homosexual space, in the queer community, but people that don't understand it as well as others are afraid. And that's okay. It's okay to be afraid of things you don't know, but that ends up manifesting in a really ugly way. And I guess the best thing you can do is just separate yourself from the people that are like that, but there's only so much you can do. It's fucking crazy. People also are very curious. Absolutely. I'm very disappointed about AI because shouldn't replace a human. Would have been a damn good tool to help people reword stuff or see a flaw in a drawing. If they're on a self-teaching journey. Yeah, AI is definitely a wonderful tool, But right now, we are in an unfortunate circumstance where greed and corporate greed is facilitating the environment of it replacing human nature rather than helping. And it's been used for some really interesting things. Um, there was um, there was an AI that was used um, to help spot a cancerous growth in an MRI that would be imperceptible to people. And in that case, I mean, that's 100% a wonderful use. Um, you know, it's just stuff like that is what we should be using it to. Reminder, if you're ever scared, just remember we out here. Oh, we all have the solution for you. Also too, it's okay to if you're in a space and something that they're talking about makes you uncomfortable, especially too also here, if you're in my space and something I say makes you uncomfortable, I would 100% want you to let me know, right? I think one of the hardest things for people to swallow is that they're wrong about something. But in reality, one of the best things you can do is to A, admit that you don't know something, and B, to be receptive to people trying to help you, you know? So, for example, if I said something that, I was ignorant about and somebody's like, "Hey, actually just, I would prefer, or, my community would prefer that you word it this way." Then, I mean, the best thing I could do is say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I hadn't even realized." And then just implement the change into my vernacular. You know what I mean? Or to better educate myself on it, but it's so easy to be like, "Uh-oh, I've made a mistake." And a lot of people will internalize it and say, "Uh-oh, I made a mistake and that's irredeemable." Like, I've made such a bad that I can't,
Here's your mall fact.
Oh,
Lord
hydrate.
Dagonia. Mandy's flagship store opened with the mall in
Mhm.
1996. It's best
Mhm.
known by its large flower-shaped entryway and acts as the home of their mannequin mascot, Mandy.
That's me. Thanks so much for the mall fact. And Bree Boo, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, so if there's ever anything that that we discuss or that I've said and you are part of a community or you have a better understanding of it and you're like, "Hey, I'd like to let you know," as long as you do so in a respectful way, it is the least I can do to be respectful back. You know what I mean? And that's how growth and conversation with people just works. You know what I mean? That's how shit works. But it's valid to feel scary or scared or upset. You know what I mean? Found you from your PNG tutorial. Oh, welcome in. Welcome in. We're currently drawing some of our hype train conductors, and we're just chatting about like all sorts of stuff, growth and trying to be better and do better. Um, I was like, I don't usually. Oh,
Captainosaur Local
oh my
Madman
goodness.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Breeboo. They have given 66 gift subs in the channel.
66 is wild. Thank you so much for the gifted subby to Breeboo. That's nice of you. Oh my goodness. Red alert. They added a stick to the shrimp tank. Oh wait, we gotta look. It's one of those little food sticks. Oh, they're all over it. Red alert. We're also watching a bunch of shrimp here. We are also casually enjoying these shrimp. So if you'd like to casually enjoy them with us, please. 3 more till funny number? For my to your funny number. Snails? Even the snails are at it. Yeah, little snails. Those are like little, condensed food sticks. Prawns down under, yeah. Oh, sorry, I damn it. I didn't mean to do an accent. Seabridge Mall Shrimp Fest? Wait a minute, now I know we gotta do that event, we gotta do a Shrimp Fest event. It's like Oktoberfest, but with shrimp. The best accent. I really, honestly, unironically love Australian accents. I know they're not an accent necessarily to you because that's just how you speak, but to an American like me, it's like, "Ooh, ah," it's like magic. It really, honestly, truly is that simple. Like, I don't know if I can't explain it. I think it's just the mysticism of like, someone's from another place. You just get really excited about it. So you just get super stoked, be like, "Oh my gosh." Gah." I'm unfortunately a Brit. Honestly, same hat. You got an awesome accent. I don't know what the problem is. Cool accent, cool flag. right? Flag's kinda neat. And it has a name, the Union Jack? We don't have a name for our flag, it's just fucking flag. Hello? Use AI as a tool, but I also use the local LLM that I vet to try to make sure it's open source only. Yeah, if you can verify where the stuff is coming from, that makes a huge difference, but when it comes to, like, stealing things from random people, like, that's fucked up. Cruel and unusual, and as somebody who makes my living off of art, I would like to have a job, thank you. I'd love to have a job. My accent's kinda messed up because I copy accents from people I hang out with. Oh, yeah, no. Completely understandable. Completely understandable. Alright, let's put some of this on here. Yeah. Alright. Aria, thank you so much for your contributions to the channel, to me. I really appreciate your gifted sub-a-dub-dubs. Thank you so much. Let me make sure that I have a little bit of a thicker line around the outside. There we go. Get a little bit of this. Ah, look at that. A fox, quite literally. Put a little bit of this in here. Lander, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Y'all been so nice to me. What the heck? I like Jersey accents. Sound funny in a good way. I also like Jersey accents. They are funny. We also think they're funny. I kind of have in terms of like American accents, I have a very neutral sounding accent or lack thereof. But sometimes some of my words kind of get scrunged up in a way. They kind of go towards a certain direction and I don't understand why. My mom wasn't a native English speaker. I wonder sometimes if that found its way into the way that I communicate. That could be. Absolutely. Jersdean spotted. Jersdean, what a word. Anyway, AI is one of those interesting things, like on a technical coding level, not from the results of Goku fighting Luffy and hockey type images. Absolutely, yeah, no. I just want to say your PNG tuber is so amazing. I spent the past 2 hours fiddling with Honk and I gave up the night. Oh no, you're so valid. It can be so frustrating to work with. But I'm so happy that you're enjoying the God damn it. I'm so happy that you're enjoying the
Captainosaur
video.
Local Madman gifted a tier 1 sub to Lumi Lander.
Th-
They have given
Thank
67
you,
gift subs
Madman.
in the channel.
All right, everybody. Can we put flowers in the chat for Madman? Madman's going crazy. Madman's going crazy with it. Thank you so much for gifting another sub dub dub. This chat's proving that EST is the best time zone. EST unite. Aria the Fox. Thanks for the flowers, everybody. You're so nice. Look at you. See, you guys can be nice. You guys aren't always just full of farts. How sweet. See? See, you're not just full of farts. You guys have flowers. Listen. Is Honk good? I've been using VitoTube myself. Oh, God. Oh. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god, please. Oh, it sounds wet. You're not wrong. Well, welcome in, Lumi. I'm so sorry, and also, hope you feel welcome here. I do recommend Honk. I currently am using Honk. It is you can see here that I have rigged it so that I have this motion tracking with my mouse, and also you can use sprites for your mouth. So the mouth tracking is very accurate. It's just audio, so I'm not using a camera or anything. It is crazy. I'm so sorry. It is called the fattest Weddy. It's called the fattest Weddy for a reason. But if you're curious about Honk, I highly recommend checking it out. However, there are several videos that you can watch to see if it's something that you would be interested in without having to purchase it. Unfortunately, it's no longer free. But I have a tutorial all about how I made my model like this. Definitely give it a look. And you can also make something way more simple than this as well. It doesn't have to be fully moving and fully crazy. You know, you can just have the mouth and the eyes, just like other PNG programs. But also, I feel free to work in other programs too. I think I think that it's fun to combine programs. I just googled honk and was met with a goose and the word honk. That's also free. That's Do I send furry art? What kind of drawing slash reference character for whatever you'd like me to draw, I can definitely draw. I'm gonna work on C's and then I'll get to yours and then I think we'll finish out the night. I was following it. I ended up with weird borders in my art in the animation, so I decided to take a break and checked out your Twitch. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So by borders with the animation, what do you mean? I might be able to help. This is a tough pick. Look at a little gritty duck. Let him go, little gritty goose. Okay, I'm finding a font that looks vaguely on brand. Perhaps I could find a little font as a treat. Perhaps I could find a cool font as a treat. I like this font. Let's go. Little font as a treat. Doink. Can you do animations in Honk? The software I use for PNG Tuber has mouse tracking too, but with physics lets me use sprite sheets for animated parts. Honk does not allow GIFs. It is so if you try to put a GIF in the image folder, the program probably will not respond. Um, However, you can assign anything to the mouth slots. So for example, let me show you really quickly. Let me make this okay, I can't make this bold. So if I show you my video game hand stop. Here is my game controller hands. So you can see here that as I'm talking, the joystick on my thumb on the left side is wiggling around too. So what I did is I just made a couple frames for the animation and I assigned them randomly to the different mouth sounds in honk. So essentially it takes there are 14 slots with vowels and consonants and you put a different mouth shape in there. You don't have to have a different shape per mouth. I just reuse like 8 or 10 different mouth shapes. Um, However, you can assign anything to have different sprites in those different mouth sounds. So, that's just kind of what I did. Yeah, PNG Tuber Plus is really fun as well. You don't get the same mouth tracking, so the same like lip syncing. However, PNG Tuber Plus is a really fun tool. I recommend mixing tools as well. Um, Yes, actually, yeah, here. So here is honk. Oops. I always hold on. Hold on, let me spell it right. Tutorial. There we go. And let me pin that. There you go. So I do have a honk tutorial on how I made this PNG tuber. Um, and actually another thing here as well is that I have I have two windows open, two honk windows that are overlapped on top of each other. One that is my body that allows me to change my facial expression. So here's my different facial expressions. Um, and then I have one that's just arms. So I have a wave because you can only do 8 toggles. Um, and so this allows me to change the different arms around without having a consequence for not having enough of my toggles, and also lets me combine my expressions and my arms without having to worry, which is another thing that I'm going to be working on a tutorial for. So if you end up getting to the end of the honk tutorial that I have pinned, I do mention that I'm going to be working on another video and, the other video will be me going over how I layered these things and mixing and matching different programs. Another example, real quick, is let me go to here and let me open up PG Tuber Plus. Artstick, thank you so much. I'm currently drawing the people from a hype train conductors. Hold on. Hold on. Ignore the worm on a string. Ignore the worm on a string. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me try something here. All right. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Ignore it. Hold on. Ignore it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me fix it. Hold on. I assume the image files are PNG and will work with pixel art. Yes, as long as it's a PNG and has a transparent background, it'll work. Let me do a capture source real quick. Hold on. Out of curiosity, which background did you pick in Honk? I have black as a background. My line art is dark blue instead of black. Window capture. Yes, absolutely. As long as it has a transparent background. There we go. All right, so this is PNG Tuber Plus. It has rudimentary physics. Um, so you can see that I have some bounce in there. Let me. This was because we were playing through Kingdom Hearts. So you can see here that I have a fun bounce, and you use a sprite sheet for the animation in this. So if I have an animated thing like the mouth, I had to make the frames and use a sprite sheet array tool to save it out as a sheet and then load it in and put the frame rate and what I recommend looking up tutorials for PNG Tuber Plus, to be honest. Uh, but it's relatively straightforward once you make all this stuff. Do you know if Honk would work for the more traditional PNG tubers that are like 4 different frames? Absolutely. Um, so if you just wanna
You got
Alexia!
mail.
Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Oh gosh. I'm kind of all over the place. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, everyone. Welcome, Alexiel. How are you?
Drink water or
Oh,
else.
I do need to drink water. Thank you so much. Here, let me remove this. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, Mall Mannequin, an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and we're talking about PNG tuber programs. Alexiel, what were you doing today on your stream? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me already, I draw stuff like, uh, uh, I draw stuff like this. Wow. Sugoi, sugoi. And we're currently drawing some of the hype train conductors that we've had today. I hope you had a fabulous stream. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to go take care of yourself, raid and run, please do. But feel free to hang out. We're gonna be here for just a bit longer while I get these hype train conductors drawn. Um, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I got that sip. Let me answer your question as well. Hold on, let me remember the question. So much happening. My brain went crazy. So if you just wanted to have mouth open and mouth closed, you could absolutely do that. Or if you just want it to show on the vowels, you can just make mouth shapes for the vowels. If you don't provide a sprite, it'll just interpret to the next closest mouth shape. So yeah, you can do as few mouth shapes as possible. There's also only one blink, so you blink, eye open, and then eye closed. Um, so yeah, you can totally just provide like the O, the ah, the e, and the flat mouth, and it'll look completely fine. In fact, I've done that in the tutorial video actually that's pinned up there. Um I have hold on. There we go. Oh, unpin after. Let's manually unpin. There we go. In that video, I actually show an example of a character that has a more limited mouth movement, and it looks just fine. That xenomorph drawing is my favorite. I love the colors, but then again, I should be biased, so I love purple. I also love purple. In your video, you just put the lashes on for the base blink. It is unique art. It is separate art, but essentially, yes. There's no right way to draw the art. There's only like a way to kind of like get it to layer correctly. But also too, in Honk, you don't have to have it move around like I do. You could be sitting stationary, which is what I had for my first model ever. All right. So now on to our next hype train conductor. We have C. Um and then we have Madman. And also Madman, if you don't have something that cuz you're continuously gifting subs, so if there's something that you would prefer at some other time, you can always let me know. Oops. Okay, so now we have C. But yeah, I'm super stoked to answer questions. Literally just sent it. Let's go. Okay. Let me see. Oh, cute. My wizard rebrand. Let's fucking go. Haven't been keeping up my practice drawing. He's super cute. I love him. He's super cute. All right, let me see if I can't draw C real quick. Copy image. Chatting and ranted for a very long time about the AI stuff going around. We were also talking about that a little bit. Of course, my usual silliness. I hope the megabytes behave. If not, throw those foxlotls into the pear wiggler. I don't know what a pear wiggler is, but it sounds dope. I drew him twice and dipped. That's fair. Okay, so we have C, and then C requested to wear a mask. So let me lock these characters real quick. You know what the pear wiggler is? What's the pear wiggler? I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. I don't know what the pear wiggler is. What the fuck is that? All right, copy image. Ah, you scaring me, Smalls. Glitch effects and circuits. No, no, it's definitely reads. It definitely reads. Okay, so you requested this character as a mask, which is cool. I don't think I can watch. I don't want to see myself on the big screen. I can always keep it private if you
Oh, these
like.
aren't
I don't have
homemade.
to
They
show
were
it.
made in a factory.
Can I share a link?
A
Of course,
bomb
Celador.
factory.
But having slight
They're
art block, but
bombs.
you've actually kind of inspired me to go work on my stuff. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say.
Save. Save.
Save.
Save.
Save. Okay, I will. If you insist. If you insist. All right, let me. Why is the tolerance crazy? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. So something like this. Let me just kind of get this. And then let me give it a little bit of dimension. Hair wiggler. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Thanks for co-working. Kind of weird. I made 2 renditions of me and then out of nowhere made a comic series and then dropped the comic. It's you know what? It's so valid to be The voice being wiggly too insinuates that person's bad and naughty because 'cause they're in the pear wiggler. Damn, I didn't mean to get sent to the pear wiggler. Comic has nothing to do with me. Hey, you know what? That's also fair. I'm a dingus and just figured out what was going wrong. Seriously, love your art. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And for those of you that are new in here, thank you so much for hanging out with us here. You're always welcome. And a lot of people have been very kind in sharing how they found me. Um and it means a lot to me that you guys are here. Um and especially that you've been finding joy in the stuff that I'm making and the stuff that I'm doing. I don't know. It's really it is genuinely touching. I'm trying to I only wish I could do more. And I know that's like, "Oh, Mandy, that's fucking cheesy to say." Well, it's true. Well, it's true. I wish I could do more. All right. Is this kind of what you were envisioning, C? Before I actually start, I'm gonna look at the shrimp real quick. The little shrimp. I love them so much. Oh, Mashayla. Found you through my Twitch homepage. Scrolled down, found you, thought, I'm loving the vibe. Oh, thank you. I made quite the impression. Uh, uh. And then, let's see. For the wizard, let me take a look at that wizard. I love his beard. He's so fucking good. He's so fucking cool. He's got a death grip on that cane, though. He's got a death grip on that thing. Her holding it covering half the face. Yes, yes, yes. I got you. I got you. All right, hold on. Let me undo some of this because I blomped them together. There we go. Got it. Got it. We will. Let me bonk, bonk. Just try to cut some of the bulk out of this part. There we go. Okay. The impression of being something called Big Drastic. I love that. Can I send a ref post? Certainly, certainly you can. I follow a VTuber who found by accident during a search who is friends with a VTuber who was a friend with Tang, who's friends with you. What a stream of events that's happened here. You want to go deeper. Yeah, Big Drastic? I think I can make that work. I see. Okay, yeah, so similar to what I got here. All right, cool. Let me start doing a sketch for it. We want the biggest, most drastic. There we go. Gonna lock in. Gonna lock the fuck in. No more fucking around. I wanted to do stream something drawing OC's style. Oh my god. Did that make any sense? Sorry, I got overwhelmed. Hell yeah, drawing OCs in your style is been it's been really fun. I enjoy it myself. I think most of it too is being able to go through a bunch of different design choices and see like how people are thinking about making different designs. I don't know, it's really cool. Anyway, sorry that sentence didn't really go anywhere. Let me see too. Summer days. Okay. There we go. We're kind of locking in, trying to trying to get our conductors conducted, you know what I mean? Got hair in front of the ear, so I won't spend too much time, but I just like to make sure that I have one just in case. I was in a crab game collab and searched through the people involved. One I enjoyed followed someone who wasn't in said collab, and someone in their chat had a Discord server from content creator stuff where I met Satil and collabed it slash and rated with you. And I also think you were in the previously mentioned Discord server and maybe there, but yeah. That's fucking crazy. That we're all just connected to each other in such strange ways. How did I get in the crab game collab? Random message on Reddit. Uh, it's so funny how people end up coming together. Like it's I don't know. Let me do this first. Let me get the nose situated. There we go. Getting the nose put in the right place ends up helping a lot. There we go. Kind of get the eye. There we go. It's always interesting to see how different people create their art. Like, as in, everyone has the similar things that they do, most made in their own to make their own style. I'm loving the saturated colors in your work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where did I post on Reddit? Probably in one of them collaboration subreddits. I don't know. Honestly, people have been on a freaking adventure. Some people are just like, I saw your tutorial. I was like, oh, sick. Some people are like, I traveled through the Amazonian. I went through the Amazon. I climbed over the back of a the train. Like I rode a train for 18,000 miles, and then I went on to Twitch.com and forward slash whatever and found your stream, and I'm like, whoa, that's fucking crazy. You're talking crazy. You're going crazy on me now. I think I need to make the I need to make the brush smaller. I met a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy who knew you, basically. Yeah, no. Absolutely. Yeah, I think also too, that's one of my favorite things about VTubing is that a lot of people, um, I don't know, like most often, people are super excited to share their friends because you all have common interests. Um, and like for example, like I'm gonna be playing in a big clown collab, and I've done a big clown collab on my channel before, but am I a clown VTuber? Only for the one Halloween over a year ago. But I love clowns, and the clowns have so graciously adopted me. I know this eye is gonna be covered mostly, but actually be covered entirely, so we'll but I'm still gonna fix it. I got it. She whoa. I wish Tatsuro Yamashita would put his music on Spotify. God damn. I keep harassing my friends to get in here. One of them really liked the Arctic stream the other day. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. What's a little harassment between friends? Thank you for uh shilling me to your loved ones. Post my PNG tuber, my persona. Let's go. Can't wait to take a look at it. Oops. Okay. Let me see. One of the things that I'd like to do as a stream sometime is do the, like, early 2000s, like, anime with, like, the I wanna recreate that style. Let me see if I can't find a reference. Like, those anime angel girls? These! Oh my god. Hold on. I wanna recreate art like this. These eyes? I used to wanna learn how to draw these so bad. So bad. Working on that, clamp style, hell yeah. No, I old Mandy wanted to draw these so bad. So maybe someday I will draw like Mandy in this style. Do not want. Hey, if anybody ever feels bad about their art, and your art journey, first off, totally normal to feel that way. But also remember that Mandy in 2009 was cooking this shit. Mandy in 2009 cooked up this. Look at that. 2009 Mandy in Microsoft Paint. Look at the quality of this image. Look at the quality of this image. See those eyes? Mandy could never. Gotta draw bad before you can draw good, exactly. Peep the airbrush tool. Peek. How much for that? Uh, Free to erase it from your memory. Look at the boots. Got that pose? Can count every toasty pixel. Yeah. So just remember that this hold on, let me put that here. I mean come on. Wish I could draw like that. You too. You can. It is a part of everybody's journey. Everybody's learning and growing and doing their thing. Where is this? What is this? Oh, it's in the coloring. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I got distracted by this little bit here. Jeepers. Yeah, absolutely. So don't beat yourself up about learning and growing. That's the whole point is to literally get good. You know what I mean? Want to get there someday. The motivation's hard to find. Absolutely. It takes a lot of time. It takes so much time. Very burnt out after 2020. No, you're valid. You're so valid. I'm kind of squaring off the pupils a little bit to give a little bit more of like a cyber effect, but very subtle. Not trying to do too much. Alright, on time. Mm. Took me 11 years to get where I am. It's a very long process. Anyone can do it, just gotta have the passion. Absolutely. Yeah. 2009 was, God, eons ago at this point. Fucking a billion years ago at this point. Maybe even 3, right? What is that? Hold on. My mental math isn't mathing right now. That was 16 years ago. So, just about half of my life to not draw like that. And at that point, I'd already been drawing. Like, in 2009, I would have been what, like 13, 12 or 13? Now, teenagers, like tweens and teens are coming out here drawing craziness. Got a notebook that got progressively better drawings from the same pony. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Sometimes you really just need that one thing that is a huge inspiration to draw and then, hyper focus on it. And eventually you can learn some of the but I highly recommend learning the foundations and they will help you learn all the other stuff. But also that can be kind of boring. Just draw stuff that you like and the rest will come with it. Draw things that make you happy and bring you joy and that's a lot of where the motivation comes from. Doesn't look like much of a smile. Let's make that a little bit more of a smile. She's got like this little bit of mystery to her as well. I'm trying to doing a little bit more of an anime style with this too. Hyperfocus simultaneously superpower and kryptonite. No, you're so right. Okay, so the hair is parted on the far side. So over here, about here is where the part would be. Is it more of like a swoop to the side, like this? Kind of like this? Draw, girl. Draw that fabulous ass weave. Thanks. Yeah, use the tools that you have at your disposal. Also, if anybody tries to make you feel guilty for not being able to afford a tool or like use a certain program, tell them to eat rocks respectfully rather. Tell them to chew on a curb or something. If anybody makes you feel bad about the art that you're making, tell them to fucking bite it. It's the artist, not the tool. Unless the artist is a tool, and then you've got a little bit of something to, a little bit of explaining to do. All right, so we have, hold on. Trying to capture this hairstyle too. Want to stay faithful to it. It's a bit of a straighter hairstyle. Let's see. And then on the other side, I can feel myself getting sleepy. Feel myself getting tired. Hmm. I think also I'm getting tripped up by not having another eye here. Hold on, let me redo this. My interpretation of the style is not coming out right. Looking at my notebook, I'm misdrawing it. Yeah, sometimes too. Hello? Photoshop, please. Undo. Oh, is this all I can undo? Dang it. Dang it. Hold on, let me manually undo it then. I think I got a little too caught in the sauce. Let me... This needs to be over a little bit. One thing is that when you're covering up a detail, sometimes it's best to just draw it all anyway, just to get a little bit more foundation, and then it'll be easier for you to draw the rest of it. That's better. That's better. Gotta fix some of this, but aside from that, there we go. There we go. My improved attempt at drawing hair obviously have to do where. Oh, okay. I want to make sure that I'm honoring the style that you chose. I don't want to go too overboard with interpretation, but I'll do an interpretation of the hairstyle. Okay, this needs a little bit more of the eye being open and a little bit more of the pupil being down. There we go. Okay, yeah. There we go. I think because I like the part being over here. So the part in the hair is here. But I think we can do something like this. I always feel bad covering up my eyebrows. I think I was trying to avoid the eyebrows. There we go. Oh, also too, the far eyebrow is invisible. There we go. There was something off, and I couldn't tell what it was. It's because I didn't have the eyebrow on the far side, but the eyes are gonna be covered anyway, so I wouldn't know how to continue. I think the shape for too long, it tips me up. Yeah, you're so valid. Be quiet for a bit. I'm working on overlays. Good luck. Yeah, it's quiet, lurky hours, especially I'm also getting tired, so don't feel bad about being quiet, y'all. Some art streams really are just somebody drawing and everybody else vibing, which is honestly, sometimes that's what all you need. I'll be listening though. Hell yeah, thank you. Candy. There we go. I'm getting headaches every day, which sucks. I don't know how to get rid of them. Eating and drinking water. I recommend going to a ear, nose, and throat doctor. It could be something like sinus pressure. You might have a deviated septum as well. Vibing with the music? Hell yeah. We love city pop. A deviated septum can cause like migraines and headaches or just sinus pressure. So or just like your general doctor. I was about to load up Marvel Rivals, then you reminded me of the time. Oh, it is on Sunday, unfortunately. I hate that I only get the most time to work on like Sundays. I'm gonna do the dreaded eyebrow through the hair thing. Okay, I'm gonna keep a little bit of the hair tucked behind. Do a little bit of the shape here. Trying to make sure that I don't lose the plot with this. Oh, candy. There we go. Mhm. Oh, candy. All right. Yeah. When in doubt, draw the base of something first so that you can draw the stuff that's underneath of it. Monday here at the moment in Futurama voice. Welcome to the world of tomorrow. Crazy. You're crazy. You can't be in the future. What do you mean? That's not real. You're also in another hemisphere. Hi, Prickles. How are you? Da, ba, 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 da, da. Yeah. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Welcome back. Okay. Y'all are up. I'm gonna stretch my wrist for a second. Wii music, 11 out of 10. Yes, highly recommend. See, I'm down here. You're a little guy. Oh, because you came in right after everybody got pinned.
Uh-oh. Dre
Uh-oh.
just noticed that the cat text redeem is gone now.
I'm
I've never
sorry.
seen a
Homemade.
grown man
They
cry
were
like
made in
that
the
before.
factory. A bomb factory.
I'm sorry.
They're bombs.
There were certain redeems that were potential for like making OBS crash, not because they were overwhelming, but because something about them in BikuBot wasn't working right. So if you have some beloved redeems that are missing, I'm so sorry. soon, at the beginning of May, we're gonna have a bunch of new redeems, so I'm currently working on getting those made. Bites is a hybrid of various animals, like his default face being a fox cat kind of look with antlers. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I'm going to okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna be working on, getting those redeems back up and running, but the problem is I have to rebuild them. It sucks. I have to rebuild them. So, hopefully, when I'm working on a bunch of other new redeems, I also can fix some of our beloved ones. Hopefully with improvements. Whoa!
You got mail.
Oh my goodness. Tart, welcome in. Rawr, it's a Tart raid. Welcome everybody. Thanks for sharing your treasures, your treasures. Welcome, Raiders. Hi there. I'm Mandy Quinn, Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and today I'm working on some various things, but we have been drawing the conductors of our hype trains that we got today. This is something that I've decided to try. So I'm just drawing some folks from our community that helped conduct our hype trains. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Aside from this, we've also been working on this art, so we're just gonna chip away. Nobody fart, please don't. Well, welcome. I hope you guys had a fabulous time with Tart. What were you up to today? If you guys don't know me, I draw stuff like this. Very colorful, very big. I like to do a lot of line art. It's great. Pikmin 4. Oh hell. Oh my god. Have you ever played Pikmin before? I've never gotten to play Pikmin, and so it seems like a blast. It seems like an absolute blast. And thank you so much for the raid. If you need to take care of yourself, any of y'all, please do. But if you want to hang out, we're gonna be going for a little bit longer while I finish up these last conductors. This is a newer thing that I'm doing, and I'm really excited about it. Oh, Lexiel, no. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Pikmin. Oh, I hope you had a good time playing Pikmin. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Pikmin. Pikmin 4, no less. Oops, wrong one. This one. Yes. Clean up on aisle chat. No, you guys are crazy. You guys are nutty. You guys went bananas with that. Someone has sharded. No, you guys need to take care of yourselves. Take care of your bowels. My goodness. All right. Circle accomplished.
Attention shoppers,
We're playing
join a
basketball.
team and
Thanks,
prepare
Tart.
to shoot some hoops. Use the in-chat instructions to play.
Mhm. All right, everybody. So you'll just do exclamation point join, and then you have to follow it up with a color. So example, join space orange. Um, and it will assign you to one of those two teams. And it will also it'll auto assign roles at the end to make sure that the teams are balanced. Mm. Hell yeah. I do Michael Jordan, let's go. I believe in you. There we go. So we have like a bit of a nose here. I'm going to try to maintain some of the style here too. I really like the style of the mask, so I'm going to try to maintain a little bit of its shape of the eyes. But welcome in, Raiders. If you need to go take care of yourselves, please do. But feel free to hang out while we finish up our hype train conductors. trying to go with like a kitsune mask as well. Gonna mute and watch your tutorial again. One step forward, two steps back. Absolutely. The chapters hopefully are helpful. Take your
Time
time.
for some of that sweet, sweet fountain water.
Oh yes, thank you, fountain water, my beloved. We agreed that the fountain water flavor is pineapple green tea. So, and if you're allergic to pineapple, we can get you an alternate flavor.
Wow. Wouldn't it just be so cool
Mm-hmm.
if you saved your work right now?
Thank you. It would be so cool if I saved my work right now. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, I think it would be a good flavor. Okay, and then we have these big ears. Try to get the ears looking flatter since it's a mask, but not so flat that they don't look like they're the same shape. It's not they're not the same shape. There you go. You guys are going absolutely nutty with the basketball. Going nutty with the basketball. Okay. I have a feeling. Let me try doing something different. I like the shapes that you use for the ears, but I feel like I got to do something a little different. My styling isn't working out. Took it off the other side. Yeah. There we go. Trying to make sure that I have the shape down. No. No, this game is actually surprisingly hard. Oh my gosh. Hi, Scuba. How are you? Yeah, this game is actually hard. I'll just do it with color. I think it'll look better that way. Ah, you guys are doing great. You're doing great. You're killing it. Fixing myself in my chair. Been going for a lot longer than I thought we would. There we go. You guys are killing it. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can't. Hilarious just watching them yeet themselves into the basket. Yeah, it is. It's so silly. I feel like needs to be the opposite direction, actually. Yeah, it does. No, wait, okay. Something like this. Copy, paste, flip it. We will distort to be a little bit different. Response MVP, let's go! Congratulations, you did a great job. You all did great. You shot those baskets, you lived life to the fullest, you know? You lived your life to the fullest, and that's the best you can do, huh? Super fun. Yeah, it's a very silly little game. Thanks for playing some basketball. Actually, for those of you that are newer around here, um, damn, these hordes are tough. I think I'm just trying not to get tangents with the ears, but it's hard at this angle. Um, Let me try a slightly different horn shape, based off of like, you know, I want them to still read as like antlers, but I think this angle's tough. Tough. I have a story about the basketball game. There was once a person that came in, and clearly they were very familiar with the Stream Avatar games. Like they kind of knew what was up. And they started just absolutely spamming Stream Avatar commands, which is fine. Like they aren't hurting anybody. Um, but I was in the middle of drawing and like doing whatever. Um, and then, kind of out of nowhere, they're like, "I'm bored." Yeah, "I'm bored. Can we play basketball?" And I think at that point, if I had not been, streaming for as long as I had at that point, which was probably about a year ago, I would have probably been a lot more offended, but instead I laughed and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Anybody else bored? And everybody in chat was like, "Oh, yeah." Um, so needless to say, that person got banned. Just so clearly wasn't here for me. Just here just to kind of be in a chat and spam messages. Um, yeah, I'm bored. Let's play basketball. So, it is what it is. But it was very funny. It's something I look back on fondly. That and the when I was when I was a younger, newer streamer, um I had a friend on stream and we were playing Phasmophobia. Um and uh I was doing a collab as my first collab pretty much. And this guy in the chat like wouldn't stop asking to join. And so I awkwardly asked my collab partner, cuz Phasmophobia is a game for, a lot multiple people. Like the more people you have the better it is. And so I asked him like, "Well, only if my collab partner is comfortable or whatever." And of course, he said that he was because, he wasn't going to say no, my poor pal Juby. And then this guy comes in after his computer was crashing over and over, like clearly was struggle busing it. And he gets in there and he's like just beelines to Juby and is just talking to Juby. And I'm like, okay, it's fine. Like whatever. I'm just trying to like set up our game and whatever. This guy's having the worst tech issues ever. And then he fucking was trying to reference me in his conversation to Juby and then wasn't able to like say my name, like, he just didn't know what my name was, and Juby's like, "You mean Mandy?" And he's like, yeah, Mandy." And I was like, "Dude," and his computer crashed, and I was like, "Dude." I just it is very funny that what you allow people to do in your space when you're, not as confident with the space as you are, later on. My collab streamed with my friend, and people kept asking if we were dating, it was super annoying. Yeah, just tell them to shut the fuck up. Um, yeah, no, it's I don't know. It was definitely an experience that I remembered. Certainly, it was certainly one of the best, in the world. It sure did happen, and I have remembered it, for better or for worse. Alright, I did a slightly different interpretation just so I could get the horns to look right. Are you in that wonderful trash possum dating? My lovely wife, I am, indeed married to a possum from the garbage. It is my wife. I love her. Oh. So yeah, I'm sorry that the horns aren't exactly the same. Uh, I just couldn't get them to look right at this angle, which is, my bad. And then oh boy, now we have a hand. Now we have a hand. Let me get this here, and let me do you recommend drawing with a vector layer? I wanna try it out, but it's all dipping your feet in the pool, you clearly know it's ice
In
cold.
the
That's
Warhammer
fair.
40,000 universe, orcs possess a unique psychic ability that makes their
Warhammer.
ramshackle
Get that
technology
Warhammer out of
function
here.
effectively simply because they believe it will. For example, orcs paint their vehicles red, thinking it makes them go faster, and, due to their collective belief, it actually does. This phenomenon is known as the WOG field, a psychic energy that turns their convictions into reality.
Get the 40K out of here. Get out of here. um, I usually don't work in vector when I'm intending to draw in raster. I just kind of set up my base, However, I use vector for applying like geometric patterns to things. So if I'm making patterns, or if I'm doing something like tile, I'll usually do that in vector and like bring it in to Photoshop. However, it really just depends. I recommend using vector for vector things. Um, and it can be a really cool tool. Um, but, it really just depends on on how comfortable you are with using it. I think it's a tool that is good to be used um only when using the current tool you're using is just like not the most efficient way of doing it. But sometimes you don't even know it's not the most efficient way because you're just, you're just trying to make it happen anyway. Okay. Let me see what the hand position was here. Okay, so the hand is like up, knuckles are here. I don't know if that was a coherent answer. I hope so. Here's our knuckles. Midnight. Cruising. All right, trying to get this mask kind of. There we go. Feel bad. I don't see her in your streams and I don't want to leave her out. My wife, oh, yeah, she very much uh doesn't it takes her a while to like get the energy to stream. So it's very uncommon that she hangs out with us on stream, but when she does, it's an absolute treat because I love my wife. 1,000 out of 10, highly recommend my wife. There we go. Just oops. Get rid of that. Loving your wife sounds kind of gay. Yeah.
You should hydrate.
Thanks, Alice. Thank you. You're right. It's been 7 hours. Ugh, take a sip. I'm gonna actually. Oh, hold on. I think it might. No, Domino's might still be open. Sounds gay. I'm in. Let me send my. Speaking of wife, let me send her a text message. Can we get Domino's? Bam. Midnight. Cruising. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Are you gonna get meatball marinara? No, I kind of want to fuck up a cheese pizza or something. Also, if y'all want to see some art of me and my wife made by some crazy little goblin in the chat, I love it very much. It's so fucking cute. Hold on. Eh, yeah, somebody mentioned pizza earlier, and I was like, yeah. Look at this. Molly did this. Evil little lad did this. Look at it. Look at it. It's so fucking cute. It makes me think of the Schoolhouse Rock. It's so cute. Aw. Anyway, my wife is a radioactive, possum with 4 arms, and she's I love her. Mhm, I love her. That's my wife, and I love her. Yep. Just say I love my wife. Let's just say I freaking love my wife, okay? If any of you goobers a furry base, yeah, I love my wife. Your radium wife. Everybody get yourself a radioactive possum for a wife. I highly recommend. Your wife are so cool and cute. I love my wife. Thank you. My wife's also a professional illustrator. Kind of putting the arm in a position where it's going to nowhere. Let me get this in a maybe I could give it a little bit more perspective. There. Let's make it shorter. Break time, my animation for taking I'm talking makes entire base yeah, no, hell yeah, hell yeah. Just drunk a possum in some dunk a oh yeah, no. She was I found her in the garbage. I don't know how she got that way, but I found her in the garbage. Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I found her in the garbage. I don't know how she ended up like that, but she's green. She has 3 eyes too. All the better to see the garbage with. I feel like this could be a little longer too. Oops. Okay. And then I'm going to sharpen edges. All right. Let me see if I can't get your shirt looking right here. There we go. Ah, my layer. My layer. She ate a radioactive pretzel that had been lost under the vending machine for an unknown amount of time and passed out in the trash. Maybe that might be something. You might be right. You might be onto something. There we go. Madman, are you still in here? There you are. Nani? Do you mind if I draw your wizard on Tuesday's stream? Because I am feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Oops. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah. And I'll be sure to send it to you. Can't confirm LB. That's okay. That's all right. If you'd like me to hold off till you're here, then I can. The night shift. Just let me know, cause I'm running out of steam. Something fierce. Let me see if I can't get this shoulder looking right. Oops. What did I what did I press? You see the colors get desaturated? Won't hold you to wait for stream to be. Oh, I just want to make sure this shoulder needs to be up higher. That little fella gonna pay for one of these? I'm very interested. Oh, what's a fella gotta pay? These are actually our hype train conductors. Um, I'm 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 testing something out. Um, I might end up reducing the I'm trying, I'm testing something out. You never know if something works unless you try it. And I just wanted to let people know that I was very thankful for them, being very generous with the hype trains. So I wanted to make sure that I gave something worthy of your kindness. Um so these are the folks that donated to our hype train. I think I might, because there's so many, I might just because it tells you who the conductors are. So I think what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna limit it to folks that kicked off the hype train and then folks that gift subs, just so I can
Captainosaur
Madman.
Local Madman gifted
Thank
a
you so
Tier
much for
1
gifting
sub
another
to
sub.
Flaming Raccoon FC. They have given 68 gift subs in the
Hello.
channel.
Oh hell yeah. Could I just a cheap pizza?
Okay, just a large cheese.
Yeah.
Um, Anything else?
Do they have peppers, like pepperoncini peppers for the side?
Probably.
Then some of those.
You will order and pick it up.
Okay. I'm almost done. I'm tired. Oh, sorry. My wife is here. Say hi. Hello. Thank you. There we go. Got that. They all said hi. She's left us. She left us. Can you believe that? Oh my god. Madman, please. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? First it was Teeny and now it's Madman? What's going on here? Jeepers creepers, guys. You guys are being so nice to me. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Tell her to get back here. I love her. I'll tell her I love her. I'll give her the biggest I love yous. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's crazy. God damn. Okay, I think I like this hair better. Let me fix this neckline here. Yeah, I'm feeling my spirit drain. Mandy's gonna need to restoroni and cheese. I don't know. Somebody mentioned cheese. It was Molly. Molly mentioned cheese pizza, and I'm like, oh, cheese sounds good. Do it for the bit. I appreciate your commitment to the bit. I really do. I appreciate your commitment to the bit. Means a lot to me. Chee. Tell the dumpster puppy hello. I will. My little trash baby. There we go. Elbow out and up a little. There we go. Got me. Got me working. Got me working for the subs, y'all. But I like it. I love it. Why light? Looks like there's also like a name tag here. Or like a pocket on the chest. So let me make sure that I'm not forgetting that. And then let's take the big. There we go. There we go. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna give my my wrist a nice break after this. Which is gonna be good. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Let me also make sure that the shoulder is over. Did good work. You deserve a break from Domino's. Thank you. Take this and give it to your wife. Thank you. I will give her the little flower. Or as she says, a little founder. Thanks for giving her a founder. You know what, too? The jaw could probably stand to come out a little bit. I think the neck's a little too far in, but let me see. Try not to give her the biggest chin ever. That also looks good. Okay. There we go. All right. Thinking that's good. Let's color this bad boy. Again, sorry if the quality has tanked. My body is rebelling. Oh, I see, I see, I see. That isn't a name tag. It's part of the glitchies. There we go. JK. Fixed it. No, no, I got you. As soon as I was like, oh, there it is. Yep. No, no, I got you. It happened to be right exactly where a like name tag would go. And I was like, oh yeah, maybe she works in like a facility. Mom over here, like, yeah. I can't forget you. I like the shade of blue a lot too. Headlights. I said, go away, white lie. I can't forget you. It's like a cornflower blue. Rainy highway headlights. Go away, white light. Oops. There we go. It's crazy. Even with like a simple design, my brain's like, "Ugh." But on Tuesday, we'll continue working on our illustration. I think Monday night, tomorrow night, I have D&D, but I'm gonna try to do some of that animation while I'm doing D&D. And yeah, let me grab a soft brush, some pink. I don't know how to draw glitch effects or circuits well. I recommend looking at reference for like circuit boards. And as for like glitch effects, you might be able to find some brushes online. I know that if you happen to use Procreate, there are some glitch brushes there. Um, okay, there we go. Where's the last color I had? This color. There we go. There we go. Hi, Pearl. How are you? Are you ready? I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Welcome in. How are you? Ooh. Why is my smoothing at 70%? I'm alive. Welcome to the land of the living. Hope you're doing well. Always feared using pre-made effect brushes were kind of like cheating, but I'm just overthinking it. Then it's a really, yeah, no, I mean, those brushes are made for people to do cool effects and stuff. Um, I mean, I guess if it's definitely valid to feel like, like, oh, well, if I'm not doing it all by myself, then clearly, like, I shouldn't do it. But in reality, like, by that philosophy, then using digital art at all shouldn't happen because it's like cheating, you know what I mean? So don't worry about it. As long as if it's a tool to use in your arsenal. Different brushes often make um different effects, and the same artist can use the same brush or the same sets of brushes. Like different artists can use the same brushes and get different results. So I highly recommend looking into using textures and integrating them into your art. It's definitely not a cheat. You're not you're not cheating anybody. I use effect brushes when necessary, but you shouldn't be shamed for using tools. Absolutely. Reference hunting. Hello. Or hello. Hell yeah. Sorry. Hello. They're just the modern equivalent of textured brushes and sponges. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, people in traditional art all the time will like cut apart netting and sponges and will get different they'll take shoes and objects and smash them on the canvas, and it's pretty much the same. It's just in a digital context, you know? It's all part of the process. I mean, there are people that have made brushes for things like chains and hair, and I mean, it just makes their process more efficient. One thing with texture is learning how to integrate texture into your art, because sometimes if you slap a texture right on top, it ends up feeling a little bit like, a little bit more disjointed from the rest of the art. But um, there's definitely a way to like use texture to your advantage. Ooh, ooh. I remember I watched an art tutorial a long time ago, and the person in the tutorial was giving tips on they shamed people for using the line tool to do line art, doing it manually. That's fucked. You're still making the art, you're still creating the. Yeah, I never knew what was okay and what's not, so okay, so I always, so I had the pressure of feeling like I had to do every little thing from scratch, but I appreciate you guys letting me know I overthink a lot of stuff. That's so valid. Uh, I'm torturing myself by making a 30-second animation. Good luck. Good luck. It's tough. Animating is hard. Um, yeah, the one thing, the easiest thing to remember, just don't trace other people's art. You can use art as reference for sure, especially, you can be inspired by someone's style, but as long as you're forming your own interpretation of that style, it's not so much an issue. Um, but like, and there are times and places to trace things. So like, if you're just using it purely to study from and it's not your intention to pass it off as your own work, that's one thing. You can totally trace because it's the fastest way to help you understand what somebody did and follow that path that they took to get there. But um but as long as you're not trying to pass it as your own, you know what I mean? Like it can be a tool to use. Um but yeah, I mean that's the biggest thing. Also too, people will make training tools. Like they'll make art that's literally meant to be used, like the bases that were super popular on DeviantArt. I use the braid brush. It helps keep my braids consistent. My VTuber design has lots of braids, so it literally saves me hours. Absolutely. Um, I use as a sketch layer, and then put more stylized braid line art over top. Absolutely, yeah. And also too, we were talking about textured hair earlier, having black and POC hairstyles, which can be very intimidating for some people. But there are a lot of really awesome brushes that have been made by a lot of really cool creators. So I recommend looking into them, because they can really help you explore those hairstyles in a way that feels a little bit more comfortable, a little bit easier to manage. Because sometimes it can be a little overwhelming, but it shouldn't keep you from trying to draw textured hairstyles. Can my hair be browner? Never realized how red it looked. Absolutely, yes, it can. I got you. Let me grab. Let me grab this. Oops. Then I'll grab this too.
Check your posture.
I will check my posture. Thank you. There you go. Mhm. People read books and watch tutorials to learn. It's a tool to be used just like anything else. Absolutely, yeah. The only problem, quote quote, is if you're using someone else's art as a reference, like very directly, and then passing it off as your own. That's when it becomes an
Mandi,
issue.
remember to save your work.
Thank you. I will save my work. Thank you. I looked to so many Cruella de Vil images before just looking at smoking poses. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Also getting creative with like looking up poses. There are also all these really cool resources online, um for um like model poses. There are a lot of people that'll make like free to use art poses. Um if when in doubt, you can also send people a message. Be like, "Hey, I would love to do like a study of your art for learning purposes. Are you okay with me like using it, referencing it to do like a study of?" In college, um I had to do something called that was called a master copy, where you literally like almost stroke for stroke recreated somebody's work. Purely because going through all of the effort to meticulously recreate it taught you more about how they made it. Um, so it is a tool that even and that's I mean, that's why artists, like classical artists, had apprentices. They were teaching those apprentices how to make stuff. And they would meticulously recreate. The Mona Lisa has a duplicate of itself because Da Vinci's apprentice uh, was over his shoulder recreating his own version to completely just learn from his teacher. So highly recommend. As long as it's not something you're trying to claim as your own work, 1,000%, you should be just fine. and use references, use tools that are up, at your disposal. Mind you, this character is kicking their smoking habit via eating Pocky, still automatically holds the same way. That's kind of a vibe. All right, let me merge these together. Oops. Okay. Let me make her a little. There we go. All right, so here are. Ooh, I heard a crash outside. Here are our hype train conductors of the day, and then of course we have Madman, though I feel like that's kind of a given. So we'll work on Madman's on Tuesday. Um, looks so pretty. Hell yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy you think so. Sorry I couldn't get the horns exactly the right shape. But um, this is a fun idea. Thank you guys so much for for kicking off those hype trains and for contributing to them. It's so sweet of you. Let me get a nice font. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I will have these posted on Blue Sky after the stream, and tomorrow when I'm free, I will actually send you the PNG of it, just so that you have it for whatever you want to do with it. Um, because I'm go I'm tired. I'm tired, and I think I will promptly become horizontal after this. But these are some of our conductors. Thank you guys so much for being such stellar shoppers. Um, Such a treat. I really appreciate you. And we also got the sketch motion. Actually, I'm really close to finishing the. Hold on. I'm really close to finishing this. So give me just a second. Just a second. Oops. Hold on. Ah. Oh, a little bit of a tangent here. Hold on. Trying to alleviate some of these tangents. I think that's okay. I don't think the tangent police are coming for me quite yet. This needs to flip though. This one needs to. No, no. This one. Super fun. Hell yeah. Thank you. Actually, I could have it that it's like stacked. That's more interesting, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mandy. Perfect. Less work for moi. Less work for me to do. Yeah, that's also a lot more interesting. Slay. You know what they say. Slay. Sometimes, literally just copy pasting reflecting something gives you so many ideas. This one. Let me erase this. Yeah, and we'll have some line art over top of this, so I'm not too worried about it. There we go. Let's move those a little further away. Nice. Look at that. Look at that, problem solved. And the shape is a lot more interesting. Wonderful. Let me take a peek real quick at this duck. The eyes look a little funky. Let me fix this. Let me fix this eyeball on this little guy here. Oops. Whoops. I hope you guys had a fun time today. This is a long one. I don't usually do streams this long, but it's nice every once in a while. I think to Disabled Gamer, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I think for our future for our future hype trains, I might what I can do is take names of people that do the conductor train things, and at the end of the month, um, I can do all the doodles in one session. If you guys like that, then I think that's a better compromise too, so that way I don't have to postpone people's art. Um, because I wanna make sure that you guys are getting good art. You know what I mean? I think that might be a good compromise. Because the 75K channel point redeem is very similar to what obviously I put a little bit more time into those, but they end up being very similar. The 75K, redeems. Just a little bit less so. So, if you guys are interested in that, then I can just take the names of our hype train conductors and then, you know, this community is called the Seabridge Mall. The Seabridge Mall is the name of the mall that we're in. But I suppose the mall is a community name. I don't know if we really even called it anything. But yeah, Seabridge Mall is pretty much the name. Yes, welcome in. But I'm Mandy Quinn. I'm a mall mannequin. Um, and I think this is good enough for today. Who are we gonna pass our pretzels over to, y'all? Let me see who's online. Oh, you know what? My pal Lib's online. We haven't raided into them in a while. They've been going for 3.5 hours. They are doing some art. Y'all want to go hang out with Lib? Hi, Nuts. How are you? And Camp Salsa Lele. Yeah, we did have a camp. We got our base sketch done, which is really exciting. What is this? Okay, there's that. Wonderful. Okay, so we have some of our clean sketches done here. This is a really fun piece I'm really excited for. I hope you guys are really excited about it. Doing good, loving the piece. Thank you. That's very nice. There were some really generous folks today. Again, thank you so much for all the hype today. You guys have been so kind. For those of you that are joining for the first time, I really appreciate you guys coming in and sharing how you found me. Where did Seabridge Mall come from? Is it a movie thing? No, Seabridge Mall is just the name. I came up with a name. It used to have Seabridge used to be tied to a specific piece of lore that is no longer quite there, but it is a name that I came up with. There might be a Seabridge Mall out there, but that was not my intention. That wasn't my intention. But yeah, I hope you guys have had a fabulous night. For those of you that are just coming in, I'm so sorry. It's almost 8 hours in. My brain is going goopy. But I'll be back on Tuesday. Okay. We're gonna be doing one more hype train conductor. Lore Necronomicon. Absolutely, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But we'll be back on Tuesday for more art. Friday for more Pokemon Sword. And then Sunday for more art. Um, we're getting closer and closer to re-debut stuff, so that's kind of scary. Um, but I think it'll be a good time. The beginning of May, will be when we have some new stuff to share. So I hope you guys are excited. I'm super excited. Thanks so much for a fantastic stream. Have a great rest of your night. Yes, I can't wait to eat some pizza. Y'all, stick with me just for a second. We're gonna go pass our pretzels over to our pal Liberty, aka Lib. Lib is super fun and full of energy. So if you're looking for another artist to hang out with, they're super fun. Here is our raid message. You don't need any special emotes to make it work. We're just passing our pretzels from one mall to the other. Lib doesn't have a mall, but Lib appreciates the pretzels. Maybe someday we'll raid into the 24/7 shrimp. But today we're gonna go to a different shrimp, aka Lib, who's probably slouching. Thank you guys so much for all of your generosity today. You guys spoiled me rotten. Uh, I'll eat pizza in solidarity for all of you. I'll eat a slice of pizza for you. Have a wonderful night. I'll have a schedule out soon, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Take care of yourselves, okay? Bye bye. See you later.